barber is still an advisor or patient listener to affairs in the lives of his customers.
And jeans back then were $50. There were some $50 jeans back then. I've been known to talk too much. Luckily, I'm too busy to keep them in the chair, torture them too long, so.
Yes.
Help me out here. Would you like some hairspray? When I've been here 25 years, and after 10 years, the owner, Chester George, passed away. And I bought it from his wife. And so I went down to the courthouse to get some information and history on it. And so they said they didn't have much on it because I guess the north side of the square, where it was originally located at, had caught fire. And a lot of paperwork got burned up. So these are the only photos that they had that I had enlarged to put up there because it was just directly across the street on the north side where the shop stood. So
it's important, and I enjoy coming down here. I'm down here. I actually start every morning at 7 o'clock. I start 2 hours earlier than the hours on the business store there because I got customers who want to get their haircut before they go to work and early risers. So.
Well, I would assume just the people. We just all, because sitting around, people get to know each other, and it's just more of a one-on-one relationship, like family. It's just different people coming in all the time, and it's just a closeness about it, which makes it special.
He said I've known him a lot of years, and he gives a good quality haircut. Personality is good. I enjoy catching up with him and think of him as a friend. So it's yes to get a haircut, but it's also that checks a social aspect too.
But you know, we have our days when it's easy, and then days that we're staying pretty steady. But I think sometimes it feels harder just because you're getting older. So. But anyway, I wouldn't trade it for nothing. It's been really good to me. I don't know. I always thought if you treat people right and you be sweet to them and be good, and they feel comfortable. And that's what matters, is how they feel when they sit in this chair. Do you feel comfortable?
No.
Do you feel comfortable?
Yes, I do.
So anyway.
For real?
Calvin? So Monday 21.
Come Monday, which is both Inauguration Day and Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
My name is Shalon Brown. I am the supervisor of the MLK Recreation Center as well as the American Legion House Senior Center. Can I have your attention, please? I see the media is in the house, so thank you all so much. Please try to stay warm. I can remember being a student at the University of North Texas, and we had these marches. We marched rain, snow, sleet. We were here, and that had to be almost 30 years ago.
Okay, wait. Let me not take a picture. We
Good morning, everybody. All right, everybody, we're marching. We're leading. This little light of mine. Light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. Sing, y'all. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Keep on walking. Keep on talking. Marching to the freedom line.
So today we'll have a program, we'll have a speaker, we'll have different people, music artists, and it's all important just to come together as a community and remember that we're stronger together. Remember that we all have challenges and how the community can fill those gaps in our lives. It's just really important to come together in fellowship to remember Dr. King and remember the goal of unity.
Heads are held high, our arms are open wide.
As we look at this generation, we see a continued fight for racial equality, social justice, and human rights.
Democracy is not a static institution, but rather an ongoing, living process.
Yes.
It requires participation, vigilance, and constant nurturing. Like all fragile systems, democracy faces many threats: corruption, disenfranchisement, misinformation, and even the erosion of civil liberties.
When I saw the crowd, I was so amazed to see how many people came and turned out with the weather being bad. So I'm so pleased and grateful to everyone that was able to get out in this type of weather. And I'm totally shocked to see this many people here.
Just being able to be in a community, be a role model to other younger guys coming up, seeing that like you can do great things, you can get the community involved, you can do community service, you can give back to the people, and you don't have to ask for anything. You can it's just you doing it because of the love in your heart.
Free at last, free at last, thank God Almighty, we're free at last.
But then it was known as Freeman Town. But when they left Dallas and came to Denton, they settled all over in this area.
The song that I came into when we got here on the porch, they were singing, "We Shall Overcome." When I was younger, I just didn't like the song because it didn't look like we were ever going to overcome. But if we make up in our minds today that we will be the change, we will overcome.
You just keep pushing forward like the way we're doing now, like how we did this march. We all came together as a community, planned the march. And you just do it. That's how you keep moving forward, doing things like this. Especially making sure you come together with the people in your community, no matter what color, no matter what race, just making sure that y'all all have the same goals in mind.
I think for me, I can't put a vision per se on, or rather prophesied what the future, but I think that as long as we understand that it is imperative to be the change that we want to see, I think that's how we can map out what our future looks like as we are going towards it, you know what I mean? So I don't know what the future may bring or what it looks like, but I definitely want to be the change that I want to see, building those community relationships as discussed today, building that foundation, scholarship, the service, and everything like that. So just being the change that we want to see.
Examiner has identified a homeless man.
Firefighters pulled a man's body from this retention pond.
Multi-million-dollar effort to build a community of tiny cottages for the chronic homeless is now in full swing, sitting in the shadow of downtown Dallas.
If you're sitting around, you'll be asked to move on.
you know, there's no place to go to the bathroom, no place to get any water. The one cooler we did have in Quakertown is gone because the city went after us about that one. They're trying to get us to get rid of the next closest one on McKinney and Bell. Ask me questions. That's easier. Yeah. And if you can get me in a position where my turtleneck's not showing, that'd be great. You look great. I'll try to keep my chin up. I am Jane Piper Lunt. I'm the founder and director of Denton Basic Services Center. We help keep people housed on the edge, and we help the homeless. And our main goal is to build a tiny house village for our homeless. We've got, my landlord told me this morning, you got to get all this crap off your porch. We used to be able to take tons of stuff to people in weather like this. We can't find them, you know? And, you know, there were known camps. We can't find, they're not there anymore. Hi. Are you on the street? Screaming on me. Okay, there you go. I'm Jane. Is there anything you need? As long as you're not Calamity Jane. Well,
he has not great records of being on the streets. He's a little rough around the edges, but he got.
Yeah, I used to be one of the rough people out there on the streets that that you see around the parks and the
He's one
library and Denton and stuff. Like I know all those people out there. I know I was out homeless off and on for 10 years. I was addicted to drugs. My whole life was just in chaos. Yeah. And a lot of the services they have in the Denton area, I mean, sure they'll help you a little bit, but not like what people need.
Mm-hmm. But as you can see here, we also have a major amount of jackets. It's very easy to go through jackets when you're living on the streets. I mean, like, stuff gets stained. We got a lot of people that get rained on, get sleeted on. Right here as well. And another big type of clothes we try to hang on to is nicer clothes. We always have to be very careful and on timing. It's one of the reasons why we can only accept places that are vindicated, official places that have gone through the Texas Health Codes. Staff shelf right here where we have the where we get some of the most random things that we know that either it's not enough for us to be, we don't have enough to give it out to all of our guests, or it's just such a random flavor we don't think anyone's going to like it, and so we just have the staff be the guinea pigs and try the mighty mango naked or something like that. You want me to look at the camera or just past you? It's up to you. Okay. So my name is Evan Suttle, and I work for Our Daily Bread. I'm the volunteer coordinator. Among other things, we all kind of share a lot of duties here, but my job is to mainly manage and supervise all the different volunteer departments, help bring in some more community involvement, and also part of the company development team, where we're trying to get as much exposure and our message and everything out there. We're what's known as low barrier. You may have heard that before, but if you don't know what low barrier means, it means basically you do not. It is not required for you to apply here. We do not require identification papers. If you don't have a social security, or if you don't have a driver's license or papers of any kind, we can still take you as you are. We have case managers that can help you get that sort of thing. We also, if you're under the influence of alcohol or drugs, we will make very certain that you don't have any of that stuff on you, but we will still take you as you are in whatever state you are. Our main job here is to preserve survival for one, but also dignity.
Their immediate problem is we don't have a place to go to the bathroom. I mean, can you imagine what that's like? We don't, that's not even a consideration for us. I mean, the fundamentals of what we take for granted is their daily problem. They're in what we call a survival mode. When they go into a shelter or something and they go, okay, what's your housing plan? That's a dream they haven't even thought of in
months. But anyways, okay, let me go get your card. And hi, I need a gift certificate, please.
Yes. For how many? For how much?
75.
75? Yep.
Thank you so much. That should last you a little while. I don't, but I can go get you something.
You talking about a car race? What, you want a pop or something? Oh, a hamburger? I can get you a hamburger. What you want? Not a lot of these. Put you up.
Yeah, you'd be
That's
good.
what it's like.
A lot of people don't get chances, you know. And I think if a lot more people were more open to actually be helpful and gave people chances, you know.
To just be more human.
Because he didn't know me, and he gave me a chance. Have I disappointed you yet?
Not completely.
Not completely. See, and for me, like I had a job, I had a house, car, and everything, you know, and it just took one wrong circumstance, you know, for me to lose it all. I mean, you can lose it all in the blink of an eye. You get out of work, you can't pay your bills. Next thing you know, you're out on the streets, and then to really come back from that sometimes is really hard.
Like when I was married for 14 years, never had ever thought I would ever face homelessness, ever. He was able to afford a lawyer. I did not have a job because he wouldn't allow me to work the whole 14 years that we were married. He hired a really good lawyer, and I couldn't afford anything. So when the divorce was done, his lawyer came and she collected the keys to my car and my cell phone. And I was like astonished, and I was like, that didn't just happen. And so she had to show me in the paperwork where I had signed and didn't know I had signed over everything that I had. Everything to him.
I tell people I'm not homeless. I'm in a homeless circumstance.
Yeah, there you go.
Because, you know, homelessness, especially in the minds of these people here, it's a whole stigma.
Yeah.
And you'd be surprised how people react to you the moment they find out that you're homeless if you don't immediately look homeless.
You have signs on your windows that said no public restrooms available. You got those freaking signs that the city manager put up that said public restrooms at Quakertown Park. When they put those signs up, those bathrooms have been locked for a year.
Because things get so twisted when you're living on the streets, I think people too easily see those living differently from them as a different species. That's no way for measuring a part of humanity. I mean, like if you look at everything mentally and psychologically as being on a spectrum, everyone has something going on or whatnot. You want to see how any of our own neurodivergence gets exacerbated. You throw in desperation. So I would say it's the circumstances around them more than the people that cause this sort of thing. I mean, people make their own choices. They have the capacity to make their own choices, yes, but you got to understand just how difficult those choices can be when you're on the streets.
They need help readjusting away from what they've known to back to what they might have known at one time. I think another problem is most of these agencies are not trained on homelessness, and there's an online training that's amazing. And so they don't know the figures. When you have a city official who makes shit up, I mean, when that person is talking, you can tell she's making it up as she's saying it, you know. And what do you do? Unless you've got somebody like me harping on you and educating you and telling you what the real problems are, and then the experts out there saying the exact opposite, you know, who are you going to listen to? Who am I? You know, one lone voice.
Yeah, and a lot of them people out there don't have any family whatsoever. A lot of them are not even from Denton.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. A lot of them are from
Valley View.
well, no, there's some they're from all the way up from
Yeah.
New York and Oklahoma,
Yeah.
and it's like, how did you end up here in Denton?
Yep.
And a lot of them, and I know personally, once you get to Denton, it's hard to get out. It is.
Yeah, everyone says that. Like, the homeless community is really, really hard to get out of Denton in the homeless community.
Other cities who actually do stuff, they have a city committee on homelessness, and they do stuff. We have a guy on our board who runs 2 tiny house villages in Bellingham, Washington. And his city has that, and they all coordinate, and they actually work, you know. And they've got, Bellingham has less than 100,000 people in there, and they have 3 tiny house villages and several shelters.
Yeah, so my name is Doug Gustafson, and in this capacity, I am chairman of Homes Now Not Later, a 501c3 nonprofit in Western Washington, Bellingham, Washington. We manage 2 tiny home villages in Bellingham for people experiencing homelessness, but we do so with, but they are self-managed, self-run, and we have no paid staff, and it's all volunteer. So probably I'd say about 180 people have come through out of the over the years, and at about a 58% success rate. Now, what about the other 42%? That is a mix of, some people don't like the community living aspect, and they are like, okay, this isn't for me, and then you have like the other half of the group that was asked to leave for, like, they couldn't follow the rules, or they couldn't, you know, like, we're talking like drug use or.
Sure. It's not a complicated issue, but it is involved, and it has simple solutions, you know. I mean, we've been trying for 9 years to get this tiny house village built. We want to build 150 homes, and I have a plan that could solve homelessness here in 3 years, and was required to be in a meeting with a bunch of nonprofit heads and city officials, and I started to go on about to explain my program of how it could be solved, and I got interrupted by the head of a big organization, and he wouldn't let me keep going because they don't want it solved. They're making money on it.
Okay, so there was quite a few roadblocks. At first, the city didn't want to work with us, and it was kind of an adversarial relationship. We were going to like city council meetings and stuff and being like, hey, you guys should let us set up, you know, a village because we're trying to help people and this is a problem, and they wouldn't do it. So what Jim did was he said, if you don't give us a village, we will set up a camp on City Hall. And then they did not want that, and then that's when the next day they contacted us and said they wanted to talk.
Because they believe these are lazy people who want to take advantage of people. And to be honest, because they're Republicans. They've got that attitude of that American independence, you know, and if I can do it, you can do it. That's the problem. We're a red state. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. And I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Eisenhower Republican.
You don't want him. Then my wife went through 4 years of cancer off and on, and it finally took its toll, and she died June of this year. And then not too long after she passed, Cleta come up the door, and I got talking to him, noticed they was homeless. I said, you know what, I got 2 extra bedrooms, y'all stay here till you get feet on the ground, you know.
That was what led me into modeling, and thank God.
Couldn't be if you were pretty.
Because that's how that helped us out.
People are crossing the street automatically. I like, do I like have a sign on me that says homeless or something? Like,
when I finally gave in to God and said, okay, I'll do this, but I don't want it, that's when I got my education. I mean, I've had homeless people just show up at my door, you know? I mean, I'm supposed to be doing this, and I can't do anything less. And now I love them. They did background checks. Well, manual, look.
Rich?
Dude, I've got like 1 day off for like 11 days.
Oh.
I've just worked 7 days. It's my mom's birthday. And all the day I've just been running fucking errands for her, but trying to do all the shit that I'm trying to fucking do.
I'm sorry,
like,
man. You don't have to.
No. I want to do. I want to make this work. I want
It'll
to
be
do
cool.
it. Yeah. I'm Richard Askins. I sing in the Wee Beasties. Damn, I got holes in my foot. I used to get holes in my pants for cigarette burns. I learned how to not do that. But I was working on a car and I pulled a battery out and I got battery acid on me.
Oh shoot.
I'm kind of in this weird cusp where like I'm a full-time musician, but I still have to like work to be a person. I got here in the summer of '94. My parents just got divorced. I like hated being here like the first couple years until I started realizing that there's like art and music everywhere, and that it was paradise.
Joey. There we go. We were just killing time talking about radiators.
Dude, thank you so
Radiators.
much.
What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
It's a Martin.
Oh, what? Dude,
he's pretty.
I might do one I wrote in the county jail. I'd gotten arrested. Well, I guess I robbed a bank on December 7th of 2012, and I turned myself in the next day. Some friends and stuff like bonded me out like 8 days later. I think I actually wrote this one when I went back. Damn, I should grab some water. They ended up putting me like on 10 years of probation, which like was not gonna work. I mean, I just did not live the lifestyle that was like conducive to like showing up places on time, and so they would re-arrest me ever so often, and I'd spend like 4 months in jail, and then they'd like re-release me like that, back on probation, like that was gonna be better. Like, well, now we've made it to where you don't have a job or a place to live or a phone or anything. Let's re-release you and see how that goes. And this is just like one of those like 3-chord country songs about being in jail. You ready? Keep me out of prison. Keep me out of jail. I'm weary and I'm tired, and I can't make my bail. These walls will take my soul right out of me. Oh, I can't suffer through this one more minute. I don't want to be here. This is a mistake. I'm weary and I'm tired, 'cause the guards keep me awake, and I am full of thoughts of only you, and you can't afford to take the collect calls they give me. These walls, these fucking walls, these walls, these goddamn walls know me. Oh, mom, don't find out. Oh, my dad, don't find out. Oh, please. Oh, please. That was quite a big hit on Pot 11. Did you get it?
What is Black History Month?
Love has never been a popular movie.
Just a big Target sign of like, hey, bully.
In the campus theater. When I was a child, I would have had to sit in the balcony.
And since I am a very niche individual.
Instead of going to Fry Street for the 75th time, let me go see what these people are doing.
Of these kind of horrific episodes of our history, because it's also part of who we are. So this interpretive piece is pretty cool because these are some amazing photos. The ones I wanted to point out was right here. So this, I believe this is 1878 maybe? You know, they take photos of the square around the Denton courthouse every so often, right? And in this historical photo, you can see Quakertown in the background. You know, young Quakertown, right there. You can just see a few buildings, a few houses kind of scattered out. The thing to know about Burt Crawford is that this guy was one of the wealthiest guys in Quakertown. He ran, I mean, they say grocery store, it was a dry goods store, it's a little bit of everything, but it was also like a community center. Because they couldn't officially participate in city business, right, this is where their town within the town had its leadership. Well, so this is the crazy thing that's happening after World War I and before World War II. This is the story of Black Wall Street, right? So segregation happens. You have these black districts popping up all over the place. And what happens is because society is segregated, they within their community support each other by buying all their goods there. It keeps most of their wealth in their own pockets, right? And so this is what started to cause tensions. You had people coming back from World War I, and you had like a sluggish economy. And one of the things that was creating jealousy is to see these black men in automobiles and nice suits and lived in houses that were nicer than your trailer park. You see where I'm going with this. So that kind of racist animosity, right? That's what kind of fed the formation and the reformation of the Ku Klux Klan. So they're kind of the secret enforcers, but most of them also, at that time, most people don't talk about, 1920s Texas was run almost wholly by the Ku Klux Klan. Not the Republican Party, not the Democrats, it was the Klan. It was Klan members. They had positions in police forces, still do, there's still a huge problem with that, right? Where this street comes in down here, that was commercial, and it went up through the library. It actually connected to Oakland. Oakland Street ran straight there. And then you had two other streets up here in the Quaker, and then you had Holt ran east-west. So this is from one of the oral histories, right, that was collected. It was an interview with researcher Letitia DeBurgos, I believe is her name. But she wrote that, quote, most of the residents owned their own homes. Everyone had a vegetable garden. Chicken, cows, goats, and pigs lived there too. Hunger was not known. Water came from wells, and plumbing was an outhouse and a number 2 wash tub, while light was furnished by a kerosene lamp. The streets were dirt and a playground for the children. The churches were a very strong influence on the citizens, and there was very little crime. And so Burt Crawford's store is pretty close to where we're standing now. And just right around it, just to give you an idea, there was Crawford's grocery store, Smith Cafe. There was another restaurant, Allen's Restaurant, the big Henry Maddox boarding house, but it was basically a black hotel. The Frederick Douglass School was right over here. So Tales of Resistance. So Will Hill sues the city. Will Hill was known as Dollar Bill Will Hill, because he would plow people's gardens for $1. He made a living because he had a sturdy wagon and had strong horses. And so he just kind of did odd jobs and things like that. What happened in World War I, right, there were a lot of African Americans that were in the military. And so they were combat trained. Will Hill stood up and sued the city, but he was intimidated by the Klan. In one version I heard they burned his barn down. But there were several other, Klan intimidation acts. Alma Clark, she tells the story of Willie Clark. They were clearing land on Solomon Hill to move some of the houses to. And he's out there with a group of guys, and they see the Klan coming on horseback. So they all take cover behind some of these fallen trees and roots. And basically, Reverend Clark says, "Don't shoot until I shoot." And luckily, the Klan didn't spot them. And so they wound up turning around. It was just about 4 or 5 on horseback, right, in full costume. But then they left. And so they barely avoided that. But living in that kind of terror at that time with zero consequences and, de facto, people were taken from the jail and mysteriously a guarded, locked jail, right? The mayor was most certainly Klan. When the Klan had a rally here in Denton in 1921, what they did was they rolled through the square. They rolled through what was at that time the College of Industrial Arts for Women, and then they rolled through Quakertown. And where they then landed was at the Robert E. Lee High School, and they made a kind of symbolic $50 donation for the city beautification attempt. And they also left a threatening note with the editor of the Denton Record Chronicle. The editor of the Denton Record Chronicle at that time, actually a little later after he bought the Denton Record and Chronicle, ran but lost an election under the Klan party. Why is it important to tell these histories? Well, I've long thought, and I had a mentor that once told me, that an ignorance of our past is not a justification for our debts that we still owe. So it's important to understand that the past is what made the present, and it's also what's going to influence the future. So better to try to tell it square and tell it true and really come to an accounting of these kind of horrific episodes of our history, because it's also part of who we are, and it can happen again.
Is Solicitor General Thurgood Marshall.
Motown's greatest song.
Come on, L6 nice. That's where I want to be. Hold on, let me wipe this sweat on my head again.
Lost in your head, I promise to love your downstairs, babe. It's been so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. Oh, baby, I've been waiting for you for so long, so long. Waking up beside you, remind reminds me of the days I prayed to the Father for a better way. Girl, I can depend on who understands the things I need to be a better man. It's been so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. Baby, I've been waiting for you for so long, so long. One of these days I'm expecting to wake up, living a dream, drinking from a full cup, thinking, my God, girl, you're making me sing a new song every day, pulling my heartstrings. It's been so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. Baby, I've been waiting for you for so long, so long. It's been so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long, so long. Baby, I've been waiting for you. So baby, I've been waiting for you. Baby, I've been waiting for you for so long, so long.
Hey, aren't you Frederick Douglass?
Miss Colvin refused to give up her seat on that bus.
I'm like, this is a children's film.
That's Suge Knight.
He's like,
okay, here we go.
Okay. I will listen. You are perfect.
Listen here.
Perfectly. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. You're just being protective.
Oh, yeah. She's... Hello, babies.
I have to go. We have to go to Minnesota to practice. That's good. I was like, listen, you might have just scored another viewer.
Okay. Not complaining.
No, I'm complaining. I was like, am I looking good on camera? I was like, I asked my girlfriend, I was like, listen, I know you're biased, but like be unbiased for a second. Do I look good? She said yes. Hi there. My name is Octavian, but around town I'm known as Phoenix Dynasty. It can be Dynasty if I like you. That's my call tag. I am known as Denton's Little Fireball. So I am a local drag artist. I've been doing drag for 2 to 3 years now. I think I'm running into my 3rd level. I am a transmasculine drag king. What that means is I am trans and I do drag, but I don't like cross-dress or do any of that. If you don't know what drag is, it is a over-exaggeration of like typical gender things. So like when we see drag queens, they're doing like hyper-femininity. When you see drag kings, they're doing hyper-masculinity. But honestly, the same way that gender works on a spectrum, drag works on a spectrum as well. When we see stuff like RuPaul's Drag Race, that's only one facet of a massive community. Or I'm very dancey, very flashy. I love a good suit. I love to move. I'm always wearing some sort of jewelry if I feel like it. I'm also one of those kings that does not do a lot of makeup just because, like, I think it's a lot of work. Not that I won't. Like, for my Phoenix number, I do, like, a smoky makeup, a lot of fire. Shoot, even, like, U.S. sailors used to just dress up in drag for fun. You know what I mean? This is why, like, in the current political climate that we're in, I'm like, I don't understand why it is such a far reach for you to imagine the idea of, like, a cisgender man deciding it's fun to dress up like a woman. Okay, they've been doing it forever, but really drag and ballroom, drag and ballroom are kind of like intertwined in my opinion, because they both started with black and brown people back in like the 70s and 80s. And don't count me as the most informed about this. My elders have taught me a lot over time, but like the amount of support that our community, like the reason why it looks so bad is because our culture continuously gets erased, right? Like, shoot, I had to explain to a friend the other day that like book burnings and all that stuff, that's not new. The reason why we don't know much about people being trans is because they destroyed all of the info that we might have had on that. Like scientific studies, like just boots on the ground interviews with people, like history. And we're repeating that. That's why drag's so important right now. You know, it's like we need these spaces in order to be ourselves and show that little queer kid who's surrounded by people who don't see eye to eye with like that sort of lifestyle. You know what I mean? Like for them to feel like it's safe to be themselves.
Alright, last shot, then we're going inside. Nope.
Fingers down my spine. Girl, you look mighty fine. Oh, won't you rub your fingers down my spine? Girl, you look mighty fine. Oh, won't you rub your fingers down my spine? Girl, you look mighty fine. Oh, won't you rub your...
The synopsis. I'm Sodie Moore. I am a neo-burlesque performer, but neo is more of a subversion. I like to be more spooky, ooky, macabre. Sometimes I do some cosplay numbers, so yeah. So my undergrad is in dance. I went to Texas Women's University for that. And I found that I didn't really vibe a lot with modern dance, and I felt like I had more autonomy to the world of burlesque, and I got to make the kind of work I wanted rather than doing somebody else's work. Historically, Black burlesque performers have been tastemakers and innovators and have added quite a bit to the genre, and do not get credited nearly enough. And some of the more famous dancers historically have been Black, like Josephine Baker. She's a massive one. Yes, and I would say that burlesque gave a lot of Black folks a lot of autonomy that they wouldn't have had. They gave them a lot more financial freedom that they wouldn't have had otherwise. That same financial freedom from solely performing burlesque does not exist anymore, sadly. But it has paved the way for strip clubs too. Stripping continues that legacy of having more financial freedom. I would say burlesque is more focused on characters, like playing with those characters and making more of a political statement. I would say that for my contribution to burlesque, it is more so to give representation and to change people's minds about different things. Like, for example, I choose to keep my body hair and I choose to cut my hair short, and that is something that is beautiful. And there's no one way to be non-binary. And I feel that burlesque shows do a lot for audience members and helps people realize things about themselves and helps people see different things about themselves. And since I am a very niche individual, I feel like that's my contribution.
Just in like a little room.
Alexa, change the lights to white. Alexa, change the lights to white. Alexa, change the lights to white.
I go by Lil Dirt. I've been living in Denton. I want to say this is like my 9th or 10th year living in Denton. Graduated Ryan 2013. I didn't start at Ryan until I was a junior. So I moved here when I was a junior in high school. It was like a big culture shock. I moved from New York. I had never had a chance to live with my dad up until that point. And it was kind of like a, hey, you know, do you want some of your father's guidance? And it's like, oh yeah, I'll go live with dad. So he was living here. I'm actually related through marriage to Frenchie Rialt. So if you ever see like those orange Frenchie trucks around town, that's my great uncle Frenchie. After high school, I started taking music a little bit more seriously, and then started getting into like the local stuff.
I got a crazy influential person right here too. This nigga, listen, he's so catchy.
Which is crazy though. I started out not making rap at all. Started out in a punk band with my friends because those were the first shows I went to. I saw people like New Science Projects, Fish Narc, Two Nights. Like, to me, these are like Denton legends. Like, stuff like that kind of like got me into the atmosphere, because this town is really, really awesome when it comes to supporting local stuff. And then I started trying to do that a little bit more seriously. So I started focusing a little bit more on making beats, trying to take it more seriously, and then try to kind of do it in my own direction. Started out and it wasn't that great. But I wanted to make sure that everything that I did felt authentic to myself. So I wanted to focus on using influences that felt like real to me. Like, I'm a big geek, huge nerd. So I wanted to make sure that like that was like present in my music, because even if that wasn't my subject matter of what I was going to talk about, I wanted that to still kind of like cut through. So I used to sample like Mario and all that stuff. And then this is back in the days before, like nowadays I'll listen to music and I'll hear those samples. I'm like, yeah, it's super nerdy. I'm like, wow, like how did we get here? But no, and then through Andy's, man, I really got to give it all a lot of credit to them. They used to let us do shows there. Mulberry Mansion and the White House, House of God. There's all these like famous Denton venues that we used to just throw these shows every single weekend. That environment allowed us to kind of create a lane for like the kind of rap music that we were making. Those guys like Richie and Pudge and stuff, they make more like boom bap rap.
Bitch. Hey. All these lames talking on my name, swear I just ignore it. My shit go, I crushed that immediately. I didn't hear 5 seconds of it. What the fuck? Yeah. Dog, yes, please.
He exploded.
Yes, bro.
Into little balls, and I collected. Nowadays, just like the scene in general. So the scene nowadays is. It's a lot.
From your perspective.
From my perspective, the scene nowadays is kind of fragmented. Most of the people that were heavily involved and kind of like created opportunities for people, they're not around or in the same positions that they were anymore. A lot of the venues that we used to use don't exist anymore. And then a lot of us have gotten older, so like the prospect of like a house show doesn't hit the same when you're almost 30, The overall creativity vibe and the melting pot that used to exist, like kind of everyone keeps to themselves now.
Okay. Well, I am Linda Eatery, and I'm the Director of Film Programming for the Denton Black Film Festival. And I always put etc. on there because I do a little bit more than film. We completed our 11th year this January, so we're starting our 12th year in 2026. My husband and I, we were at another film festival, and he was president of and he still is, of the Denton African American Scholarship Foundation that gives scholarships to students. And after we left a screening, he said, there's not enough black cinema. This is 2014. That Oscar So White, all of those things were going on. He said, we ought to do a film festival. It was successful. We had about 800 attendees that year, and that was really good. So that started us off, and then after that, it's just been uphill, Well, because we are part of the community. I mean, the thing is, we're here. And I think part of the problem in our country is because we don't know each other's, a lot of people don't know our history. It's been hidden, and people are trying to hide it again, but it's there, it's still real, things happened. So, it's just really important to have a space where people can come and you can listen to stories, listen to maybe what might be different points of view, but many times you find similarities between people and the things that we want, what we want in life. The thing is, why should we run off from a place that was ours? Too. We had the Quakertown was here, and it was a thriving community. It was kind of a city within a city in a sense. And so this is our place too. I mean, we live here too. It's just, it's interesting, like being in the campus theater. When I was a child, I would not have been able to, I would have had to sit in the balcony if I was able to go to the theater. But now, you know, we take over the theater for a few days to have our festival. So it just shows you, you know, how things have changed, you know.
Yeah, so we have like a turnout schedule for all of our animals, so everybody gets to go out during the day. Typically, they had to stay in today, but typically everyone goes out during the day and then they come up at night, and so they all get some love and affection. This is Kahlua. She was one of our rescues. Well, yeah, Nine Spur Ranch, and essentially what we do, I actually am originally from Alaska, and I moved down here as a, doing like equine reproduction and that sort of stuff, and I did that for several years, and then I found that I absolutely love rehabbing and rehoming animals. So that is Hey Hey. So this handsome fella right here is my Hanky. Hi, Hanksters. Yeah. So this is pretty much the face of Nine Spur Ranch right here. He actually has a coloring book coming out. Water buffalo are actually not considered exotic in the United States anymore. The University of Florida did a study on them back in the 70s, and after the study was done, they just sold off all the animals. So there's actually a ton of them, especially here in Texas. But, you know, I mean, they're still considered like an exotic meat, but they're not considered an exotic animal to live here. So, he, though, was actually out at a kill pen when I was out there, and I was out getting a load of horses, and this guy was out there with his brother, and, of course, you know, caught my eye, and everybody was, oh, Shoshana, you need him, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm good. I was like, I think I'm good, and then they finally talked me into it, and he was like 3 months old, and I was like, I'll just get him healthy, and we'll send him on his way, and, you know, 5 years later, and people also don't really understand, I am very strict about like what I bring in here, just because it is open to the public, and you know, I have kids. I can't afford to get hurt. If I get hurt, that means the horses aren't going to get taken care of, you know. So I am extremely strict about what comes in here, and I have certain rules that we follow as to like, you know, no stallions, first sign of aggression, like I just can't have it. You're a mess, buddy. His eyes are closed. He's falling asleep. But no, I mean, like, growing up as, like, the only black child in, like, pretty much the entire freaking state, like, it was definitely, it was hard, you know, and it was, I stood out like a sore thumb. I've been this height, and I'm not a small person. Like, I've been this height and size since, like, 5th grade. So it's like, you know, it was just a big target sign of, like, hey, bullies, you know. So I had to grow up learning to have, like, the defenses and stuff, and my parents, I would say, blessed me with a sense of humor. Yeah, we're both big and black now. So he was an Amish mule. He was a work, and now he's come here, and I think he's been ridden like 3 times since he's been here. So now you're spoiled and you get to live the life. Well, but I mean, it's just one of those things that I'm like, you know, it definitely has made it harder for me where people don't want to take me seriously, because, you know, it's, well, what kind of education have you had? What kind of, you know, I have to prove myself just a little bit more than what other people would have to, you know. Yeah, and it's like, you know, I have multiple degrees in this, and, you know, it's like when I was homeschooled, my homeschooling would actually pay for me to go to travel and to go to different like clinics and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I mean, I dedicated my life to all of this, and so it can be definitely like frustrating to be like, well, now I've got to like start over and prove myself to these people, or, you know, stuff.
This is very timely. Josephine Baker was also a spy for Allies and actively took down different members of the Nazi Party through seduction and also information exchange. It definitely does. Like, existential dread does seep in quite a bit just because, I mean, it's something that is very likely repeating itself, and history is terrifying with that. With somebody like me, I'm definitely on the list of people to be marginalized, but personally, in my personal life, have survived quite a bit, and that I have the mental tools to endure whatever horrors are going to persist.
Things will get worse. I've already started to see it, you know what I mean? But it's our job to continue trying and just live. Find joy in the little moments. I'll be a little personal here. So like back when I was a little bit smaller, still figuring out myself, I did not want to be alive. You know what I mean? I did not see hope in the next day. What kept me here was the idea that like there is joy farther beyond anything that I can see with my moral brain, waiting for me on the other side. And I can safely say that I'm there right now. I'm in the best relationship of my life. I'm going to propose to my girlfriend soon. Like, we're gonna get married. There is happiness and joy in this world in the darkest of places, and the sun still turns, you know what I mean? Shit, when we were walking up to go get some goddamn ice cream, 2 dogs ran up to us. That was grand. It was joyous times, you know what I mean? So the future is in my opinion, us continuing to persevere and survive and be there for each other.
Personally, I'm just doing my thing because I take influence from a lot of things that aren't like, this is what I'll say. I do think about it, but I think about it from the perspective of I'm representing for people that look like me that are into alternative things. You know, like, who's to say that a black dude, huge, beefy guy with tattoos can't love Yu-Gi-Oh! And you know, have Pokemon card collection that's super impressive. Those are the people that I'm kind of speaking for. People who are typecast into like a, you know, certain box just because they want to identify as something that represents where they came from, but their interests go outside of that box. And that's kind of always what I want to inspire with my music as well, is for people to like leave that box. Like, hey, a trap song doesn't have to just be talking about selling drugs. I could be talking about how I could be relating what I'm doing to things that interest me. I talk about what my life is, and it's video games and anime and hanging out with my friends. Like.
Well, I think part of it is because I've been on the planet for a while now. I have. I mean, I went to segregated schools until 10th grade. So I've lived through those times. And I think one thing about the black community, and it was our theme this year, was resilience. Because you connect to, we're very resilient. We've had to be. And because of that, though, you kind of walk when times get tough or things aren't going your way, you have to just push through it. And we know that people came before me that had it even tougher. They pushed through. You know, we're still here. I mean, I'm signing all of my emails now that I'm living in gratitude, resilience, and joy. Because you have to keep that, to keep hope, keep a positive attitude, you have to keep hold on to that joy. And I know sometimes people, I think, don't understand it. How do you go through these times and you still hold on to that? But you have to. That's an important part of who we are. I think it's in our DNA, just like resilience. There's joy too.
Robinson gets the first hit off Ford. It's a homer into the left field stand.
Wild water buffalo.
I understand rage. The buzzing hive generates heat. It's called shivering thermogenesis. Soldiers radiate off each other to keep the colony alive.
Hear it!
spreads like wildfire into self-immolation. I've seen it.
Okay, I got a residential structure fire.
But I'm not here to start fires. I'm not here to put them out. I point at the light and the dark and let them know if something is coming. After that, it's up to the hive. That's what makes this such a predicament. Anonymity gives the fearful faith. They deserve it. Haven't decided about myself.
What kind of reporter doesn't answer their phone? I've got a story for you, but you just need to get here quick. I'm not at the mansion.
I know where you are. You're the molten core of the earth. Gravity falling into itself.
Is there a name for someone that's both a knight in shining armor and an executioner?
Yeah, usually asshole.
I call him the mayor. I'm used to being shit on by the world. In my neighborhood, we're at best forgotten, and at worst, blamed for everything. I'm used to it. But now, there's people like... Shit, I don't even know where they come from. These corporations. They're killing us for $1. People like you, Zips. You give us the fuel to fight.
I don't know if my fans are more jaded and cynical, or apathetic and mobilized.
Do I look like one of your soldiers? Zips, let's get a drink.
Georgia is right. I melted the sand of time into a mirror that reflected what they wanted to see. Madness. The world saw itself honestly, ate it up, shat it out, and is repeating the process. Last year, the most watched program was a televised rape. When does trauma turn into disillusion? When does illusion turn into mass apathy? We've seen too much.
Sometimes I think I should have taken their money, moved away.
I didn't.
At the time, I had principles. Don't know what happened to that. This world is over. I do what I can.
I'm the only person at this level fighting for... I mean, you may not think I did everything right, but if they come after me, it's only gonna get worse. Tell your readers, I am not their enemy. The system is their enemy. I tried to...
Do you feel better?
Honey, I haven't felt anything in years.
Born in 1973, Mayor Brooks lay in a pool of his own blood, killed by shivering rage, blinded by heat. He leaves behind a wife and a city of soldiers, doled by a culture of trauma, starving for a feeling. In this case, a sense of justice. A hive survives on instinct, but instinct isn't the same as justice, no matter how vindicating. The hive will raise its temperature to burn away a parasite. Am I fuel? I'm just an asshole. Down Pharma Chemical has decided to reignite the incinerator. And if you're reading this, that means I'm a parasite. Or so you've decided. On to the next one.
Woman, I said, leave that poor man alone and make us some coffee.
So where can we find light in this never-ending shade?
What's up? I'm recording artist Robin Harris.
A first-degree felony. Don't mind how it go. 1, 2, 3.
I'm here with Lil D TV to talk to you about 5 fast facts for Women's History Month edition. Let's talk about Poker Alice. Born in 1851, she was one of the first self-made women of the West. She made thousands and thousands of dollars playing poker and ended up actually owning her own brothel. Elizabeth Friedman, dubbed the mother of monocryptology, she decoded Nazi messages in World War II that saved thousands of lives. Her story was largely classified until 2008. Bessie Coleman was the first African and Native American to get her pilot's license. She wasn't allowed to fly here in the US because of segregation, so she went all the way to France to get her license. She got it in 1921. She ended up being a stunt pilot, and people were obsessed with her until she died tragically in a plane crash, but she paved the way for more women in aviation. In 1924, only 4 years after women won the right to vote, white women, Nellie Ross became the first female governor of the United States. She was an advocate for women's suffrage, agriculture, and banking rights, paving the way for women in politics everywhere. Now let's take it back to the Wild West, shall we? Way long ago, California was still a little bit more progressive than other states. And with the Wild West, they realized that everyone really needed to be all hands on deck. So women did have the right to own land, property, banking rights decades before anyone else. But with the railroad brought federal regulations stripping women's rights once again. Choo-choo! And this has been 5 Fast Facts, Women's History Month. Hope you didn't get too bummed out.
I'm Serena Faith. What I think about women is I think we're very powerful. We're able to flip roles, change hats, and pretty much do everything. Work any job we want, and at the end of the day, go cook dinner and put our kids to sleep. My mother, she's probably the best inspiration. I grew even more appreciation for her as I became a mother myself. I didn't realize how much she actually did for us until I was a mother and realized she was a teen mom. So seeing her, like, I didn't have a kid until I was 23. So having a kid at that age and realizing how much I had to do just to support my child, and knowing that she did that at 16 and 20 was just amazing to know that she did it.
If you're coming right now, let me see it. Let me see it. Show me. Huh? He who is coming? Who's coming? This is the story of
4 amazing local businesses supporting women.
Want me to just show you around? So this is our co-working space. We've got just over 9,000 square feet of space. We've been open since 2016. We have amenities, professional amenities to offer people as part of their membership. Coffee, help themselves to some soda water, and get to work. And mostly it's like individual people that are either lawyers or bookkeepers or designers, salespeople. I think that Denton has a very, there's something really embedded into the culture here that makes it work for small businesses. I do think that it really comes from this like identity of creativity and innovation, and then also like there is a true desire in Denton for this community to be unique and not like any other place in especially North Texas.
Start with the spring menu. We do always do seasonal menus. Honestly, super fun part of the job, coming up with the different flavor combinations, and then after you kind of figure out like what flavors you want to use, you have to, you know, make the recipe. Catherine is going to get started here in just a second. Okay, so I'm going to cut the music, but other than that, she's all set up. Yeah, we're good to go. Hi, you must be Catherine. I'm Brooke.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah.
We'll load some stuff in.
Perfect.
Can we help you with this paper?
Oh no, that's okay. It's very simple, but also kind of a pain in the ass, so I'm happy to just deal with it myself.
No, Geraldine. Thank y'all very much. Now, are we too loud? Ladies in the front, be honest with me.
Brooke said you were the one that came to them with this idea.
Yes. Yes.
Give me a level.
Testing 1, 2. We do nothing if not project, us musicians. My name's Catherine Hudson. I'm a local musician here in Denton, originally from southeastern Kentucky. So kind of specialize in a mix of classic rock, country, and soul. So we'll be doing a little bit of a cover and original set today. But this is a benefit concert specifically for the Refuge of Women North Texas location. So I'm actually a UNT grad student right now. And so one of our assignments for grad school was actually to pick a cause that we cared a lot about and find a way to support them in a unique way that only we could with our individual skill sets. So I'm very passionate about supporting women initiatives. So I looked into resources that support women in the Denton area, and the Refuge for Women was one of the first ones I found. So they specialize in taking care of women who have come out of sex trafficking and domestic violence situations. They focus on providing them with safety, therapy, and healing as they try to reintegrate back into society. So it's something that's a very important mission. I reached out to a few venues here in the local area, so this is my second of 4 shows. So I played last night at the Plot Twist, playing today at Or Coffee, And then I'll be playing on April 4th at Miss Angeline's. So we're very excited about that.
I don't know, Denton just already has such a vibrant community when it comes to music, when it comes to arts, when it comes to different causes and mutual aid. And so really we just found ourselves in a very unique position of already having existing connections to so many different organizations, so many different musicians. And what we've really been trying to be a little bit more gung-ho about recently, which is helping raise money for local organizations that we feel not only do important work, but truly materially improve the lives of our community members in a measurable way.
I mean, yeah, there's a Bigfoot, man. I mean,
don't you have the same reaction? We are in Rose Costumes here on the Denton Square. Yep, everything up here on the concrete, this is all for sale. So we have, we call it like it's either weird, well-made, vintage, or all three. Judy Smith, the founder of Rose Costumes, she has made all of these pieces for us to sell, and they're very her. So in the old location, the rent kept going up and up and up, and it just would have had to close or move. And the lovely people who bought this building really wanted to have a local business. They gave me a very kind deal of our, oh, incoming. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Welcome to Rose Costumes.
Good, how are you?
If it's on the concrete floor here in front of the windows, it's for sale. Dressing rooms are over on that side of the store. They're not all decorated yet, but we're in progress thanks to Belle. They're looking fantastic. So yeah, try things on, have a great time. Thank you. I know that when I first started, I got the nickname Mouse for a reason because I was real shy and quiet, and your influence has really helped me to be more of a leader in my own life and stand up for myself more. And part of that's watching you. And hi. Hello. Part of that.
Good. How are you?
But I think it's really important for younger women and young girls to see women in those kinds of roles, in those leadership roles, and living a life that is full of creative pursuits and just being in charge.
Yes, when I say dark secrets. Last. We are the only witch bar in all of Texas, so we think that Denton is the perfect spot for it. The other owner is Elizabeth Burnell. She's my partner and our head witch, as we like to call her. We paired together to make this space a third space for all of the alternative communities in Denton, including but not exclusive of the witch community. So we just want to kind of be the place that people feel comfortable being themselves authentically. We provide mocktails, we have tea, we have coffee, we also have pickles, which we're excited about because we're both pickle fans. A lot of people have a negative connotation when they think of the word witch, but in essence, the word witch was just given to women that were wise. It was given to women that were educated, that utilized tools that were resources to them, that utilized knowledge from their family, from their heritage, from people who passed down information generation to generation. When we call ourselves witches, whether or not it's trending, it is a word to describe the feminine energy that comes from not only being nurturing and a person who wants to help their community regardless of who they are, but they also are using all of the tools that they have access to, all of the knowledge that they've gained over the years. It gives women the strength and the power to be a voice in their community that might be against what the status quo is. And it's okay to go against the status quo. It's needed, it's necessary, especially in times of political turmoil like right now.
Well, yes. I mean, at a base level, yeah. I think women are underestimated all the time. I think like something that it's hard for me in a way, because at the same time, like I understand that there are like systemic like inequities, like the fact that like a woman in business couldn't have a loan on her own until 1988, which is like disturbingly recent. But she had to have a male co-signer for a business loan. It could literally be her son, but like had to be an adult male that could co-sign on a business loan. And so I think that there are these ways where we are set up like not to be successful or not to be estimated at all. And so now there's sort of an attempt to, you know, through programs like Accelerate Her, or, you know, the countless other programs that are there that are really focused towards supporting women and minorities. It's because like we essentially like we're on the back foot, right? Like we kind of got a late like jump out of the gate. And so I think that while I recognize that there needs to be like some extra support and focus and attention on that, I also sort of resent the idea of like a girl boss or like, you know, it's like we just are bosses. Like we're not any better or worse, but like we just are bosses in a different way. We're going to probably bring a different leadership style, potentially a different communication style. For certain industries, that's going to be better. For certain, that might not work so well. But yeah, I do think ultimately like women in business get underestimated all the time. And it's like part of the way that it was all begun, which just honestly estimated that we wouldn't be doing this at all. Because why would we need to?
So what a lot of people fail to understand a lot of the times is that women that are in these type of situations are so incredibly ingrained. You have these spiritual, physical, mental, and oftentimes financial strings that are tying you to the situation that you're in. And if you're in an area where you don't have a support group, you don't have resources like the Refuge for Women, you're essentially on your own in that endeavor. And so it can be incredibly hard for these women to find their way to the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. But the women that have made it this far and the women that are still trying to find their way out haven't given up hope on themselves. And so we want to find a way to call to them and let them know that there are other women who are here and support them. There's a community that's here for them. And there's a life beyond the situation that they're in.
How's it going? Awesome.
Oh, never mind. He's got a way better camera than I do.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, how exciting.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Oh my God, love the shirt. Charex. So I would say that running a coffee shop specifically, as opposed to really any other business, even if it's also food service, even if it's also like a bar, kind of allows us to have a foot in the world of nonprofits, of mutual aid, of local community organizing, more so than really any other business could, because there's already so much community building and so much organizing that would happen here, regardless of whether or not we were the ones facilitating it. And so really it just seemed, I don't know, kind of obvious to lean into that, to me anyway. And especially this day and age, 2025, people are losing rights. I'm losing rights. The people who work here are losing rights. Our friends and family members are actively losing their rights. And I don't know, I just really can't imagine not doing everything in my power as an individual, but also as somebody working at this coffee shop to not only fight against that, but at the very least, like provide a little bit of relief, a little bit of an escape, you know, somewhere where people can go and they know they're going to be with like-minded people, especially in Texas, especially in North Texas. You know, it's very important for me to help maintain just somewhere where people can go and feel safe and feel comfortable and know that they're protected and they know that there's somebody in their corner.
Oh,
I know. I can see that from here.
When you were in Columbus, where did you
we
get
lived
her
in
from?
Granville, Ohio.
Hi there, how are you?
How are you? Good. Good to see you.
Okay, so you need to see her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye. Yeah. Have a safe move.
There. Yeah, you can see.
You can see we're still
It's
moving
pretty cool.
in.
Oh, yeah.
It's where we do sewing and cleaning and mending. So we have, this is Wes over here, aka Tex. He's making a crown. Stars on her break. And then we have Bunny over here. She's our seamstress, our chief creatologist.
Because I think sometimes people, when they apply or they want to start working here, they're like, I want to sew, not realizing that, like, yeah, and they're like, I cosplay, and you're like, that's awesome, but so much of this is going to be putting buttons back on and hanging stuff up, and
suspender buttons, there's 8 per pant. a lot of buttons.
I mean, from a small business perspective, it's really hard now. Rents have gone up so much that businesses just can't do it. And, you know, we're getting into shipping, and that's been a learning curve. But just the expense of shipping, trying to get your stuff from here to there and in one piece, just seems like a lot of quality has gone down in services and that sort of thing. And we're really, for us, that's our whole thing, is quality, customer service. So it's getting harder as things get more expensive and more difficult to maintain what we do, you know. So yeah, and obviously you just have to watch the news and realize that a lot of our incoming. Hello.
Hi. That is something that we're kind of doubling down on, is that this is our house, and people who are not feeling welcome other places are welcome here.
Yes.
And will always be. And most of us are some of those people in other spaces, and we still have a place to be, and that's really important. Yeah. And we still have a place to be, and if we keep the spirit of Rose Costumes, just like you were saying, all of the quality that we bring, as long as we keep that spirit, then I think we're winning. Even though it can be hard sometimes.
Thank you very much.
We got a soundtrack now, so
yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah, my name is Mick. Long-time Dentonite. I've lived here my whole life. So yeah, I love women. I have a sister tattooed on my face. My sister is an educator. I think that we don't take care of our educators as well as we should, but that's obviously a big different topic. Yeah, I'm really big on women. I'm also a girl dad, so that's a big thing for me. I think that women are great. I think that in a certain way, like, women are treated a lot differently in this society. Like, I was a manager at like a retailer at one point, and that was kind of the first time I really got to see in real time like how differently people would treat women, because there was like a regular customer that would treat me very respectfully, and then when he didn't know, like, I was like somebody else was watching, which was me, he didn't realize, like, he was treating like the women that were working there like a totally different manner, and it was just kind of like eye-opening, like, because I think that we're aware as like men in society that like women are like sexualized a lot more than we are as men, I would say. Like, I feel it's pretty safe to say that. So that was like an instance where I actually was able to like view that in real time, because as a man it's not I feel like super common to actually witness it. Like, personally, we really have to take women's word for it when they tell us things. The fun police.
Yeah, where are they going?
Women are great, dude. There's a lot of great women out there. I can name a lot off the top of my head. Nina Simone was the fucking GOAT, dude. I love Nina Simone. My sister, dude, Brittany, she's a really great person. Women are strong and very resilient, dude. I wouldn't be here without them, so fuck yeah. Sorry if I got a little lost in translation.
That's okay. That's good.
Men's free the first hour and free barbecue. Screaming Will's Roller Rink.
Let the game do its work.
Game!
Maggie Mayhem today, along with Smashley Simpson and Axles of Evil. We are the roller derby girls, and we're going to show you some moves.
Let's roll into the next one. It's a hit. And for this one, you might want to wear your elbow pads and knee pads. Here's 3 women breaking barriers and bones.
For example, tonight is a nightmare practice where the Elm Street Nightmares, my home team, is going to separate and do their own independent practice. We'll still have a trainer working with our earlier skaters, learning, still doing the process, and then we will be moving on and having another third group with our more advanced skaters practicing in the center here. Claudia! Little endurance.
Where's the Sally Rolls? We're North Texas Roller Derby, NTRD, and we're at the Lone Star Skate Rink.
Yep, and our league has been around since 2011. We are a nonprofit organization based here in Denton that incorporates a space for women, transgender women, non-binary skaters to all come together and have fun on skates.
1, 2, 3. Very fun. All right, now we got about 5, 6 minutes left on the track. I'm looking from the inside of the track out. Everyone should be shoulder to shoulder in the same spot. You want to maintain that. I do want to bring that sentiment, if you're frustrated in the game, say something, even hey, I just need a quick minute. That's fine. If that's what you need, do it. All right, no judgment here. I have anger issues. Most of us probably have anger issues. We play a sport where we get to hit people. I would be surprised if you didn't. I'm good to go.
It's important for women to have a space where we're not being told to stand up straight, keep our legs closed, be polite, stay quiet. The first thing I teach when I'm training new skaters is get low, own your space, get loud, and be aggressive. And there's really not many places where you can do that without being considered not ladylike, but everything about this is ladylike because we're doing it. So,
especially when there are hard times that make you feel like, wow, are we regressing? Wow, what is our climate right now, and how will that change in the next 3 months? How will I have to change what's going on with myself or my family or my friends? This can be a consistent thing that proves to me that I can keep doing those things, and I should continue to fight for those things and fight for the women around me as well.
Add in also that as your captain, I'm happy to be a mediator if ever you need it, or if you need somebody to rant to, but you don't want to bring that energy to the team, you're always welcome to bring that to me.
Before Derby, I was a lot more of an internal person, and Derby's made me a lot more external, community-wise, and making sure that my voice is heard. So don't damage me. I'm the star here.
Yeah. When I first started, I had probably not been on skates at all since maybe an 8-year-old birthday party back in 2018. And in fact, it was Teapot that was there for my open house that night, and she was like, listen, you didn't do too great, but you didn't do bad, and I think you could really do it if you try. And yeah, I tried really hard, and it took me 3 years to actually be competitive and get on a team and then move forward from there. But the one thing that was consistent all the way is that I made amazing friends, I had a community, I could volunteer, be a part of something, and
it really encouraged me to want to participate and just be involved.
I think I've spent my whole life being told what I should be doing, like you should play with Barbies, not with He-Man. You shouldn't be playing baseball, you should go play softball with the girls. But I did what I wanted. I played football, I played basketball, and it didn't make me any less of a girl. I was just a girl who liked being rough, climbing trees, beating up my little brother in a nice way, but I liked being aggressive from day one, and I was a girl, and it made me no less of a girl. And so when I found this, it was like, finally, not only do I get to be on a team as an adult, which doesn't happen for girls, there's very few opportunities. I don't even think the WNBA existed when I graduated high school. So it's like now I can do all of those things as an adult, and we've got women on the team 10 years older than I am, so there's a lot of shelf life left in this too.
If you want to get the most balls award, you gotta pad up.
Okay, now pull. Okay. Breathe.
You're looking to fuel your... You're looking... You know what? We get the first take out of the way. If you're looking to fuel your feminine rage this Women's History Month, check out these two amazing jams by Hale Baskin.
Stetson.
Every make your bed hard, baby.
Old Alton Bridge, aka the Goatman's Bridge.
It was so fucking tight on my head. I am so surprised it fell off.
It's going that way. Off the bridge, which is great for the bluesy vibe. But he's literally wearing like a Mississippi blues hoodie. Well, let me get a shot of all this trash.
Garbage!
Good.
So many.
Don't. Yeah, stop it.
Censorship, censorship. All right. Happy Women's History Month, y'all. My name is Hale Baskin, and this is Colin Campbell. And we're going to do a tune for you today, an old Lightnin' Hopkins tune, an old Texas blues tune called Bring Me My Shotgun. But it's originally about shooting women, and we're going to redirect that energy somewhere more productive. Start shooting again, yes. I said, bring me my shotgun. I'ma have to shoot again. You know I'm gonna shoot the boss man, 'cause he's fooling with the lives of too many men. Just to spite your face. Yes. You cut off your nose, yeah, just to spite your face. Say, if I don't get satisfaction, there's bound to be bloodshed all up in this place. Yes. You know he tried to quit me when I ain't done nothing wrong. He put me out the door and I ain't even got no home. I said, bring me my shotgun and just 1 or 2 shells. Say, if I don't get competition, bound to be some trouble around here. Bring me my shotgun, yes, and just 1 or 2 shells. Yeah. Go on, bring me my shotgun, yeah, and a pocket full of shells. You know I'm gonna kill that boss man, gonna throw him down in that deep dark well. Hide him from everybody, they won't know where he's at. You know my daddy told me the day I left his door, he said, you're gonna be bad luck, girl, and I don't care where you go. I said, bring me my shotgun and just 1 or 2 shells. Now, if I don't get some competition, gonna be trouble all up in here. The man said, baby, you can't shoot me. He said, now you're dead or trying. Yes, I don't take a day off for nobody. He said, baby, you can't shoot me. Now don't you dare to try. I said, the only reason I don't shoot you, my double-barreled shotgun just won't fire. Yeah, Colin.
Listen, if there's one person you need to know in the city of Denton, it's Linnie McAdams. She was a civil rights pioneer and was the first black person to own a library card in the 1970s. She's done incredible things, but I'll just let her tell you about it.
People will often talk about what we did as kids growing up. And they say, did you all do that? And I think, no, you idiot. You know, we weren't allowed to. Isn't it gorgeous? The sculpture was done by the Mount Miller architects, the same people who did my house. Yes, that's why I keep fighting for that. I don't understand people who know what the right thing is and just are unwilling to open their mouths. You know, when I first came here, we couldn't use the city library. I remember getting up one day and my husband said, what are you going to do today or something? And I said, I think I'll go to the library today. And he said, you can't do that. Well, you can go over to the high school, Fred Moore High School. You can go over there and tell them what you want, what book you want. And then somebody from there communicates with the library. And at some point or other, the book will finally appear back at Fred Moore, and then you can go and get it. It's like, I criticize you for not knowing, but I put up every stumbling block I can find to make sure that you don't know. This woman was working as a volunteer down here, and I said, if they don't open that library and allow us to come in, there's really going to be trouble. I couldn't imagine. And I dare say my son was the very first black to get a library card after me, because I got one for him and for myself as soon as he was old enough. And then my daughter came right behind.
I knew she was fancy. I didn't know she was that fancy.
Yeah, okay.
Then I'm gonna need you to sign some papers for me in a little bit, maybe some headshots. I'm just saying.
Get some autographs.
Stop it. Between 1912 and 1937, just a year before I was born, a Jewish man whose name was Julius Rosenwald. He and Booker T. Washington together joined together to make schools available for black children. Because in the South, unlike the North, where they made some provision for them to go to school, in the South, black children just simply did not go to school. In fact, they didn't want you to learn to read and write. Before we had gone to school, when we lived in Lake Dallas, a lovely woman, her name was Mrs. Gocher. Now, I didn't appreciate all this until much later. Daddy was a farmhand. He worked that farm, and we lived there in this rundown, ramshackle house without plumbing or anything like that. That's the way we lived. And she drove by our house every day going to her job as a school teacher. And she obviously saw that we were old enough to be in school, and obviously that we were not, because we were always there when she came by. And there was no school in the area at all for black kids. She stopped one day and she asked my mother if she brought books from her school, would my mother like to have those to read to us, and she could drop them off. And Mother said yes. And I think now that I'm knowledgeable about things, I think what a drastic thing it was for Mrs. Gocher to do that. Yeah, it would have been in the 40s. That's right. I turned 10 years old in 1948, and that's when we moved over there. We moved over there, and I started at that school when I was 10. In all innocence, my brothers sat on either side of Mother, which, as she held the book like so, to read to us. And they were sitting on either side looking at the book. I sat up there. I looked at the whole thing upside down. I could read upside down and did not know that that was a thing. I just assumed, I guess, that everybody could read upside down because somebody was sitting there. You know, I look back and I still try to sort out why Southeast Denton and why Denton is like it is in terms of the race relations. And I think the move out of Quakertown, out of this park area where they lived, the people of Denton, the white power structure, had wanted to build a women's school, and they got the legislature's okay, but it was on the condition that they would clean up this area that the young women had to walk close to go downtown. Yeah. And as with often is the case with men, they came back home and sat down and didn't do anything. And so the women took up the charge. They were going to get these people moved out, and they did some not so nice things, including burning down the school that was here to get the message across that they needed to move. And I think that was so hard for the people who had a life, a good life for the times, and to have to move into this area that they considered less than their area, with people who were not thriving like they were, getting dumped over there was quite an ordeal, and one that they didn't get over quickly. And somehow there was a mayor's committee formed. Warren Whitson was the mayor at the time. I don't really know how I got on that committee. The committee decided that they were going to have to integrate now, so let's take this bull by the horn. And they came up, it's amazing when I think about it, with the most ridiculous, grandiose vision of one day we would pick a restaurant which the first blacks were going to go to, and we'd pick a nice black family, preferably a man and his wife and 2 kids, and we would alert all the people in the restaurant and all the people around, you're supposed to be nice. We're going to have to do this. So here we are marching orders, and I remember being in that room. I simply said, in my youthful ignorance, I don't think that's where we should start, because it does no good to have a restaurant open its doors to you if you have no money to go there. And the biggest problem in Denton for blacks is employment. Irv Bailey, who was then the general manager or something of More Business Farms, which covered a 5-state region at the time. It was a paper manufacturing company. And Irv Bailey stood up and allowed us to how well, he said, the problem with that is that the students who graduate from Fred Moore High School can't pass, they have what's equal to about a 7th grade education. He just said that out loud in front of everybody. And the students that graduate from Fred Moore can't pass the test. Whereupon, in my youthful ignorance, once again, I say, well, I don't know what kind of Mickey Mouse test you have down there, but whatever it is, I can pass it. But I just got dressed and marched right down to More Business Farms and applied for a job. I think I got interviewed about 5 times. We're talking about a file clerk job. I remember getting dressed the last time and saying, I know what they're trying to do, but I don't care how many times they call, because I said, I'm going to get dressed and go down here for this interview. They are not going to be able to say, we would have hired her, but we asked her to come in for an interview and she wouldn't come. Not going to say that. However many times I have to go down here, I'm going. But the people in More Business Farms, I worked in the order department, and I must say they were nice. Maddie was the manager of that department at the time. I can't remember her name right now, it escapes me. But anyway, she was insistent upon, this is a situation, we have this person and you're going to be nice. Because when somebody came in and literally threw down files on my desk for me to file back, she went to that person's boss and said, don't send her up there anymore. She can't come up there and be nice. So she, another woman, who would do the right thing. When I look back at it all, I think how awful it was. But to me, it was the price of success. And so I did it, but I never stopped speaking out. And the most fun thing I think that happened to me was that the executive staff got extra time at lunch to go to Kiwanis clubs and Lions clubs and those kind of things. I think it was monthly that they met. And I pointed out to them after a while, after I'd been there a while, pointed out to them that the League of Women Voters was indeed an agency similar to those, and I deserved to be able to go to the meeting, which also took place at noon. And they did. They let me go.
You're still at the League of Women Voters. That's great.
I am. I've been there for more than 50 years.
That's great.
Well, after that kind of thing, I could never have abandoned them. But I have a lot of gratitude for all of the people that have given me a helping hand along the way, and that still do. It just would not occur to me to say, not in my neighborhood. I mean, there are things that obviously don't belong in a neighborhood, but somebody else's house is not one of those things.
Kardashian West. I'm a mother, millionaire, law student, and billionaire.
My perspective, I like women. My girlfriend is a woman. I think a lot of people also really like underestimate how, I guess, tough they can have it, and that I feel like that goes for any group of people that gets discriminated against. But like before I ever started dating my girlfriend, I was really like not aware of, I don't know, almost like any of the struggles that they deal with. Like I know that it's dangerous for them to walk alone at night and everything like that, but it almost is anywhere at any time of day. Like they'll just get followed around all the time. Like my girlfriend, she even says like she doesn't want to go to the park alone in the middle of the day, and that's really whack. You constantly see stories of like people getting followed around. I walk around like all the time, and I don't think I would probably feel nearly as comfortable doing that if I had to worry about like some creep following me down the street, catcalling me, doing whatever. Like I feel just totally fine, and I think that's how most men feel. And they're like, oh, just be confident, just do this, but it's like none of that is ever going to be good enough. Yeah.
All right. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, thanks for watching Lil D TV. And again, I'm your host, Robin Harris, and I don't just host TV, apparently. I'm also a musician who makes alt-pop music right here in Denton, Texas. So check me out on Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you stream your music.
Chili?
That's chili banana.
I'm not correct.
No. Oh yeah, Colin has one in his car.
I used to have one. Cut for time. Oh, but you can stand. Worst case.
I hate it. Every second of it. It's so cold. I got it.
So much for the hardcore bring me my shotgun, girl.
It's fine.
Killed it.
Thanks.
And that's developed a lot of friendships and just social activity throughout the community and within this park. Yeah, it's speeding up now. We can give it a minute.
Yeah, let's give it a minute.
Yep. So as you can see, this is the original DG trail, and you can kind of even see it hasn't even been raining that much, but you can kind of see some of the washout and how that area and how it's literally lower than the adjacent rest of the trail. You can see how it's kind of washing out over the mow strip, and so obviously this creates a hazard issue for people trying to access. It's a trip hazard, fall hazard, and then as well for the dogs, it can be uncomfortable as well, and then it gets pretty muddy, so it's overall a little bit, gets a little cluttered. So as you can see here, these are the new 10-foot wide trails. It's 10 foot on each side, access and slope to where anybody can use it, wheelchair access, etc. And it looks better in my opinion. One thing that I noticed, I didn't think anything about it the first time I saw it, but the second or third time, seeing some of the dogs that would automatically walk onto some of the concrete mow strips on the edge of the original DG trail, I just thought it was funny, maybe the first time watching it, but even talking to some of the residents and how they explain that the dogs actually prefer the concrete surface as it's more comfortable for their paws. So it just goes to show that, you know, maintenance is a huge part of, you know, what we do here and why we want to make these spaces as open as possible.
The Denton Parks Department does an awesome job with everything they do, and this is just one piece of it. So the entire North Lakes area, tennis courts, putting greens, driving range, disc golf, just on and on and on with the whole complex here is just amazing. And it's the premier place for the city of Denton. So,
obviously, our park system is a place for people to come together.
It's 2 dudes, man.
Whether it's with their families, friends, or their animals. We try to provide spaces for people to enjoy and to use our park system. And it's heavily used park space within North Lakes Park. We've planted trees, so in the future there'll be shade. Obviously made it not as much right now as they grow. We've put in pavilions, benches, just for people to be able to hang out. We put in some decorative festival lighting around the perimeter of the dog parks. And we've even envisioned like a food truck area in the park system at some point in time, but we just haven't gotten to that point yet.
You look stoned.
I think they're all good people that come here for their dog's sake because they love their dog.
They're responsible dog owners, and I've made a very good friend here named Kathy. She's become a really good friend of mine. I went through some surgery, and she checked on me. And Lynn, I mean, we've just made lots of friends here. We're empty nesters, so it's just the dog. And
he's our kid.
He's our kid, and he knows that after dinner we're coming out here. He's ready. So and he's made friends.
I've been in Denton for many years. And it is a community. I tell my friends that don't have dogs, oh, we were at the dog park, and it's literally a community.
I think it definitely bridges a lot of gaps because you meet a bunch of people from different walks of life because of the common denominator. They all have dogs, so that makes it fun because then you run into those people in the community and you're like, hey, how you doing? I have depression, I have anxiety, I have all those things, and I realized I needed, something to take care of, and so I decided to get myself a fur baby, and it was the best choice I ever made, and I've had her for a little over a year now, and it's helped me get out more. I, get more active. It would just turn into the routine. She became my routine, and it gave me more things to do, so that was awesome.
To Denton County Line. I'm Lenny McAdams.
All the cable subscribers in the Denton area. Hey, Dallas.
I'm Lorinda. Denton's population is only 15,000. You know how everyone always says, back in my day? Well, this is it. We have schools, neighborhoods, this month's episode episode is Lil D little? We found Denton's littlest small business.
Why does everyone like Shave Ice so much?
The square footage of this building is 71 square feet. Out today to Wild West Shave Ice. $10 is your total. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram. Wild West Shave Ice on both. It's on the cup to make it super easy to remember, and that way you're going to know all the good, the bad, and the ugly about Wild West Shave Ice.
Review.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I'm a big reviewer.
Thank you. I am Susan Oakes with Wild West Shave Ice. We are located at 1640 West University in Denton, Texas. A shave ice is ice that has been shaved. It is not crushed ice or pebble ice like you would get with a snow cone. It is the smoothest, softest ice. It is like eating fresh snow. Well, and some exciting news, we are approaching our 100,000th snow cone made here in Denton. This building is about a 1950s old photo fox building. And those actually were built here in Denton and sent all over the country. So this is an original. To my knowledge, it was a FedEx drop-off spot where you would drop off your FedEx mails to get shipped off places. At one point in time, it was a pie shop. It was a coffee shop. And the last thing it was before I moved in was Frio's popsicle stand. A lot of people have known that this building has been here forever and a day. Some of the disadvantages, it is extremely small. It's, at most, I can put 3 people in there at a time to work. I don't have a lot of room for extra supplies. I have to haul in my water. I have to make sure that I have what I need every day coming into work. I don't have any extra storage, so what I have is what it has. I do end up bringing in a lot of extras, but there's not a lot of extra room for it. The other great thing, though, is the drive-thru. With the drive-thru, people don't have to get out of their car in 120-degree Texas heat, or if there's a mom with a sleeping baby, it makes it super convenient for them to swing in. Running a business, any business, is hard work. You have to be dedicated. You have to keep your books. You have to know your supplies. You have to have staff. I have to drive down to Louisville to the closest big cup distributor. I have my syrups come from across country, so I have to plan I have to plan for shipping delays. I have to plan for, with staffing, I have to make sure that people are covered. Like with the Easter holiday, half of my crew wanted the holiday off, so I had to adjust for that. When running a business, there's a whole lot of things that you have to think about. I don't use any sort of additives that I don't have to, and so that's another challenge. I also don't skimp on my materials, because even with inflation and prices going up and down, like sometimes you would think that you would want to cut corners, and I don't. Quality over quantity every single time. But I want the mom and dads to be able to come and treat their family and not worrying about how much it's going to cost, and not worrying about it costing them $50 to treat 3 of their kids, or having to tell them no. It's hard to explain it, but like, being a small town girl from Wyoming, coming into Denton, it feels like home. People are welcoming, people are nice, people ask you how you're doing. They care about their city. They want Denton to still feel that way, and that's important to me as a business. I want my business to still feel like you've just walked down to the corner and people know who you are, people know your name, people know that. I have people who come regularly every Sunday at 4 o'clock. I could time my watch by some of these people that come, and I know their kids' names, I know their orders, I know their birthdays, and by doing that, it just brings that full circle to that like hometown feel. No matter what we put in your cup, you can get ice cream, gummy bears, or gummy worms on the bottom, completely optional but no extra charge. Pick up to 3 flavors. I'm excited to be able to give Denton that place that you want to go for your birthdays, that place that you want to make sure that you hit on the last day of school and the first day of school, that spot where mom and dad brought you if you got an A on your report card. And we are doing that, and that makes us feel good.
people like small towns is for that small town feel. Everybody knows everybody. It's comfortable, but maybe not so comfortable for everyone.
Nailed it.
Are we cut? Okay. Ooh, it's hot out here, right?
It's a 1906 house. It is Italianate. Italianate is the style. It's a late Victorian. That chandelier was made by Thomas Edison's fledgling company. I've been writing a history piece for the Denton Record Chronicle for several years now. So I probably have, I think there's over 200 articles out there on it. My name is Annetta Ramsey, and we are in my home office on Oak Street. Denton, it was really just a settlement when it became the city of Denton. The area where the courthouse sat was heavily timbered, and you could work at your business in the morning and go shoot your lunch on where the courthouse sat. So it was just a tiny little settlement. They did not get all the railroads they wanted, and so when that happened, a group called the Syndicate decided to that education would be our business. And what they did was they set up UNT, and they did a terrible job. They gave them 10 acres. They gave them a handful of desks, a bell, I mean, just a small amount of stuff, and somehow, against all odds, UNT survived. But what they were doing was, it was a business opportunity for the syndicate. They were selling property all around the 10 acres, so UNT has been landlocked from day one. 10 acres was never enough for a university. We were there to make money, and the main person was Judge Carroll. Judge Carroll was a pretty aggressive man, and the syndicate became the Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce has always had a very big hand in running the city. They don't like me to say that, but it is true. And it portrayed black men as unable to control their rage. So suddenly people were afraid of men because, you know, they thought they were all rapists. And also they had been to war and they knew how to use a gun. Truth was, everybody knew how to use a gun back then. Yeah, it was the Wild West. Alvin Elsley, Denton resident, said, when you put a gun in the hands of a Negro, it ruins the Negro. I believe in September of 1920, if I'm correct, there was a Klan rally, and it started over here at what used to be Calhoun Junior High School, wound around the square. That's when they left a note at the Denton, or the Record and Chronicle newspaper office, saying that the Klan stands for the sanctity of young women. Marion Browley, the president of TW at the time. Browley was a darling in Austin. He comes to Denton. The hateful people are like, oh, cool, we've met our man. So he was the president of the College of Industrial Arts. He was the chairman of the board, what became UNT. He was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, president of the Rotary Club. And I believe he did most of his stuff as the president of the Chamber of Commerce. And the reason I think that is that he talked about wanting to get rid of the Negroes in the middle of the city in a business way. Also, the Quakertown school burned in September of 1913. It was thought to be arson, and I can't imagine that it was anything other than Klan. And it has rotted. It's not like Tulsa, where they set a whole city on fire, but in some ways, I think that what happened in Denton was just as violent, just it took a different form. There were people who disagreed with this, and I know for a fact that the guy who built this house did not agree with this activity, because he and his neighbors got called out in a newspaper article on April 6th, 1920, and they called them selfish of spirit. Because who wouldn't want a park? Because Quakertown was about having a park. And of course, when Quaker moved, there was no park for many years. Writing this book, it's a book about the Denton Women's Interracial Fellowship. They formed in 1965, just after the Civil Rights Act passed, and it became apparent that Denton was going to have to desegregate. Denton was the first city in Texas to desegregate. Yeah, and UNT was the first college team to have a black football player on it. So we had some really good things. These white women wanted to have like a friendship group with the black women. And they thought, well, if our kids are going to be in school, at least they'll have friends that are black, and it'll help them, it'll help the black children. The hours these women spent tutoring the black students, and actually the school district did nothing to prepare these kids for what they were going to face. There were things I was writing about that I just had to stop and not write for a day or two because it was pretty upsetting. That group is the neatest thing that I think Denton ever did. It was a group of women. So hopefully by the end of the year, it's in press at Texas A&M. You know, that was a really good thing about Denton being a small town, was that people knew each other, and so for these white women who had never met a black person, this group grew to be about 70 people at its zenith, and it created an expectation throughout the city that racism wasn't going to be tolerated.
Here's the thing about Denton. So back in 1974, when I was born, kids would come to school at North Texas State University, and on the weekends they go home, and the summers they go home. If you had a small business like ours, you probably didn't survive. Boy, I sure do miss the old days. It's time to take my vitamins. Before your parents started caring so much about you that they tracked you on your phone all the time, you went to Denton High School to get drunk. You went to Fry Street to get drunk. You went to the Square to get drunk. And you went to Jonathan's to get drunk and pick up old ladies. God, I miss those days. Back in our days, we learned to read by reading the Morrison Milling sign. Back in my day, if you wanted a personal pan pizza, you had to take the risk of getting in a gunfight with the Texas Rangers at Pizza Hut. So if you wanted any alone time, you had to sit around a bunch of other perverts at the rat hole. Back in my day, if you wanted to be mayor, there wasn't PAC money. There was Publishers Clearinghouse. Boy, things sure have changed. Back in my day, we didn't have Murder Kroger, Cheese Kroger, or MILF Kroger. All you had was the Big Pig and the Little Pig. They were both on University Drive, about 2 blocks from each other. Then they closed those and made the Good Pig. Good old Denton. Denton. Oh, wait a second. Oh, My kombucha's ready.
Oh no. That's the future. Denton's population keeps growing. Tonight's top story, how to save the soul of Denton.
No. I'd say it's a small city.
It's over 100,000 people.
100, yeah. It's, you know, if you want to go by the U.S. Census Place designation book, I think it counts as a small city or something.
Yeah.
And I know, you know, people have been here a long time and they think of Denton as a small town, and those who have come in think of Denton as a growing small metropolis. And I really love our little world right here because we get the best of both worlds.
I always make this joke that if you're not inside the loop that's made by I-35 and the actual loop, you're not actually in Denton.
We feel like we're in a small town when we can choose to have regular engagements with the people we know in our neighborhood.
I think anymore it can feel really small townish, especially when you keep going to the same places. But seeing these more and more giant apartment complexes come in and just level everything and plop down with nothing interesting about them or nothing interesting around them, it can feel pretty big city.
We feel like we're in a small town when we can choose to have regular engagements with the people we know in our neighborhood.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's exploded, right? It's grown like crazy. Just population. You know, I was coming up here when I was a kid. It was like we'd go to recycled. That was kind of the only thing for somebody my age to do. That's fair. That's fair.
Go crazy on me now.
Bam! $8 whole and 12 whole cents. A decade. Like, look there. That is a Jesse Fry beer made with Noble Ray in Dallas. And I guess now I was part of that group that, you know, John had just opened Oak Street. Oak Street had been open for a while. And then he opened East Side. And while we were working on this place, Maddie and John Lenz were opening up Harvest House. And so I saw all this growth all at once that I was a part of right on the square. So I love that. I love that the square blossomed like it did, and that so many people they gravitated to it, right? Compared to when I was a kid. But now I guess we're seeing a lot of folks moving into town that, what did we say on the census? The last, 5 years, we've seen 35,000 people added to the city. I would bet a good amount of that 35,000 don't even know what the square is.
One of the things that really sets it apart from the rest of DFW is there is such a strong presence of artistry and community that you see community in some other places, and you see art in other places, but it's not so intertwined with the identity of the city in so many other places. And that's what I want to help bring out, because I know there's so many more people in Denton that have something to show off, something to share, and don't have the chance to or are afraid to because they don't know where to go. So yeah, welcome to the control room. I'll basically talk about what's going on here. And almost all of our stuff was donated originally. So I have lights from American Airlines Center. I've got a graphic system from NBC5, the desks, all of the TVs, Y2K non-compliant Grass Valley splitter. And now we have a ton of shows. Like next Friday, we're starting the D&D stuff, which may already be out by the time that people watch this. But the whole idea is that it's open to the public. So that people can come in here and use the space. And the only request I ask in return, no money, nothing like that. I just want to make sure that I can air it on TV and show it off. My name is Dean Marshall. I am the Senior Media Technical Manager at Mayborn School of Journalism, which means that I run the Denton Community Television Station and help a lot of the students with all of their projects, and we are in the Chilton studio. But all of it can be controlled by one person right here. We can record each of the cameras individually. I used to use this piece. This caused a huge issue for me. When I started, there was barely anything attached to DCTV, but it had a history. And I don't want Denton to lose that weirdness, and I want to bring it back. There's always going to be a fight between, you know, the loss of culture with the expanded amount of people and the new culture that exists and the old culture. You're going to have a fight between all three of those. And if I can just make sure that there's some way that we can keep that old culture and celebrate it, while also trying to create a new culture that exists in parallel to that old culture, it's something I want to do.
What they need to know. You need to relate today's events to the local scene.
Well, the pros and cons of rapid city growth. Folks are just buying houses to move to Texas. They don't know about this town. They don't know about the house shows, the art installations, the concert venues, the bars, the one-off restaurants. So one is you don't get folks that engage with the coolest parts of this town. Yeah, I cannot imagine what it's like to have to pull into this town brand spanking new and find a place that's affordable. Culture shock and financial shock all at once. Yeah.
So if someone's wanting to purchase like a $350,000 house and live comfortably with, say, the payment of, let's just go $3,100 a month, depending on how much you put down, of course, makes a difference. And that $3,100 includes your taxes, your insurance, you know, the whole escrow bucket. It's probably going to be at least $110,000 to $125,000 a year salary, which you're going to have to be making six figures right now. And that's where you're seeing the average first-time homebuyer right now is 38 years old. 38. Okay, like I was 29, was I 28? 20? I was late 20s when we bought our first house. But you look, and I remember going to some forecast, real estate forecast several years ago, and a professor speaking, and he kept saying, your future kids that are graduating college are not going to be able to buy a house. And we were like, oh, whatever. They're going to graduate. They're going to have, they can't. I mean, when I first got licensed, I mean, our home, we bought it in 2004. Well, I got licensed in 2008. So we bought our first house in 2004, got the house, brand new construction home in South Denton, Sundown Ranch, $144,000. And honestly, at that time, John and I were like, oh, we're buying such an expensive house. This is more than we could ever even imagine. Like that's probably over our budget. That same house now is like $375,000. It's just, it's crazy to me. How I survive my caffeine, my sweet tea, and my caffeine. I probably don't need it. It's nuts. As a real estate professional, you're right. Denton, it's still affordable compared to other places. But is it really affordable? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. And I have different perspectives because for me, as a local agent, the past couple years, I've found it hard that like my people that work in this community can't afford to live in this community. So your teachers, your city employees, the ones that are working hard and their pay doesn't help with the cost of living that we have here. So that's a whole different topic.
You have alternate routes going out, but
you know, the starving artists are all working 70 hours a week to be starving artists instead
10
of
hours
30.
Yeah.
Right. And they have positive pressure systems in them.
Homelessness, but it reduces the severity of it.
Yeah, so Stronger Denton is what is termed a Strong Towns local conversation. It's really just people who care about their town coming together to try to talk through some of the issues and concerns and ways forward that the Strong Towns national organization talks about. And I would say it's really come down to are we letting our communities be incremental anymore? Or are we forcing them to be, you know, what they say, built to a finished state?
You know, if you travel abroad, you see all these different ways of structuring your cities, and we just don't see them in the US anymore. And we go on vacation there, and we love it there, and then we have to come home to the same suburban bullshit. And it gets to you wondering to where, like, well, why aren't we doing this? And then you start looking into it, and you find out, oh, it's hell to do it.
the way the city is currently, the way it is zoned, it is a lot. There's a lot of non-conforming, but then if you build new stuff, it's either strip mall with a large parking lot, single-family home, or a large apartment complex. It's not. You cannot build conforming use without following those rules. So like all the cool places that are downtown in Fry Street are not allowed to be built today.
I always make that argument. I'm like, if downtown were to burn down today, like the whole place, it would be functionally illegal under our laws to rebuild it as it is right now.
Okay, my name's Liam. I'm a graduate of the UNT Urban Policy and Planning program. UPOP for life.
My name is Christine. I am a member of Mobility Committee, Zoning Board of Adjustments, alongside Liam.
Yep.
Formerly chair of Charter Review Committee. Stronger Denton is a group where we talk about better cities. How do we make more housing options so that rent can go down? How do we make it easier to get around? How do we make it so that there can be more like small businesses and arts culture and all of those things from the perspective of like city laws and city codes and the power that the city has over those things. It's really important for me. I'm a trans woman. Denton is one of the few cities in Texas that is relatively safe for transgender people. And so if it's expensive to live here, or if you're a disabled trans person and it's impossible to get around without a car for you, that's a huge problem for my community because there's very few communities that we are safe in.
We don't really have strong power. Our power is caring. Like, we care enough about this stuff to try to raise attention, to go to the meetings, to be involved, to put our efforts behind it, to raise awareness, those kind of things. So that's our limited power. And it means more in these small towns where people don't go out and vote as much in the primaries. They don't. Like, our power is that we care enough to go out and do the things.
But yeah, like for the areas like literally like I-35, like
I'm not trying to say like everything is bad, but I will say that over the decades where we used to allow like anybody to do anything, right, as far as expanding their building or whatnot, then we had really bad things happen, like Chicago fires and the old courthouse burnt down before the one that we knew and loved, and maybe we would have liked that older one better. I don't know, right? And so there's real needs for community safety, fire safety that have to be thought about when you expand and build new buildings. In my view, we've gotten so many more layers of that what it creates is an environment where opening up a 800 square foot restaurant is not profitable for somebody who wants to build a building, while putting in another Target is easy because they can get a loan rubber stamped in an afternoon.
No,
right?
it's like I get it like a GoPro or something and ride your bike on Oak, like the Oak Street bike lane, and see how safe you feel.
And you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And through a car, because that's the least harsh way to do it.
Yeah. No.
Well, I keep hearing the roads are all clogged, and we're not prepared for new neighborhood development and runoff and flooding. And that's one that I horribly hate to say this, but I ignore it. Right? That's not something I can control. Yeah, those would be the downsides.
Yes, it's changed, of course, with the population boom and the construction and just all the commercialization going on, but the camaraderie is still there, I think.
Upside is you have more folks, those that do know, right, that are on the inside of everything that's going on, or that go out and engage the community, they get added to the fold. You get another voice to shout about all the cool stuff going on, or to, clap at the band, or buy that art piece, or what else we got? Mac and Cheese Festival. What the hell are we doing? That's still going strong. That's an awesome festival put on by Komodo and Oak Street. 3 of those are designed by Matthew Salick.
I started my career out in Deep Ellum back in the late 80s. I had been working a few years before that, but man, once Deep Ellum hit, it was off like a rocket. But we moved out of Deep Ellum and moved to the country, bought a house out in the country so my kid Cameron here wouldn't live in the city and could kind of have a country life. And man, going from Deep Ellum to Burleson was rough. They had no idea what murals, they call them murials, they had no idea what it could do for a town.
So now I think it's helped that there's more murals in town, and I think a lot of people notice if you start doing one mural on a building, other buildings start wanting that type of thing. How you doing? People love it. It becomes part of the community. Before you know it, people start opening businesses themselves. This is called art-based economic development, and it's a way to bring art to people who don't necessarily go to the art museums and stuff. It's all empty today.
Community. People like the sense of community that they have. They like the feeling and the sense of safety with a close-knit community. You know, someplace that they can raise their kids.
And coming from Deep Ellum to that was quite a contrast. It was pretty sweet because it was safe. We did know all our neighbors. My mower broke, my neighbor would bring me his to use. You know, you really build a bunch of close friendships. Everybody actually is quite caring in a small town.
But to that point, when you do have, I lived in Denton when I first moved to Texas in '88. It was to Denton, and I love Denton. I love it. It's a great college town. It's just a great city. And to me, when people don't hold on to what makes Denton great, they don't have a sense of pride for that. What brings to mind is a saying that if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Then everything gets to be disjointed, and a city can lose its identity that way.
It's not as unique as it once was. Like, Austin was always unique because there were all these different types of restaurants and everything. And with that explosion they had, people are worried they've lost the culture. But I still go over there, and there's still a lot of crazy people with ideas that just want to start up something you never heard of it before. So I think it's still a really creative town, and people are trying everything there. But you just have to be careful because sometimes the corporations do take over, and it becomes just like every town you travel through. If you don't have an old town to kind of help. So in my opinion, I think they should keep exploring stuff to do in the old part of town.
What?
What are you saying about me?
Nothing whatsoever. How about you?
I want to be an esthetician when I graduate.
A what? Sorry, my hearing aids have been really, and it sounded like you said you wanted to be an executionist, and I was like,
Not her.
what?
Not me.
Weird.
You guys look like I love it.
I don't know who that's insulting to.
You know what? It's funny when this grows out. It's curly like yours. He looks. You know, when we've lived in the other small towns, we knew the neighbors. When I went to, God, I wish I could remember the name. Oh, Spencer's, the pharmacy in Pasadena. It was, you know, with the soda jerks and everything. I am kind of that old. You know, you knew the people working behind the counter. So, and that's where, you know, you still get some of that here. We know a lot of the people because we interact with them daily. So, in that regard, it's still small to me. I know the people I'm working around, but it's, again, like you said, it is a growing metropolis. New people are coming in all the time, and they bring in both, you know, can be good and bad. They bring in the good to me because they want to see more happen around here. So when they, you know, say we'd like this, and this, and people respond and try to bring it, I think it makes the whole community better.
That's fair. Yeah, that's kind of a scary thought, to lose that heart and that genuine. That's the other word I use often for Denton. It's not if you have enough money, you can be creative or you can be a part of that creative scene. No, you actually have to show up to the gallery shows and go out for drinks and go to the Amped Guard battles at McKenna, to meet these people. And Denton has that for sure. It's there. It's still there. Yeah. Wait, am I looking at you or am I looking at this camera? Because this is not comfortable. I am Ben Easley, and I'm here at the Bearded Monk.
It is yes, no, maybe. How's that for the answer? There's obviously, again, here, yes. If you're over by where Buc-ee's is expanded to, no, it probably doesn't seem that way. I mean, the idea of, I love Buc-ee's to death, but the idea of that giant place in a small town just seems weird. But it really is, because it's over there off, you don't want to go to Buc-ee's, you don't have to go to it. I have both worlds here, and it's great.
Our next segment features a song from a man who's deeply rooted in Denton's community. As a blues musician, he has one foot in the past and one foot in the future.
My name is Will Capanos. I'm also known as Dim Locator. I've been a musician in Denton for almost 30 years now. Played in lots of bands, been involved with the music scene. I'm going to play an old blues song by an old Texas bluesman named Mance Lipscomb. This is called Ain't It Hard.
Whenever you're ready. Roll it.
Ain't it hard? 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 Man, did you know that it's true? You can love somebody that don't love you. Sometimes, sometimes, sometimes. Sometimes our baby's too good to die. Sometimes I think my baby's too good to die. In the middle my grave, skip clean. Ain't it hard? 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 Yeah, man, but you know that it's true. You can love somebody that don't love you. You can love somebody that don't love you.
How's that rain hitting you?
It's getting me good. This is not my usual venue.
No, not even. The future is inevitable. Thanks for watching this month's episode. If you'd like to keep in touch with Lil D TV, feel free to send carrier pigeon, see you at the movie theater, or tune into the radio. Okay. Thanks for watching.
Nick at Night's regularly scheduled programming will not be seen at this time, so that we may bring you the following special presentation.
Transvestite DJ. Transvestite.
Liberalism. Across the country and across the globe, liberalism is spreading like one of those little weeds that spreads across your yard. But has it come to Denton, the heart of common sense? On today's program, we're going to ask the painful question: is Denton liberal? We'll begin our discussion with a concerning development at one of those bastions of freedom, the fire department.
Comments are pretty hilarious online.
Yeah.
It's hours entertainment just reading people roasting us.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That would be you! You lucky devil, you! Follow me!
Oh gosh, yes. I've tried to. I do all of our social media,
Yeah.
and I've tried to stay off of it as much as I can. It drives me crazy. They think that we've drunk the woke Kool-Aid. You know, I can't help ignorance, but all I can do is provide the facts and have people, you know, read the article and see what we're doing out here. And
Sure, whatever. I don't know if you want to get it from that side with the glare or not. I'm not sure what.
yeah, David Boots, Battalion Chief of the Denton Fire Department and Public Information Officer.
Max Fernandez, firefighter here at Station 1 on A shift for the Denton Fire Department.
So this is the Pierce Volterra fire engine. So it is an electric engine, but it also has a backup diesel engine in it. So it runs full electric, full EV, but it also has that backup diesel engine. So we'll never get caught stranded on the side of the road or anything. So
We'll turn it on and you can see how loud it is. So that's it there. It's turned on at the moment. Not very loud, pretty quiet compared to the actual diesel engines there.
the funny story behind that is this building was the electric power plant for the city of Denton from the 1930s to the 1960s. And then it sat vacant for over 20 years, almost 30 years really, and converted it to a fire station. And they called the fire station the powerhouse because it was the electric generating plant. Well, now we've got the first EV in Texas, so it's kind of fitting that the first electric fire engine is at the powerhouse.
It's a lot more quiet, a lot less, feels a lot less hectic on scene just because it's easier to communicate with other guys and stuff. Just like anything, if it's being run a little harder, then the battery drains a little quicker. But cool thing about it is it'll detect when it's low and it'll transition to that diesel motor seamlessly, whatever it is you're doing, whether you're driving, whether you're pumping, you shouldn't notice any difference in that.
Have you noticed any like speed differences or anything like that, or handling differences?
Not necessarily. I haven't noticed any significant difference. It just drives a little different because obviously it's electric versus the diesel. If you ever drive an electric car, you just notice the difference, but nothing that's hindering us. Or
it is a little bit shorter than a normal fire engine, and it weighs, I think, 3,000 pounds more than a regular fire engine. So because of the battery packs. So it is a little bit heavier, but it still carries 500 gallons of water, still pumps 1,500, 2,000 gallons a minute, whatever it is.
As far as the pumping goes, yeah.
Cancer in the fire service is a much higher rate than the normal population. We operate in a continually toxic environment, and so anytime we can reduce exhaust emissions, that's going to be a plus. Second thing was timing. To get a new fire engine right now, if I wrote the check today, it's going to be 4 years before you can get it. That's the backlog. However, on the EV line of production, it's a little over a year. So we were able to get it 3 years sooner. We were running short on reserve apparatus, and we needed a replacement pretty quickly. So yes, it is more expensive, but we could get it here a lot quicker.
Pump is here. The difference between the other engines and this one is that there's got to be some space created for the battery. So this section here is actually the battery, and it's mounted vertically here. Just like any other EV car, that's where it plugs in. And we have our charger right here in the station.
To your left.
To plug it in here. Charger here they got us is pretty heavy duty, so we did
do one charge whenever it was almost at zero, whenever we were about to put it in service, and it went from 0 to 100% in 90 minutes.
Yeah, so it's about a minute, a percentage.
Yeah, this is not your standard home charging unit. This is a full battalion station, so you've got a battalion chief that runs the east side of town here, so he's got 5 fire stations that he oversees. You've got the ambulance here, we've got the fire engine, we've got the truck, the rescue truck, and then a reserve ladder truck down there at the end. So it's a full station, full house, and everybody here is rescue qualified. So if there's any type of rescue at all in the city, this station is going to be going to it. So when I got started, we had 5 fire stations, 5 engines, 3 ambulances. Now we have 9 fire stations, 9 fire engines, 2 trucks, 8 medics, 2 battalion chiefs on duty. Yeah, big change. We're doing a lot of great things up here. You know, not only with apparatus, but our training, our personnel. We've got a great group of people, you know, that work here and serve our citizens.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the rest of it at this point is just like a regular engine as far as compartments and stuff go. Nothing's changed there.
Well, I guess what it boils down to is there's a lot of local pride. You know, we serve our citizens. These guys are out doing public education and special events and stuff all the time. I mean, the Central Fire Station gets tagged a lot for things. I mean, everything from hanging the flag for the turkey trot, you know, to going out and being on standby for the 4th of July, you know, for the run for that. Being downtown for Arts and Jazz Fest, you know, the medics running for that. So, I mean, we're always out and about. Having the new Mean Green themed fire engine at Fire Station 3. That's a rolling billboard, you know, not only for the university, but for us too. It's very unique and it's got national attention. So, you know, there's a lot of pride in our department that we really focus on promoting Denton through it.
Don't run off. The show will be right back.
Here's the thing about Denton.
When you show up in Wise County and Denton County, you cannot but be inspired.
Uplift their drag. What do we do?
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
But it turns out that the fire department isn't the only place where liberalism is showing its ugly head. We've always known that the realm of art and entertainment has been where some of the most scurrilous members of society have taken up residence. Unfortunately, Denton is no different. The next segment will introduce you to some musicians, a band, as they call them, called Tanya and the Hardings, who have written a song with lyrics which are undeniably liberal biased. The name of the song is New Bohemia. Listen for yourselves, if you can.
This next song is sponsored by Milagro. Milagro, te emborrachas rápido.
Wow.
That means it gets you drunk fast.
I cannot drink from a bottle properly.
You can smile.
Tell him, smile for me.
Smile.
Smile for me. Smile.
No.
Did you get it?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I
got
a little
bit.
Yeah. Okay, but some of these places don't do their homework. And we got on a festival in Dallas. And
We won't say which one for legal reasons.
and I'm waiting. I start to walk over to talk to a friend, and one of the organizers comes up and says, he's not supposed to be here. I was like, who? He was not supposed to be here.
What? Which one of us?
Astro?
Astro.
Yeah. It's fine. It's just that if he doesn't play, I don't play. And she's like, wait, how long's he been in your band? I was like, since the beginning of Tanya and the Hardings, like 5 years, 6 years?
Everybody has a shirtless, oiled up saxophone guy like in their minds when they think of Lost Boys. And he played at Three Links, and I tell you what, you know, he's aged very, very well. Like you could see, like when he oiled himself.
I'm Tanya Lincoln, and these are the guys from my band, Tanya and the Hardings.
I'm Dick Harding.
Warren D.P. Harding. Rod Harding.
And I'm Steed.
We're going to talk about New Bohemia. The song that we're going to do is it's a sarcastic way of looking at myself, actually. Whenever I wrote this song, I was thinking about my college years and my friends, and going from this very sheltered lifestyle to college and vegetarian to learning about Buddhism. And it occurred to me one day that this was actually kind of a very stereotypical path that a lot of my friends were taking, and that it's just all wrapped up in my head with this saying from the musical Rent. In the one of the songs, he goes, "Bohemia is a fantasy in your head. Bohemia is dead." And I just started playing in my head so much, and I kept thinking about how, yeah, Bohemia is dead, but there's this new version of it, and it's this weird dystopian version of Bohemia. And so the whole song is just a sarcastic look at my own college years, really.
Fuck yeah.
The irony is I was still a vegetarian when I wrote the song, and I do still study Buddhism. So I grew up middle class in the middle of the country, and I never once
to the drink breaks.
Now I'm running all about the Buddhist way, and I found a new path that I can escape. I love the Dalai Lama and I follow his word, and none of my questions are ever absurd. Nothing in the world has made me feel so good. You should do it too. It's the only way. I'm new bohemia. I'm new bohemia. My friends are all like me, but we think we're individuals. I lived up this store and it's so common. You think you know better than me? I know better than you. I'm new bohemia. I'm new bohemia. My friends are all like me, but we think we're individuals. I lived up this door and it's so common. You think you know better than me, but I know better than you.
Did you get Astro with that?
Alvin and the Chipmunks will return after these messages.
I'm California Secretary of State March Fong Yu.
You know me.
Don't get caught short in the race to register to vote. If you've moved, changed your name, want to change parties, or you're not registered, you must register by May 5th. Forms are available at the locations appearing on the screen.
Jog your memory.
Register today.
Right.
And so, you can see that liberalism has taken root in Denton. But I have bad news for you. Hold on, because you're about to be exposed to an onslaught of liberalism, the likes of which may cause your bile to rise.
If we don't get up, what are we gonna do? Shut it down! If we don't get it, what are we gonna do? Shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! If we don't get it, shut it down! Separate the church and state! We will differ and take, separate the church and state!
We will separate and take, separate the church and state! I think Denton wants to be a liberal progressive place, but oftentimes falls short when it comes to actually being progressive. UNT markets itself as a progressive school, yet has been incrementally taking away our multicultural center, our Pride Alliance, and now our ability to do drag on campus. It's disgusting, honestly.
No peace, no peace, no peace, no peace, no justice! No peace, no peace, no peace, no peace, no justice!
My name's Arden. I'm the chair of the Young Democratic Socialists of America here at UNT. We helped organize this protest here with a couple of our drag community because our school decided not to ban drag per se, but to pause it. Whatever they mean by that, we have not been able to find out. But what we're doing here today is that we just want our whole student body to know that our university banned drag. They tried their hardest to not say it. They tried their hardest to keep it quiet, and they tried to keep it as silent as possible. They didn't send emails, they didn't notify the student body, rather they just told two organizations, the Sigma Lambda Betas and the GLAD, that they were hosting drag shows this month and that they couldn't do them this month. They had to hold off. They were paused. indefinitely. That's why we're holding this protest, and we're going to held it ASAP. It's because we don't want our university to just quietly get away with doing something else that they've done this semester without any kind of statement. It's disgusting that our school focuses on giving billions of dollars to weapons manufacturers while closing down departments and shutting down drag. Shame! Shame! We're going to get started here with a march. We're going to march all the way to administration over there so that we can be louder, and so that when we do performances, they can't ignore it because they'll be looking right outside the window.
No peace, no justice. When trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! When trans lives are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back! What do we do? Stand up, fight back! Hold your head up high, drag will never die! Please, hold your head up high, drag will never die! No cops, no KKK, no fascist USA! No cops, no KKK, no fascist USA!
And it just kind of makes us all feel unsafe. All of the students, all of the queer students that are here, which is a large part of our community here, chose this campus because they felt safe within the queer community in Denton specifically. It's more about the campus, it's also the city that we're in, and our city is a strong queer stronghold in Texas. And it's just disgusting to see our university not turn their back only on our students, but our community as a whole. It's embarrassing to see these children like Harrison Keller in office who only had qualifications for being some book banner in Texas State, who was just given the job by Greg Abbott, like the rest of our board of trustees, who just sit there and doing the laziest job possible.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down!
It's disgusting that Republicans and Democrats perpetuate the crimes and the punishments that we experience. It's disgusting. It is disgusting that we even have to tell our university that this is a basic breach of First Amendment rights.
Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. Shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of morality.
Performance is so good that the MAGA people couldn't help but be in the front row.
I come from Austin, and so Denton feels very much like home to me in a lot of ways, and a lot of really problematic ways, frankly. And one of those is, of course, same question that Austin gets asked, like, are we a liberal city? Is Denton a liberal city? And it kind of just goes to that whole saying of just like, when you're in power in Texas, it doesn't super matter what political party you're in. We can see, like, in Denton, our Democrats are led by people like Paul Meltzer, like somebody who is just happy and content to receive like bankrolls and money, and that really comes down to it eventually is like in communities like Austin and Denton where there's a liberal sentiment within the community as a whole. Politicians start to get in on this and just start to do whatever public-facing thing that they need to do to remain in power. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here in queer rights, for instance, where they are completely just oblivious, goes right above them with the queer community. Whenever we have a Republican federal government, even some of the liberal tendencies that we can find in our local government or even local administration or organizations like our university can backslide dramatically just to comply with the current political framework.
If there's a drag ban and we say fuck you, we're gonna do drag whenever we want. Is there a drag ban then? No! Struggle connects with queer struggles, connects with immigrant struggles, and connects with Palestinian liberation. And we cannot let it end here, and we cannot forget this today, and we cannot allow ourselves to go home and feel happy that we've gone to one protest and that. I'm a history major. I actually think the students of every generation are inclined to be more progressive and to fight for their own rights. I don't think it's something special of Gen Z. I actually think it's something about being young. I can hear your southern drawl.
In moments where you feel unsafe at a lot of times, it is the communities that you find that make you feel safe. That's kind of the community that we try to find here in Denton. You know, within the YDSA, the SJP, the GLAD, there's all these student organizations on campus that are truly just about making safe spaces that our university specifically tries to dismantle.
To where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club.
Thank you back, thank you McGee.
Thank you back, thank you McGee.
Everyone else, defend Prop B.
Everyone else defend Prop B.
Districts 1, 2, 4, and 3.
Districts 1, 2, 4, and 3.
Voted for this. Defend Prop B.
Voted for this. Defend Prop B.
Whose rights defend Prop B?
Yeah, looks good.
And implement
Oh, wait.
issue.
I'm going to put this on the ground, please. No, you look good.
The legalization of marijuana is on the ballot in Denton.
If approved, Proposition B would require law enforcement in Denton to ignore low-level marijuana possession.
Nick Stevens says that is just one indicator of how confident the group is.
People are really hurting. And it was the same when I fought for cannabis decriminalization. Because I'll talk to some people who don't agree with me and say, how could you? You did this, that, and the other. I started taking cannabis because of PTSD. I experienced sexual assault as a kid. And I took antidepressants, I prayed, I went to therapy, and cannabis helped.
Yeah, what's happening is the city manager and city staff have put on the agenda today the repeal of Proposition B, which was marijuana decriminalization in Denton. Yeah, I mean, so to put it simply, Councilmember Deb Armenter put Proposition B on the agenda during a 2-minute pitch, and this was years ago. It passed by 72%. Every district in Denton voted for it overwhelmingly. The day after it passed, the city manager came out and blatantly said she wasn't going to enforce it. The whole convoluted thing of where we are right now is that we have a council without a backbone that won't force the city manager to enforce it, and has a lawsuit right now saying it's okay that we have this on the books because we're not actually enforcing it, so don't sue us.
To all in these presents shall come greetings. Whereas swimming and aquatic-related activities offer significant recreational, health, and economic benefits for all to help inform riders and motorists alike on motorcycle safety issues, to reduce motorcycle-related risk, injuries, and fatalities through the comprehensive approach.
Materials for the council, please notify the city secretary in advance. For scheduled reports, the council may initiate
Code of ordinances providing the severability and providing an effective date. Okay, first speaker is, and you'll have 3 minutes. First speaker, Nicholas Stevens. You can come down and give your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm disappointed in this council because it seems like there's a trend, which is that in the 20 years I've lived here, it seems like one of the most dysfunctional councils I've observed. That's relevant to the discussion today because I'm frustrated that this is now appearing without any kind of dialogue from the community. None of you have dialogued with the community who, if my math is right, Prop B has received more votes than I think, and I could be wrong, all of you put together. But there wasn't any dialogue. And so I'm asking that you be proactive, that you listen to the residents that have elected you, and that you fight for us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker. Okay. We're gonna again decorum, and we got to get through these names. So if you could hold your applause, that'd be great. If you don't hold your applause, then I'm gonna have to address that accordingly.
It sends kind of a message that sometimes it actually doesn't matter. That for whatever reason we choose how we feel about this or any other vote to repeal, the will of the voters may not matter.
If the court had decided the case on the merits, that is, whether the ordinance was valid or not, there would be no reason to remand it to the trial court to determine the merits.
And the reason that they were given is because, oh, there's a lawsuit, there's multiple lawsuits, and now there's a motion for summary judgment, and there's a discovery order.
But I stood here a decade ago to tell you the exact same thing I'm going to say today, but except it was for the fracking ban.
And we are asking you to ensure that they do, and not back down on this ordinance. Paxton's claims are groundless.
Thank you. Okay. I'll take questions for staff, discussion, or motion. Representative from District 4.
Mayor, in light of the overwhelming legal fees, the possible freezing and jeopardizing of tax revenue, jeopardizing state grants and the ability to hold elections, I move the approval of this ordinance.
Representative from District 1.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Representative from District 2.
I'm going to be voting against this repeal. There is currently, this is basically unneeded capitulation of political pressure and capitulation of creeping authoritarianism. What I've seen suggests strongly that we are jumping ship before the ship is sinking. I have heard nothing from that has been presented to me in any context that says I am currently forced to engage in anything. I've not heard about any consequences, any penalties, anything that is actively implicit on the city of Denton right at this moment that says that we should thwart the will of the voters. Instead, it's individual counselors who will be choosing to do so. So I am not just a no, but I'm a hell no.
Representative from District 1.
It is very important to us. We all know how we individually feel. There's also an opportunity for us to be mindful of the practicality behind what we're doing here. There's opportunities, there's options for us here. We do have an option to go with it, stay in front of it. But with all that is going on in Austin, these people are ruthless. Our community members came out in full force to this, and I know that's important to know that those numbers were very high. We just had an election, and we barely had people to show up for the election. But we're sitting in these seats, and we're sitting and knowing things that may happen, futuristically. Who knows? But we certainly do want to be careful on how we tread with this. I'm going to be voting yes for it.
First of all, votes do matter. Citizen participation matters. And the vote here tonight is not anything that is taken lightly, especially in light of the votes that supported this ordinance. There has been a change in legal precedent. The change occurred in April of 2025 with, as we've said, the 15th Court of Appeals. A Court of Appeals that is solely appointed by the governor. There's no voting included. There won't be any votes included on who the judges are. And they have exclusive purview over these types of cases. So we already know in advance where our appeal goes. They are anticipating something like $500,000 in future attorney's fees, but that's not the only reason. I also want to state that part of the reason I think that you hear the rhetoric tonight about this council being dysfunctional is because of some of these council people. And I'm not going to say that I am perfect or innocent, but I will say when I see threats put on Facebook and other places calling anyone that disagrees with them authoritarian or anti-democratic, ceding to the state, the decision's been made. It's out of our hands. It is a state issue and not a local issue. There is no hope at this time with the current laws, and we should put our focus on the state that clearly has the purview of these types of laws. And thank you for letting me talk so long.
Representative from District 5.
I want to start out by first thanking the city manager. I want to thank the city attorney. Guys, we've been talking about this a long time, haven't we? We sitting in these seats should never be prone to reactions of fear from any other government body. Government is getting a bad rap right now, justifiably so, because of many actions coming from the federal government. We see things as we are. As a black man in America, I understand that drug laws overwhelmingly, disproportionately affect people who look like me. The data is clear. Last one. 72% of the city voted for this. As was said, I appreciate Mr. Munguera, 72% of the city voted for this. This was overwhelmingly popular in all 4 districts. I'm an at-large city official, okay? I live in District 1. I represent the entire city, so I'm accountable for everybody. I understand that we are facing tough economic waters in this upcoming budget season. I do understand that. Having said that, we're approaching $200,000. How much is someone in the city's life worth? I don't want people.
Go ahead, wrap it up. You said it was your last point. You said last thing, so I'm just saying conclude.
I don't want people in this city to continue to have arrests on their record for low levels of marijuana. And please know that whether I'm sitting up here or down there with you, I will be walking with you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyway, okay, folks, that's enough. All right, come here. We're going to start with Richard. All right, never mind. But I've been consistent in that it violates state law and we don't have the opportunity to enforce it. And I've been passionate about that, but it has forced change, and that's what I want to hear about that, because I think that's important to note, and everyone's concerns are valid. I think really for me to hear the key components of we did spend $200,000 in legal fees that we'll never get back. We are facing the proposition of tomorrow having to start Discovery, which would trigger $500,000. That's almost $1 million that we'd be looking at. And so the question is, we're at 59 cents per 100. There's no other city in our area per tax rate, and we would then kick that up a level. We're facing $14 million in deficit next year, $6 million this year. So the question before me is, do I want to spend another $500,000 for something we're not enforcing? With that, we have a motion and a second. Vote on the screen. And that passes 4-3. And then that takes us to concluding items. Concluding items. Anyone have concluding items?
And I wish he and his family well.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Concluding items.
I mean, I'll say this. Everyone from Decriminalize Denton knew how this was going to go down. I have to be honest, like, the only person I really blame tonight, largely, is the person that stabbed Decriminalize Denton in the back, and that's Vicky Bird. I think it's important for residents to know that Vicky Bird signed our petition to put it on the ballot in the first place. And over again, she talked about how important it was to defend democracy for at least the last year. And so she totally flipped recently. And so we all knew that was happening because she was messaging that out to folks.
As you heard our attorney say that the lower court was asking, well, I guess the Attorney General's office through the lower court was asking for discovery. So it would require the city of Denton and those of us as council members to turn over a lot of discovery and go through that process. That's a very expensive and long process, but that would have been what we would have anticipated. I suspect that our mayor might be right when he says we're going to end all roads are going to end at the state Supreme Court. But I don't know how those folks are going to vote. That's also not my job to anticipate what another government body is going to do. I was elected by the people of the city of Denton. I'm going to do my best to fulfill my duties to the people of Denton. Simple as that for me. In the future, if other decisions will be made, I'm happy to look at those and evaluate those at such time. But right now, I chose to continue to fight.
Thank you, Beck. Thank you, McGee. Everyone else, defend Prop B. Everyone else, defend Prop B.
This ban is a gift to the cartels.
Supporters of Texas hemp industry are urging Governor Greg Abbott to veto a statewide ban on consumable THC products sold at stores.
It seems like they are still delaying the vote just a little bit. It looks like we're going at 6 o'clock now. Let them know to oppose SB 3 and its substitution the way that it's currently written, and to approve the amendments that are proposed by the hemp industry. So whenever we gave testimony, it was really nice because we, in the House level, we felt heard because they were asking questions and they were modifying their questions based off of our answers, which is much better than the Senate. The Senate hearings, they weren't asking any questions. 90% of the time, representatives weren't even in the room. Yeah, my name's Hayden Meek. I'm the owner of Delta Denton. We are what I consider the first cannabis store in Denton. We are a cannabis store, a hemp shop. We only sell cannabis and like shirts occasionally whenever we do a run of merch. Yeah, so in 2018, the Farm Bill was passed, which basically created a pathway for hemp products to be sold on the shelves with some regulation involved. And that means any cannabis product that has less than 0.3% Delta 9 THC on a dry weight basis is considered a hemp product, which is legal to sell now.
Terribly written, because 0.3% by weight in our beverage would be around 1,000 milligrams. And obviously we're not doing that. We're not trying to send anyone to a place where that they would go to by having that much cannabis. So this is our cocktail shop. This is where our retail shop. This is where we sell all the drinks that we make, our spirit-based drinks, our cannabis drinks, and where people can buy it straight from the people who make it here in Denton. And this is our production space. So this is where we produce every single thing that we sell. This is our canning line. Her name is Cangelina Jolie. She's about 12 years old. She's ran about 6 million cans right now, and she has a lot of life still left in her. We're hoping to put another 6 million cans on her throughout the course. So my name is Mike Williams. I am the founder and owner of Wild Revival Cannabis Cocktails, Wild Revival Craft Cocktails. We are a craft cocktail company based right here in Denton, Texas. We make great drinks with great ingredients for great people. Honestly, we've gotten to where we just love the city of Denton so much. I'd never even been to Denton until I started to look for this place. The cannabis world is where it's at. 95% of our business is cannabis these days. We're doing 5% or less of spirit-based drinks. That's the future of the beverage industry. You see the pictures on the wall. This is where my kids hang out. This is where my business partners' kids hang out. We've got bubble machines here. We've got balls galore because this is not just some place where people are, making cocktails. This is a family affair for us. And so in the past few years, as the industry has grown to be the largest cannabis industry in the United States by state, the Texas hemp industry has gotten a lot of attention. A lot of it positive, a lot of it negative, mostly due to bad actors.
It's a loophole so large that an entire industry has been able to walk through it and at the same time reach into our kids' minds and deform them in some ways.
We don't want adults having this either. What are you, crazy? You want to go home and eat a bag of this tonight? See if you're here tomorrow? We focus on kids because that's where they built the shops, but adults are buying this stuff too. Make no mistake. Whether you're 40 or 14, you have no idea what you're doing to your body and to your mental health.
Yeah, so Right now, this State Bill 3 is sitting on Governor Abbott's desk, waiting for him to either sign or not sign, veto. And if he decides to stand on the side of business owners acting in good faith and by the letter of the law, getting the permits necessary to manufacture or to sell hemp-based consumable products, then he can save an industry where somewhere between the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Texans work. Myself and my business partner only being two of those. He can choose to regulate the industry, which is what every person that I talk to, owners, workers, knows needs to happen.
People have always hated cannabis. It's kind of rooted in a lot of different socio-political issues, including, racism. That's the number one in America.
Imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and providing administrative penalty.
There are people in here that know what's going on. I'm kind of back and forth. We'll try and help people as much as we can.
I think that people in power want to have more power. And if you have municipalities the size of a place like Denton or Houston or Dallas that have realized that people are using these products like marijuana, very illegal currently. That's not what we do here, just pointing out. We don't do anything related with marijuana here. But people want power. People want to be able to say that, no, this isn't a thing, and don't you dare go against me, or else I'm going to take your funding away. And you won't get to see a single dime of it.
Cannabis is an umbrella term that has marijuana and hemp underneath it. So any cannabis product that has less than 0.3% Delta 9 THC is considered a hemp product. Anything with more THC than that is considered a marijuana product. Decrim Denton, they've done amazing work, and they're fantastic people, and I want them to keep fighting. But it is solely focused on marijuana, from what I understand.
Decisions on how they want to go through with that. At Delta Denton, we serve a diverse community of people, and from my interactions with those who weren't able to be here today.
We make our syrups in-house, we make our teas in-house, and yeah, it's a truly craft product, every single thing that we do. I have personally, with my own hands, touched every single can that we have ever made, and that's about 20,000 cans. For anyone who thinks that, well, they're just closing the loophole, that's, it's not what was intended when they passed the bill. I would say tough. The entire industry has sprung up in 6 years. And once Pandora's box is open, you can't put it back in there and without hurting thousands of Texans. Texans that pay taxes, Texans that just want to go to work, Texans that just want to be able to relax however they want to relax. It's just so frustrating for the party of small government and for the party of personal liberty and for the party of reduced government intervention to be pushing this so incredibly hard and to make this their signature legislation in the state.
My biggest blessing in this business is that I've been able to build an amazing team of very talented, skilled, and smart people that love their job. They love their community. They love the people that they serve every day. And they are just as motivated as me to continue to provide that kind of service to the community.
Just to make note, because most people don't think that there are dispensaries in their neighborhood. Oh, there aren't that many around us. Oh, I live in Sanger, or I live in Crum, or I live somewhere, it's not Denton. No, obviously Denton's too liberal. It doesn't represent Texas. Well, I implore everyone to just watch. Look at every strip center you walk by or drive by, and I bet you 1 out of 3 of them is going to have a vape store. And vape stores are dispensaries. The industry isn't going to go away. It's just going to go into the shadows. And the people that are making a living out of it legitimately aren't.
Denton has a lot of, Dentonites typically have a lot of liberal thoughts, and they allow for that sort of like expression as far as like the drag shows and decriminalization, and just kind of like an acceptance. But also, you know, Denton is an old town, and so you have a lot of older mindsets there too, that are just as far right as some are left. I think the general sentiment typically is that Denton is one of the more liberal places you can be in Texas, but it definitely has its pockets.
At this point, I just don't know that the political labels matter as much as the fight to save our country. It's interesting, you know, that there's a lot of talk about progressives and moderates and conservatives, especially within the Democratic Party, as people wonder, you know, what kind of leadership, what kind of politics, what kind of policy is going to break through and allow us to overcome Trump. I wonder if that's the wrong question, and if the right one is, are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
I honestly do not know if they have an update yet. That's a Corey one, actually. Last they said anywhere from 500 or more.
Audience.
Put me to work. You're doing a good job.
I think that those words have been so cheapened that they often don't mean anything. I see a lot of moderate Democrats say that they're progressive, and so we don't know what that word means anymore. What I will say is I think Dentonites are nuanced, and so if the question is, do they care about the most vulnerable? You know, do they care about LGBTQIA community? Do they care about livable wages, universal health care? Yeah, they care about all of that. But I think Dentonites are oftentimes nuanced in their approaches and don't love binary labels.
We are here with you, but next time we come through, we're going to say hi in person.
Yeah, I love it.
I'll just tell them
Thank you all, appreciate it.
And we fight together. So everybody stand up and clap your hands for our guest of honor, Mr. Denton Haunts.
Hello, Denton. Let's hear it for Delia Parker Mims. We're going through a really, really hard time as a state, as a country, our friends, our family, our neighbors, some of us individually. To keep despair at bay can become a full-time enterprise. If you are a Republican, if you voted for Donald Trump and you're here, I'm glad you came. You're in the right place and you're welcomed in this meeting. If you're a Democrat, we're glad you joined us. Independents, non-voters, if you've been in this country for 5 days or your family has been here for 5 generations, you are in the right place in Denton, Texas. But we owe you a fight to stop him from firing 83,000 employees from the Veterans Affairs Administration, the majority of whom are veterans themselves.
December, and I remember that we had a great call. My question is, are you going to declare your candidacy for the USC?
That is pretty damn fulfilling. But if it comes to pass that this is what the people of Texas want, that it's the highest and best use of what I can give to you, then yes, I will, okay? Thank you. I appreciate it.
To your right, Nico, to your right. Keep going right. All the way back here.
There we go. Thank you.
I got to tell you, the fact that we are in April 2025, in other words, not an election year, and this many people showed up on a Saturday in Denton, Texas, not just to see the person who came to speak, but to listen to one another. As you saw, anyone was able to ask a question unscreened. We didn't ask party affiliation. That's really powerful because, as you know, the temptation for many is to give in or to give up or to write this off as hopeless. Everyone here has hope, demonstrated it by taking the action that we all saw from them today. So I'm pretty damn inspired, I'm optimistic, and I too am hopeful.
Just, and it's like he has tried political office 3 times and failed, and he needs to just bow out and leave people alone. Give the country a chance to recover.
I'm a veteran of the United States military. I'm a rural blue-collar worker, and I also happen to be transgender. What do you say to those families? What can they do to get involved where they don't feel like their neck is out on the line?
You know what they're banking on? That because transgender Americans are purported to be controversial, it's not a popular subject. Is that why Democrats lost in 2024? Let's blame it all on them. Maybe nobody wants to stand with the transgender members of our community. So we'll go after them and no one will raise a voice. So if I could ask you to come up here so you could literally stand with me right now. As a 5th generation Texan, as a blue collar worker, as a member of the United States military, and yes, as a transgender Texan, this is who we are. We're going to stand with one another. We're not going to leave anybody to fend for themselves. You all with me? Thank you for being here. Yeah, I love you. Yeah, thank you. That's who we are, at our absolute best.
I come out and speak my mind.
And what is your mind?
My mind is that Democratic Socialist platform that he preaches is not the way to recover the country. And it's starting to turn around already. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Donald Trump, I absolutely was stressed so much thinking that Kamala Harris even had a chance of getting shoved into the White House.
You know, when you show up everywhere, when you show up in Wise County and Denton County and El Paso County and the 251 other counties of this state, you cannot but be inspired. You cannot be but reminded of the greatness of this state, the majesty of this country, the hope and promise that America represents for all of us. You don't get that online. You don't get that on TV. You don't get that even from books. You get that from people. You know, one of my favorite philosophers, Joe Strummer of The Clash, said, without people, you're nothing. And with people, I think by extension, you are everything. And last one on Lincoln, you know, we were talking earlier about public sentiment. Public sentiment is really just a fancy way of saying the people. And what Lincoln said about public sentiment is that without it, nothing is possible. With it, anything can happen. And so that's why we're bringing people together. Today in Denton, last week in Wichita Falls, Rice University, Mansfield, Fort Bend. We're going everywhere, showing up for everyone, bringing everybody together. That's the way to do this.
A broken roller coaster, 1,000 useless moving parts. Sometimes you spend your nights too scared to get closer, hiding out in the backseat of your car. You tell yourself it's raining, the clouds are in your head.
When I'm struggling with depression or just life, and sometimes it's just a phone call.
Yeah. Okay, how have you asked God to eliminate things for you or your family?
Hi, I'm Reagan Gilliland,
I'm Scott Gilliland.
and we're here at First United Methodist Denton, and this is where open worship happens.
Open Worship was a worshiping community started here at FUMC Denton about 7 or 8 years ago. And it was started as an explicitly affirming space for LGBTQ persons who are curious about faith or maybe just needed that sense of church, home, and community and might have a hard time otherwise finding it. And has since grown into a very diverse and eclectic mix of folks, many of whom identify with the LGBTQ plus community, many of whom do not, and are simply here because they believe this is the kind of worshiping community that they want to be a part of.
In those works of justice, we began to see and feel God's mercy and compassion for the marginalized and oppressed groups who are experiencing injustice in ways that a lot of us don't really connect with, but God will connect us in those points.
So yeah, my understanding of God and people knowing that people are created in the image of God, that everyone has sacred worth. And so knowing that everyone ultimately has worth and value, that they are worth loving. That's why I believe in inclusive theology and ministry, because I know that everyone is deeply and radically loved by God, by just who they are. They don't have to prove who they are, and that God accepts who we are because God created us. And so I can't imagine ever also playing God and saying you're not welcome, because at the end of the day, we're not God. And so the God that I worship is full of love and grace and mercy. And so that's why we believe that everyone has a place at the table.
Or maybe you're simply just having a hard time. You're like, I just would love to get coffee and just kind of share what's going on in my life. You can scan that QR code and request any of that. You can also just go to care@fumc.com/FUMC.
I do think about my chosen family a good bit during that time and what I would like to see, what sort of comfort I would like to see for them.
So, okay. So, this is a question that could have 1,000 rabbit trails and we could be here for a minute, but I will try to say a couple things. One is, I know that the term woke today means something different than its original origins as born out of the lived experience of Black Americans. That should just be said, given the fact that I know that where the question comes from is as a people, we have grabbed onto this term in a pop cultural sense to simply, I guess, mean liberal or progressive, even though those words are different too. Here's what I'll say. See, I told you rabbit trails. I am more concerned with the timeless example and redemptive love of God that I understand in the actions of Jesus, who sat down and dined with people who were hated by their community, people who were ostracized because of health conditions or because of simply the way that they were born. These are stories that are in the Gospels, supposedly the central texts for Christians. And when we live into that, and someone wants to hurl an epithet at me, whether that is now the term around being woke, we've used terms like this before, though, throughout history. I think there is always going to be a cultural pushback against a common message that I think is the heart of the gospel, that is God's love is here for everyone. As Reagan said a moment ago, I'm more concerned with how I answer to that call than my concern about if people want to label that work political or woke. They're welcome to do so. I think at the end of the day, what it is it's Christian.
Can we give our panel a hand?
Yes, that robot's working parts won't be working again for a long time. Saber Rider will be back after these messages.
Here's the thing about Denton.
show up in Wise County and Denton County, you cannot but be inspired.
Uplift their drag. What do we do?
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
One has to wonder, what would John B. Denton make of this? I don't think that he'd like it. I think it would frighten him, and he wouldn't think that it was very Denton-y. We have one last bit of information, one last bit of evidence to show you, if you're still unconvinced, that Denton is a liberal city. Then I just ask you to watch this next short film.
Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesem Jahr für dich eingesetzt habe.
Every Republican Congress, your body, your rights.
Hey, cut it out. It's a fresh cut grove with our name on it. They're here. Come on, big boy. That manliness you have. All I'm saying is that I like the cut of your hair. Have you ever been caught in a bear trap? My uncle is a hunter. One time, poor bear was caught in his trap, and it gnawed its own leg off. Poor thing. Oh. Can you imagine losing a piece of yourself? So sexy. Let's cut a deal. You let me do whatever I want to. Come on, Nazi boy. Chop, chop. Oh, I found a mushroom.
You're a star. Do whatever you want. You can grab him by the pussy.
return to Helter Skelter, starring George DeCenzo and Steve Railsback.
Here's the thing about Denton.
When you show up in Wise County and Denton County, you cannot but be inspired.
Uplift their drag, what do we do?
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
I'm just an old country boy. Hello, I'm Alan Kent. And you know, on my last commercial, I had several telephone calls that my English wasn't proper. Well, this may be true, but I'll guarantee you one thing, you can't beat our prices. For example, I have a bunk bed complete for only $99, or this box brings a mattress for only $49. But like I say, you can't beat our prices. You haul it, you'll save money. So come in and see me at 40th and Alcona at Alan Kent Furniture, and my son at Manor Home Furniture in Chula Vista, Broadway and J. Thank you.
Is Denton a liberal city? Denton's a city just like any other city. It's got all kinds of people in it. Good and bad, rich, poor, all kinds of people living together, trying to bring a community together. There's a lot of liberal stuff going on in Denton. And of course, there's a lot of stuff that isn't liberal going on in Denton. You know what? That's okay.
Lil D TV. There he is. Keep track of him and stand by.
It might not be as exciting as the national stage with regard to, a politically charged subject.
Abortion, ICE agents.
This whole furry thing.
So at the city level, people often don't see how important city issues are. But also, I think that city tends to be a little bit less dramatic maybe than national elections, right? Where city government's not on TV as much. They maybe don't make it onto social media as much.
Counselors get $750 a month for serving on council. And so I could either have my paycheck or I could take the $750 a month. And so almost everyone takes their paycheck. And so I've been doing all the council work pro bono except for the very last year.
What do you want to see that's different in this community? And so we don't have that leadership approach right now. I don't ever want to pretend like I've always got all the information. You know, it's about listening to the community. That's not represented right now.
May 3rd in Denton was the local election for city council. Only 7% of the voting population turned out to vote, but we were there. This is the Lil D TV election.
Okay. Let's take it from the top. Not quite what I wanted, but let's
Let's go again, all right? From the top.
Okay. May 3rd in Denton was the local election for city council. Only 7% of the voting population turned out to vote, but we were there. This is the Lil D TV election.
All right. Once again, I mean, you're not doing what I'm looking for here. Let's run it back. Let's get it right. All right? Come on. Let's go. Run it back.
May 3rd in Denton was the local election for city council. Only 7% of the voting population turned out to vote, but we were there. This is the Lil D
Okay.
TV.
Come on. What are we doing here? All right? I told you weren't getting it right, and you're still doing the same thing. I mean, what else could I ask for? I can't do it.
Our first segment showcases a local character who hasn't been seen in 10 years. He decided to dip his toe into local politics, and we are proud to endorse this candidate.
I've always said that there's two things that I support. One, if you work all day, you deserve to own enough mayonnaise for a month. And two, Iron Maiden air guitar should be taught to all children from kindergarten through 9th grade. And last, his pa, my brother, was a great man. Is a great man. We can't remember. And that's why I endorse Catfish Calhoun for president. City Council. What's that?
Take 13.
City Council.
Hi, my name is Catfish Calhoun, but my friends call me Cat, or Fish, or Catfish Calhoun. Now I know what you're thinking. Why is such a good-looking young man running for local politics? Well, the answer is simple. Now this isn't just ain't your grandpa's political campaign. Oh no, I'm not just running for the at-large seat. No, I am launching my own party, and I would like to invite you to join us as we launch the Satanican Party of America. In the Satanican Party, we're not a bunch of lib turds. We're also not a bunch of conservative wussy boys either. Sign up today and get a free Slurpee from my cousin Hee-Hoo, who works at a gas station.
He really does.
It's true. I do work here. You know, they tell me I'm not supposed to give away Slurpees, but I do all the time to people who sign up for the party. And to hot moms who can't afford cigarettes.
It's like my pa used to tell me. Son, people are like catfish that you catch at the lake. They die. Either you eat them or you throw them back. That's why I'm at this graveyard, because I can't afford a boat.
Go ahead, sign up for the Satanican Party, and then come on by here. I work here too. I'll give you a free Coke or oil filter.
Uncle Catfish?
I ain't your uncle, Uncle Jimmy Jim.
Oh, that's right. You keep telling me that. Anyway, why is crime?
Well, that's a really good question. One that I think we should let the voters decide. Aren't you tired of crime? I know I am. I mean, just last week, some fellers, they spray painted my air guitar while I was wearing it, and I got so high that the fumes caused me to pass out next to a dumpster behind 2 trucks. When I woke up, the dumpster was covered in mayonnaise-colored vomit, whatever that was about, and my balls hurt. There's a reason we have so much crime. They say idle hands are the devil's playground. If the kids don't have the devil in their hands, they'll do crime. We simply keep our kids too busy. And if they had less to do, they'd be able to do devil things. Like video games, eating handfuls of mayonnaise, and playing air guitar.
You joined the Satanican party yet? Look, I don't actually work here, but if you want a Coke, I'll totally hook you up.
We come from a family of succeeders. Uncle Jimmy Jim and I had the finest of third grade educations. We were so good at it, we did it 2 times each. Well, I went 2.5 times. And my cousin He-Hoo, whose name stands for he whose name I don't remember but is closely related to me, went all the way through the 8th grade. He went so many times, he was forced out at 18. That's politics for you. I bet if he had a pa like mine, that would have never happened. He'd probably still be there.
I miss your pa. He was dumb as a box of melted forks, but I loved him like he was my own brother.
He was your brother. You're my uncle.
Oh yeah, you do tell me that all the time. Mayonnaise and Swedish death metal brought us here, and mayonnaise and Swedish death metal will keep us here. That's what Catfish Calhoun believes in, and it's also the things that I believe in. That's why he gets my vote.
This message was paid for by the Satanican Party Mayo Pack, and I approve this message. In the name of Satan.
Here's the thing about Denton. When you show up in Wise County and Denton County, you cannot but be inspired.
Uplift their drag, what do we do?
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
Denton City Council member for District 2, Brian Beck, was up for his 3rd and final term. His opponent was Nick Stevens, most famously known for his efforts to legalize cannabis in Denton. This hotly contested race climaxed at their respective election night watch parties.
I knew you couldn't do this job. I knew we should have hired someone else. Every single time. You can't get it right. Read the process. I knew you couldn't do this job. I knew we should have hired someone else. Every single time. You can't get it right. Read the prompter. Read the prompter over and over again, and she just does the same shit every single time. We cannot get it right. Jesus Christ. I knew we should have hired someone else. Oh my God, I'm talking to the boss tomorrow. She is gone. She's out of here. She's done. I hope her LinkedIn is updated. Over and over, I'm so fucking done.
This one, it's been kind of slower, and that's okay. I'm sure it just depends on the polling locations, but we're doing something that we do every election called Voters of Denton, where reporters from the Daily go out to different polling places around Denton at different times of day on election day, and we stop people and we ask them what the issues that were most important to them were and what brought them out to vote.
Hey, my name is Donna Smith, and I'm out here in front of the South Branch Library in Denton. And my hope is that I can draw some attention to this particular candidate, Julie, and Greenwaltz. She's an amazing woman. We did have a pretty good group earlier, but everybody's gone now. We had somebody for Margie Ellis out here just a little bit ago. I've been here since 1, and I've not seen anybody else except for Margie Ellis's folks, and then Julie Greenwald's.
Sorry, I was trying to help.
I don't think it's just being advertised enough, or the information's just not being put out enough. And to be honest, with all the crazy things going around this time of year, you know, people are preparing for graduations, end of the school year, possibly travel. I mean, I got stuff in the mail, and I probably wouldn't have come out if I hadn't received some mail information, to be honest, because it wasn't in my mind that this is election day for City of Denton, so.
Oh, we've got more than that.
Yes, we do.
Oh, thank you so much.
I don't think people understand the issues, and everybody has a busy life, and they're working and raising families, and it's information, lack of information, I think, or maybe not lack of information, but lack of exposure to the information that's important. Probably is one of the reasons people don't come out and vote. They don't think also maybe that it doesn't, that it impacts them, when really it very much can.
My thoughts are is that folks are struggling. 65% of our residents are living paycheck to paycheck. Homelessness has doubled. And we've tried to run a campaign that really talked to those issues. I think those are things that people are really concerned about, and we hope that at the end of the day that resonates. I don't go into things with confidence. I just go in trying my best. And so my theory is when you're trying to gauge voters, especially running against an incumbent, that's hard. But what I am confident of is that we change the narrative. We change the narrative by giving people a voice who don't typically have a voice, and that we change the direction of what people are talking about in the campaign, and that's what I'm confident of.
I came into it before any results came in pretty optimistic. I think our field game was strong, our sign game was strong. I had a lot of great feedback, and it was really rewarding to the very first results from early voting pop in, and to have it be 58 and change. I know turnout's low and lots of things can happen, but I'm feeling real good right now. I'm pretty happy. There's only a few houses here. There's like a little houses here. I mean, there's like, 73 votes.
I'll be totally honest. I know we hit this precinct at least once, but I think I might have left it out of the next few passes. But even that, this is kind of like a weird number. I'm thinking maybe this one is Republicans.
That one. Sorry, that's behind. And well, turnout means they'll come in quicker. If there's low turnout, they'll come in quicker. On like a presidential election, they come in slower.
Right.
So anyway, I'm pretty happy at the moment. We'll see how if it stays that way.
Yeah.
once, which means that Nick runs against Angela, and we just do it again. 58 to 42.
Oh my gosh. Anyway.
Whoa! There's one or two neighborhoods there.
Yeah.
But I have you up. You're on my look.
Your favorites?
Well, I don't know I have you, but you're looking good.
Yeah, 58% is pretty good.
You're looking good.
I know, right?
I was like,
when it gets to 60, I'm gonna say it's over.
Yeah, it's still just 26 to 7.
Any updates?
No, I'll refresh it again.
I'm not worried. I just want the one update.
Yeah, one update would be great.
Okay, now why is my phone not updated? 31 to 890? So he picked up 70 and I picked up 30.
220. Yeah, the difference is all it is. So 160 plus another 60. 220.
Yeah, what you got? A bottle
Plus another 60. Yeah. That's it. Here, idiot still. 160 there. The outskirts of idiot still is another 60 there. And this top area.
Okay.
But right now we're looking at early voting. Susie's got 41, Marty's got 30, Karen's got 28.
Okay, so it'll be Susie and Margie in a row.
Looks like if the numbers hold on. If the numbers hold on.
So, well, I'm just looking at the differences. So, what this is telling me, it's not a lot, but like Nick's margin has gotten better by like 1%, right? And Margie's margin has gotten way better. So what that's telling me is that at the very least, Republicans came out to vote on election day. That's not like a firm correlation. That's my assumption, I guess. But I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah, huh?
Washington State.
This precinct went from tied to, or from him winning to tied. It went from him winning 85% to him winning by 76%. So you're winning the E-Day vote in precincts that we were, that the Republicans were, that Watts was winning.
Yeah, you saw that, right?
Yeah. I've been paying attention. I haven't been helping much because I've been gone.
You haven't been doing anything, but
I've
you've
been
been paying
gone.
attention.
Hey, do you do campaigns or something?
Used to. You got this.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
over.
not worried.
You can make an announcement right now if you want to. He's gonna
I think I can announce,
Oh
right?
man, it's pretty close.
Right now.
Yeah, huh? And it's supposedly not.
You
Hey,
do.
City manager said tell Brian congratulations.
Well, I mean,
Sarah.
I don't think it. There's a camera in my face and I can't respond freely.
Yeah, okay. Let's say the last time I'm sure I had like really short hair. Yeah, but this is the longest that it's been like a hot minute. That's why I asked you. I do not.
All right.
Okay. So I was prepared to stay here all night until every last person came in. Thank you, of profound gratitude to my friend and comrade Nick Stevens, who is just a beautiful person and an empath who leads with his heart, his mind, of course, which is brilliant, but especially his heart. So much, no matter what the result is of tonight. You are the victor in my eyes, and you've given us all so much. And so thank you. Thank you. And here's to Nick and an amazing campaign, a righteous, honest, true, decent campaign.
I'll just say this, thanks for coming. Deb is the reason I got into local politics.
Yeah, and for the first time, you made me feel first and cared about, and like what they said, and what was bothering you. They're not matter. Yeah. And you're the only one that has.
Yeah, and so that's how we started this campaign. Our first info was our town hall was with residents of the homeless shelter, and it's something my opponent has never done. He's never talked to him. He doesn't want to talk to him, and that's why we lost.
But wouldn't you do it all again that same way?
All that same way.
Yeah.
And so
exactly.
The reason I got into local politics was because of Deb and her selfless service. What I'm proud about is that we built a really broad coalition. You saw the people that were here tonight. They're people diametrically opposed to a lot of my national political views, but they saw an alternative in something that was honest. But we failed significantly. And the longer the country goes this way, the more popular we will be. And that's the positive. You want to know the positive of this race? I know there's a camera on me. The positive is that Paul Meltzer will be out of council, who has done nothing but fuck this community. And so we thank God he is out of office, and thank God we have two people who give a shit about Denton as an option for District 3, and we're going to make sure that there's more representation. If there's one thing, if there's a positive that happened out of this, when I started, I said that we needed to have a homelessness task force that included unhoused residents to have a voice in the policies moving forward. And it looks like the two candidates remaining are the two that have endorsed that policy that we pushed. And I'll pray for Brian and his success, and that he will choose to represent the 42 so far percent of the residents who have been ignored for the last 4 years.
Gave us, hope you represented us.
Hey!
I don't know.
Thank you so much. I think given the numbers that we're seeing and the amount of reporting that's in, I don't think there's any room left For any doubt, we're getting a side cutter behind me. I am humbled by all the people that came out to support me, all the shoe leather that they put on the ground, all the time and the energy and the love, and frankly, I am humbled by the ability of Dentonites to see through the BS that they encountered in this election, to filter through what was true and what was nonsense, to know that I step up for Denton. I really appreciate all the time and energy. I don't think there's anything left, so I feel confident that Beck for Denton gets another 2 years. I couldn't have done this without you guys. I couldn't have done that without my family. My sister and wife are here. My son was here earlier. Now he's in D3, so he didn't vote for me. But I could not have done this without the community, and I feel blessed that I could give back to the community for another 2 years. So thank you all.
So, Brian, you have been here since I first got elected. You taught me how to do this job. No one does his homework better than this guy. No one gets into the numbers deeper than this guy, even to the chagrin of staff. But I'm proud of you. This is well deserved tonight. You dealt with a lot of bullshit from people who did nothing but lie about you, which is a shame because there is nobody more honest on city council than this guy right here. I'm proud of you. I can't wait to serve another at least 1 year with you and see what you do next, brother. Well done. Well done, buddy.
Thank you all.
I called my opponent this morning, and we had a little conversation, and I told Brian we were friends before the election, and we'll be friends after the election. I did not run against Brian because I disliked Brian. We're friends. I just thought I could do a better job. And so what I'm praying for is that Brian will do a good job if he wins. I want whoever the council member is to succeed, because when they succeed, Denton succeeds. And so if that's where the results end, my prayer genuinely is that he would work to represent all of the residents, not just a few. And I hope that that's what will happen. Oh, I'll give him a call. Yeah, we talk a lot, and so I'll give him a call.
One of the things that I learned is you really have to, I mean, I knew it before, but you really have to engage all the time, and you have, it's never ending. So like we're acting like the race is over, but the race continues for 2 more years to some degrees, because you need the community behind you to push forward and help you accomplish the goals. So it's one thing to say, oh, I succeeded, I won, but you've got to get the community behind you to get 3 more votes. Oh, I'm getting a call. I'm going to have to stop.
You're all good. You're all good.
The early vote was, I didn't know that the numbers were going to be there, but I really appreciate that. It's really big of you, and I appreciate the call. I mean, it could have just as easily been me making the call to you. So.
I think we take a moment to absorb what happened at this election, figure out the strengths and the weaknesses, get together with my opponent and figure out where we move forward, and decide politically where we go next. I don't want to say right now, not because I'm being coy, but because 58% means I have to think about what that means, and get together with supporters, get together with opponents, and figure out what's the best path for Denton going forward. That's what that means.
Thanks for watching Lil D TV's election special. There is a runoff for...
Yeah, let's just go ahead and, let's just. All right. Thanks for watching Lil D TV's election special. There's a runoff for D3 coming June 7th. We will be there. Make sure you're subscribed and following Lil D TV. Oh, that's pretty good.
Huh?
Okay, I feel like I said some pretty fucked up shit. I don't know about that. Maybe we need to redo that. I don't know if I should say.
He said...
I don't know if I should have
I
brought
knew we
it to
shouldn't
that.
have hired a woman. I was like, whoa.
I
I thought that was funny. I was like, hold it. I was trying so hard not to laugh.
I just don't even know what to say. Okay.
You can literally say the meanest things ever. I'm not
Well,
gonna
is her name like her name in this shit? Like.
Here's the thing about Denton.
When you show up in Wise County and Denton County, you cannot but be inspired.
Uplift their drag. What do we do?
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
Sly.
What about
I love him.
And the Family Stone. It can't be overstated how massively popular they were.
Obviously, we have a rich history in music. UNT College of Music, all the people that graduated from there, Nora Jones, just another connection for the city. But to be born and raised here and to reach the levels he's reached, his talent, different instruments is truly phenomenal. And then to celebrate him this way is really, it's heartwarming for sure. For your, I'm born and raised here, so it's a pride point.
What makes this screening particularly meaningful for us is the fact that Sly Stone, a true pioneer of global music phenomenon, was born right here in our city.
My name is Harry Eatery, and I'm the executive director of the Denton Black Film Festival Institute, and we had a screening of Sly Lives for the community of Denton, a free screening.
As we clean this theater, we ask that you please relocate.
And I think for us, it was really just trying to create an experience for people to really understand more about Sly, more about his story, and how he became to be who he was.
Sly Stone was my cousin. He's my second cousin. He was my father, Abner Haynes' first cousin. And I would like all of you to know that the book that I wrote celebrating my father's life is called Abner Haynes, An American Hero. It's available on Amazon. Because we'd be in a hotel room, and there may be 10 or 12 people in the room, and Sly would always come to me and he'd give me $500 or $600 and say, go get everybody some chicken. And he didn't want any change back.
So in 1968, we get Everyday People, which is this anthem, different strokes for different folks. I'm no better, neither are you. That's the same year as Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud from James Brown, right? Especially after Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. Whereas Sly is still holding on to this idea that there's a path forward for us all together, right? And so it's easy to hear that song, hear Everyday People tonight and be like, oh, this is a nice call for unity. But that was actually a controversial statement in 1968.
Everybody wanted him
to bring people together. This country was tearing itself apart.
So hi, I'm Dr. Brian Wright. I'm an associate professor of music history at the University of North Texas. Celebrity culture, tabloid culture, reality television culture, you know, there is this sense that we like to watch people crumble in real time. And I think that affects black artists more than white artists because, you know, there's less support in the industry.
It's a hard line to toe. I know this better from my father because he was taught the same thing or told the same thing by the powers that be, in that he should take the perks and privileges that come with being a professional athlete and don't say anything about how we do the rest of these blacks. And he was never able to do that. And I think Sly faced some of that same thing. He was going to speak out and he was going to uplift his people with his music.
You don't expect a repetition of what happened in Birmingham then? Well, no. I mean, what were you singing when those men attacked you?
Why am I so insistent upon giving out to them that blackness, that black power?
Makes no difference what group I'm in. I'm everyday people.
If you remember in the film, what he was really doing is he was trying to see what he could become. Musically, being socially aware. We're really trying to figure out, okay, I've been able to conquer this, now let me go try this. But in many cases, what people want you to do is stay in that box that you're in, right? So, in other words, you can sing for us, you can perform for us, but we don't necessarily want you to talk about the things that you want to change, right? Because we like the box to be the way the box is, right? So what we try to do is we try to educate people, share stories, and then get people really to think about, is this the right thing for us to be focused on, right? And so those things sometimes do take a lot of faith and they take a lot of courage, right? But I would say that's really what we try to do. We try to build stories, share culture, and then help people really understand that the things that maybe we focus on are not the right things, right?
Welcome to Lil D TV. This month's episode is about space. Final frontier, or is it spaces? Denton is full of different spaces, pockets of groovy. And this month's episode is going to explore some of those spaces with our Denton favorites. Whoa. Hello. Sorry, too close? Space is an important boundary. And physical space is the first we're going to explore here around my favorite place, the downtown Denton Courthouse Square.
Walk-time is on.
So.
I'm Braxton, and this is my girlfriend.
I'm Maddie.
And we
we like to just make music, and we came out here because everything, we just feel like it's not right, but also we just want to show that not everyone's violent, that we're just out here just trying to create love, and that it's just about peace, and that this land's for everyone. And then I just think it's a shame that we're not inviting everyone, that we're not making enough room for everyone. You know, I just really enjoy all the anti-war movements, and especially I really like what they did about Vietnam and just kind of just saying how we don't need to be involved in everything. And I just feel like we can always just take a piece of that to incorporate on any protest, and it's just created about peace and love and not really about violence, but just call out something that's not right in a way that we can create more love from everyone and more acceptance.
It's all about don't have to be rich, be my girl, don't have to be rule my world, ain't no particular side I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your kiss.
I'm good, thank you.
Today we're having a protest against the regime that is trying to take the rights away from the American people, the right to their body, the right to who they love, the right to assemble even. We've already noticed that the sheriffs are walking through the protesters instead of being on the outside, so I think already they're being a little provocative today.
As the regime's military parade takes place in D.C., we rally to let our message be heard loud and clear. No kings.
Captured it. And today we have to make a decision. Whose side are you on? Are you on the side of the working men and women of this country? Are you on the side of the laborer? Or are we on the side of the richest man in the world, who was appointed by a man who anointed himself king to gouge working people of every social safety program that has been created for them to succeed?
I tried to give y'all a chance, like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong, because y'all are exactly as crazy as every conservative person I know said you were all along. When a protest go hard, when the burn fights go long, but y'all are so triggered that you're pulling triggers at presidents.
William Schwartz. Okay. Sergeant, former Sergeant, U.S. Army. I don't agree with this. You know, nobody is illegal is wrong. We all came here, yes, but we all came here through a process, and that process needs to be followed. And the president is the president. That's the truth. He's not a king. I don't want to say I have a different perspective. I just maybe have a different way of looking at things. I've been on both sides. I grew up in Los Angeles, so I was the minority, and I know what it's like to be on that side. So, you know, this is not accomplishing anything. You know, this is more about communism than it is about actual movement. You know, Obama deported 10 million people, 5 million people, let's say. Obama ain't come nowhere, or Trump hasn't come nowhere near that, and they're already protesting it. No, this is about something else.
There are children and families present, and law enforcement is watching. If we are told to disperse, leave immediately.
As far as the LA riots, this isn't nowhere near there. The current riots happening in LA are very close, probably, to be honest, worse. We didn't have that many vehicles burning like they do now. But this has the potential to get there, especially in this area.
It's really easy to say that folks are being hyperbolic when you aren't the one being plucked out of your community, taken away from your families, and sent to jail for simply disagreeing with the status quo. Don't trust me, trust the police. You could see in Los Angeles when they put a statement out saying it was a peaceful protest until Trump and his goons decided to show up and make a mockery of the whole situation. We have an obligation to make sure that these folks in positions of power don't get to trample over us. We have a right to free speech, and you have no right to come in and tell us we cannot verbalize ourselves. We are going to be loud. We are going to be very strong in our opposition to what's happening until we take our country back. A lot of people standing around talking about don't tread on me. They need to make sure that they're walking that right now, because never in this country's recent history have we seen American citizens and legal residents of this country being treaded on in such a fashion.
1,500. JR, what do you think? Whip. Ask these guys. How many people do you think were here?
I really don't. I would say between 2,000 and 3,000, but
you think it's not 3. I can guarantee that. My name is Sandy Swan. I'm here with Indivisible Denton, who organized this event today. We're here in support of democracy and upholding the Constitution. I have yet to receive a check for protesting. And I've been protesting a long time. I'm old. Send me my check, please. I want my check.
This is the real deal, and it's always been this way. It's always been a very grassroots organization until recently. I went to UNT in 1970, and during the Civil Rights Movement, I mean, this happened a lot.
Doesn't feel good to be surrounded by all of these Democrats, all these liberals. This guy right here is the best conservative.
This is right in long line with what Denton feels. Denton is a very active political community. We believe in the public discourse. We believe in coming together and affirming or rejecting those things that we feel are helping or hurting our community. I'm happy to be a part of this. I've been to hundreds of protests over my life. Obviously now as an elected official, I come to support. I'm not necessarily the person who's leading the protest, but I think it's important for me to be here not just as a council member who represents 164,000 of the greatest people in North Texas, but also just as a citizen.
Thank you everyone for coming out today to exercise your First Amendment rights with us. Be sure to keep your program as it has important info about upcoming events on the back. If you haven't received the program,
it's up to you.
Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me.
Participants, God hates you, dumbass. Face it.
Himself, we do not pray for the world, but we pray this time. We will open that door. He said that he will be.
We're just out here sharing the gospel of Jesus Christ and just spreading his message that he saves, heals, and delivers from sin and sickness and disease. We're local to Denton. We go to church up at VWO Victor World Outreach on Ganser and I-35.
When you walk in among the infidels of this world, Jesus said it himself, we'll have everlasting life. That is for an eternity. The Bible continues to say
there's a lot of lost people in this world. People are bound by sin, drugs, alcohol, fornication, pornography, and we're just out here to share that they can be set free by Jesus Christ. There's quite a few every week that come up to us. We have pushback too, but that's part of sharing the gospel. Not everybody's going to like it because it hurts and it cuts deep. But, that's what we're out here for. We're not out here to cause, strife or contention. We're just out here to share the message. But it does hurt sometimes whenever we're confronted with our sin. And, that's the Bible even says that, the word of God is like a two-edged sword and it cuts deep. And so, that's why we get pushback sometimes. But that's all we're out here to do is love on people. We're not here to hurt feelings or whatever. We're just out here to share that Jesus Christ can set you free from whatever you're bound by.
To be used as a distraction in order to keep you away from what God is trying.
Well, it's a community of believers. It's where the Bible even says where 2 or 3 are gathered in His name, He's in the midst of us. So we're out here just sharing and fellowshipping together, and sharing our testimonies with people as they come by also. And so whenever you got somebody standing with you, it's always better. And and it's just that shows that they have your back, and God has our back also. well, for me, you know, whenever we come out here and share the gospel with other people, it encourages me. Like, if I'm going through something in life, it's better for me to come out and share what God did for me and share my testimony with others on how God set me free. And so that's what it does for us. It encourages us whenever we see others come to Christ and we just share the gospel with them. Because that's what the gospel does to us also. You know, it sets us free, and it just encourages us on a daily basis to share it with others.
Over into the kingdom of God.
Remember this hat?
Well, why in the hell would I remember a hat?
You were the hat.
Now, I would be worried about having that camera right on the credit card. Here's...
The tree squirrels of North America. There is common to the north. The diet of the northern fox squirrel includes the seeds and nuts of almost any tree that grows within its territory. Oak, hickory, birch, all provide food that helps fatten the fox squirrel and see it through the winter. Like certain other squirrels, the northern fox buries surplus nuts and acorns for winter feeding. When the harvest is good, a squirrel may hide 40 or more in an hour, and thousands through the autumn months. This store of food is really communal. The squirrel doesn't remember where it did its burying. When the time comes, it will simply use its excellent sense of smell to find whatever it can find. Some of the store will be enjoyed by others who are not so provident. Calcium fix are its natural habitat. The Delmarva fox is listed by the United States government as an endangered species. What's this? An intrusion? But surely there's plenty of tree to share with a rose-breasted grosbeak. And the future has brightened for this unique member of that charming and diverse fraternity, the tree squirrels of North America.
Space. Intellectual, emotional, philosophical space. spaces to occupy, spaces to embody vis-a-vis dreaming, wanderings, a sense of place. This is the next space we're going to explore.
Well, the city of Taylor is having a Pride Month celebration, and it's downtown tonight. The festival follows the mayor's decision not to sign a Pride proclamation for the first time in 5 years.
A transgender woman brutally attacked in Texas last month.
Trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights.
So we originally planned to have a rally, but it was going to come before an official proclamation. As the city of Denton, you can submit a form and say, this month we are asking for it to be proclaimed as XYZ. And so we said we want June to be LGBTQ plus month, which has been a thing in the past in Denton. And so we submitted the form early May within the deadline and planned to have that be our first event. We were super excited. And then we got notification at the end of May, so shortly before the meeting was supposed to happen, that the mayor declined to sign off on the proclamation. We didn't get a reason or explanation. We heard it from the staff also. So we were like, well, I guess this is going to turn into a protest instead, because that's not great.
This opening event was intended to be a celebratory time to proclaim June as Pride Month in the city of Denton. But as it turns out, our mayor has denied our request despite a prior proclamation approval made in 2022. Exactly. We will never forget the roots of pride. We'll never forget the resilience and resistance of our community. And we will not forget this insult made by Gerard Hudson.
And these proclamations by the mayor are done regularly at city council meetings. Almost every time you go to a city council meeting, the mayor will be making a proclamation of some sort.
A proclamation is actually a very low lift for a mayor or a city to indicate how they feel about constituents or what they think is important. Not going to change any laws. It's only going to support people in the community and knowing that the people in power where they live support them. And because that was denied, we knew how it felt to us as a board in Pride Denton in a time when trans rights are being revoked and people are scared, and we wanted to make sure that people in Denton were able to have their voices heard. So we rename the proclamation the People's Proclamation, because we don't need the city to tell us that we belong here in Denton.
Yes, indeed, we need one, but there's no very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
It's not nobody, regular people in homes, nobody knew who their council member was. Nobody.
We're using our time today to emphasize that we will not allow this injustice. The people proclaim June as Pride Month in Denton. See, that wasn't difficult. We're not asking for much. An official recognition is a powerful and necessary symbol in Texas, especially amidst today's political climate.
They feel their community does not see them for who they really are. It is lived by trans teenagers who fear that their lives.
Question for the speaker.
Statement of fact, Mayor, I hope it could be a little latitude. I want to say it's a statement of fact that it takes a lot of courage for those of you who are here just to openly be who you are and love who you love.
State your, if you could truncate your statement of fact to succinctly state what you need to say without the.
I know I don't speak, I'm confident to speak for others. That I see you, I appreciate what you contribute to the fabric of Denton, and I celebrate Pride Month with you.
I will say, I have been an active member of the community in Denton for a long time, and particularly the activist community. And what I'll say is that knowing that something awful is happening or that our community is being targeted.
How can a council majority call to lower the number of beds in the city shelter without thinking of the beautiful life and violent death of Gurley, the 22-year-old trans woman violently murdered in Denton on July 23rd, 2024, just last year?
Like that really, it does weigh on like your psyche and your emotional well-being. But being able to just like, this awful thing happened, let's meet at this place, and like knowing that there's gonna be people there who are gonna hold me and like, not just physically, but emotionally, and hold space for all the pain that we're feeling while also laughing our butts off. Like, we have a good time. Like, that is so important. I think you might notice, like, even today we're here at Miss Angeline's, we've run into a few folks that we already know from the community. It's just it's so comforting and empowering to know that, that there are safe places here where we don't have to worry about, like, necessarily being discriminated against. Like, that is so important and so valuable to us as a community.
I'd like to talk to the manager.
He's right there. What's all this noise?
Oh, baby.
Our school decided not to ban drag per se, but to pause it. Whatever they...
I'm gonna go start getting ready. There's no one here right now, so you should be good to film. Cool. But once performers start getting in, obviously it's performers only. Yeah. You'll end up finding out that a lot of my drag boils down to I put on something nice and I go dance on stage for about 3 to 5 minutes.
Good singer, come here. You have TJ hair on your face.
Hi. Oh, this is Mindy. Okay, wait, let me...
How are you?
Yeah, I'm Phoenix Dynasty, but you can call me Dynasty if I like you, which I like everybody, so there you go. We are doing the Denton Daddy show at Lucky Lou's today. I think it's very timely considering we just had the No Kings protest. And the slogan that's been going around in the community lately is No Kings but Drag Kings. We're doing the Lucky Lou's drag show today. There's going to be a Pride event every weekend in June. So, and it's free to get in. It's like, especially if it's you're over 21 and you're trying to get some good times.
It'll start here in a little bit. Once it starts, they got it. My name is Mindy Arndt. I'm the event coordinator at Lucky Lou's. Part-time, I also do some other things. I love this bar. It's the bar I met my husband at. He proposed to me here. Like, this bar means a lot. I feel like I grew up in Denton in this bar. Just the people, the community is great here. And so the first thing I told Lou was like, let's do drag brunches or like drag shows, let's go. And he automatically was like, I love that, let's do it. So yeah, we've been doing drag shows here either monthly. For June, we do it every weekend of June because it's Pride. We've built a great little community here. People know it's safe here, which is important to make sure that with the uneasiness of this world, that you have safe little pockets that you can go to, that we will protect you and all of that. So yeah, it's just, we've tried to curate a safe place for everybody, but especially for our LGBT community.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can be gay and homophobic. You in Denton, Texas. Yes, you can. Ready for some amazing drag king? We are lucky tonight to have the amazing Phoenix Nasty. I absolutely adore this next performer. I honestly feel like they are my little brother. I have 2 of them. Fuck them. I like this one more. Make some noise for the one and only Phoenix D Nasty.
When we put ourselves on stage, although that is a form of joy, it's also a form of protest. You can't erase me.
Not even just protest, but also art.
It's art.
It's an
like,
art form.
We're
There's
full of color.
different kinds of drag as well. Like, it's not just, oh, you're gonna go out and lip sync. No, there are different kinds of drag.
I think drag can be threatening because it opens up a door, a portal, or whatever you want to say, to a piece of yourself that not everyone's okay with in themselves. I think everything is personal, from the hilarious to the sexual to the meaningful. It is a piece of you that you are opening up, putting right on the table and saying, enjoy it. And a lot of people don't get that chance. I don't think they're afraid of it so much as they're not given a place to do it. They don't feel comfortable doing it. So seeing others do it is scary. They go, no, I can't allow that to be normal and beautiful in my world because it's a little too close to home. But it should be. And that's the moment. Drag can be that thing for somebody who says, wow, I feel better after seeing that.
Alright, so we're gonna have a little twerk off and your sister's gonna go first. Hit it up. You don't need to have an ass to have a good job at twerking, I promise you. I've seen people with absolutely no ass just throwing something back, and I've been like, get it.
Once upon a time, and I heard that I was ugly. Came from a bitch who nigga wanna put us in my face. What I say?
People like to paint drag as this like inherently sexual thing, but honestly, it's just a like what's it called? An exaggeration. It's an exaggeration of femininity. It's an exaggeration of being masked. It's an exaggeration of just being a creature.
It's one of those things where you feel comfortable in a space where there are people that are like you or similar to you in certain circumstances that are going through the same things as you. Hi, my love. Oh my God, that shirt almost made me cry.
We're not gonna find these spaces otherwise. You know what I mean? Like
No.
we have to create these spaces ourselves, and it's important that we do. That's what gets me is like the minute you see a space that is not specifically for you, it's something you say we don't need. But I guarantee you, you walk into a Bass Pro Shop, as soon as you have a space that you automatically see is not for you, you suddenly, oh, we don't need it. Okay, you have your own spaces. I'm not allowed in there. I'm gonna get my ass beat.
That's my baby. I make some noise for Phoenix. Beautiful boys, beautiful. Just like Stevie Wonder. That was real. Applause. That was real. That was singing. Maximus
I am very new to the drag scene. That was my second time performing ever. Yeah, lucky losing. I was able to perform my first time back in February. And it was important to me because I lost my dad. This will be the second Father's Day without him. And he never got to meet Max. He knew his daughter. And he loved his daughter. And I am every bit of as good as I am as a human because of him. But he never got to meet the son that he raised. I lost him to cancer, and by the time it was taking hold, he was gone. But I did get to say a goodbye, and this was for him. This was that moment for everybody who didn't get to say, I love you, Dad. For everyone who never heard, I'm proud of you, love, Dad. And that was the slips of paper I was handing out. Those were handwritten notes that said, I'm so proud of you, love Dad. Because everyone deserves that. Again, anybody and everybody, we make mistakes, but you deserve for someone to be proud of you. And if I made anybody feel that today, then my job is done. Because I feel proud to just be here every day. Thank you all. In case you need to hear it today, I am so proud of every one of you. Love your dad.
If we didn't have these spaces, we'd be having them in our homes, we'd be having them in our basements, you know what I mean? We're just now getting to the point where we can do this shit freely, and now they're trying to put us back in the closet. We're not going back. I'm not going back.
I'm damn sure not going back.
For real, I'm not going back to that shit. Why?
I fought where I wanted to be today, and I am not doing that shit anymore.
Have you ever been inside a closet? It's cramped as hell in there. Especially with all the clothes. Absolutely not. Our closet specifically.
Well, we have three questions. 1, where did these clothes come from? 2, are you hiring? And 3, what is the scent in here? Those are the 3 top questions.
We keep all those answers on hip.
Yeah.
The clothes just mainly come from 2 different places right now. We do buys from the community, and the other half is we have a few different warehouses called rag houses across the country. Rag houses are kind of like the final place clothes go before they're sent to the landfill forever. So we have people that are picking out of those, and then they send us big bundles of clothes, and we have to figure out which piece is gonna go where.
This is Old Bear on the Square. I'm Becca Burns. I'm one of the co-owners. Garrett.
Yeah, I'm Garrett. I'm one of the managers here at the Square location.
We came up with a name probably back in 2017. My partner's teddy bear, old teddy bear, was just sitting there, and we just needed a name for our eBay store, which is how we originally got started. We kind of started selling like TV and movie memorabilia because we were living in LA. Noticed that like estate sales, people weren't touching the clothes, and then we started selling vintage clothes online. We moved to Texas, and we moved to Denton in 2019, and we were still online. And then we originally popped up inside Aura Coffee in 2021. And then we've been growing ever since.
Probably, I've made a little art section hanging on the bottom half of the wall right there. Like there's just some really unique one-of-one pieces over on that wall right there.
Well, Save Our Oceans, and then it's reversible. Shoot. And yeah, this thing's crazy. I grew up in LA, and sometimes I'll say something to a friend like, oh, that was so like 2007, and they're like, no, I think it's more like 2010, and then I realized that like it maybe took like 3 years to get to Texas.
Yeah.
Because there wasn't really social media.
Sure.
We were getting close to 30, and we're like, we're never gonna be able to afford a house here. We were working corporate jobs and just kind of like didn't really see a future in that. Felt like our soul was being sucked away. So we kind of just wanted to start our own business, and my partner's sister lived nearby, and she was like, I think you guys would like Denton. And we literally just moved here blind, like it'd never been. And we fell in love immediately. And honestly, like the first time we went to the Square, we obviously went to Beth Marie's, we got ice cream, and we're just walking around, and we both were like, man, it'd be awesome to have a store here one day. I don't know. I mean, we've always felt at home in Denton. Even from like the minute that we walked into Aura Coffee, we were just like, I think we're gonna fit in well here. My partner and I are gay, so that we're you know. Oh, I mean, yeah, like there are definitely times where I like realize that I'm in Texas, but I really feel like Denton is a bubble. You know, like I've felt more comfortable in Denton than in places in Los Angeles, truthfully. Like I feel like being in Denton, like we can be out and comfortable. You know, like we work with Pride Denton, and we've done a lot of things with them. And not to
I
put you
just
on the
moved to
spot.
Denton probably in the past year or so, and just through working on the square and while living here, I've just seen, like, Denton just breeds creativity.
Yeah, he even, my favorite thing is he was just like talking to a customer one day, and then that customer invited him into his band. Like, so he's just like in a band because he just struck up a conversation.
Through being on the square.
Yeah, which is just like cool.
It doesn't get more Denton than that. I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
July 4th, we have karaoke night. Then we have the Talk to Me on July 11th at 7 p.m. That's based on the A24 movie Talk to Me. We have A Dog's Point of View on July 18th. And then on July 25th, we have CD and cassette night. And then finally on July 26th, we have our annual Can Olympics Field Day. It's the Olympics for cannabis. It's gonna be awesome. Come on.
Honestly, I think in a lot of ways I look at it from a personal lens and then a political lens. And so personally, I see all of these communities that we have in Denton that have a lot of grit and toughness and really care about their causes, really care about their community, and they do a really good job at manifesting that kind of familial relationship. And it manifests itself in a lot of different ways. There are whiskey clubs, you have Pride Denton, you have Decriminalized Denton, that's brought in its own community. You obviously have our musical talent and how close-knit of a community that is. So I see that we have all these community spaces, but I can't help but look at it from a political lens to see how things have changed in the past 20 years that I've been here, and how a lot of that has been ruined by the political nature of, and yeah, I mean, for me, you guessed it, our council. And so I don't even know where to start on it. An obvious example, like a few weeks ago with the Pride Proclamation at City Council. Regularly, Pride Denton has brought forward resolutions, and the mayor has always declared Pride Month. All of a sudden this year he doesn't want to. Wanted to be divisive about it, did not want to be inclusive towards our own community. And so, like, we see with this community, council has been disrespectful at best, gaslighting at worst. You can look at something like our music scene. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we had things like Oaktopia, 35 Denton, North by 35, And there were thousands and thousands of people that would come to the square, and we would have the most amazing musicians. A lot of local ones, but then we would also bring in the Mountain Goats. We'd bring in the Flaming Lips. We brought in, I think her name's Solange, which is Beyonce's sister, and we'd have all of this stuff. The city would help fund some of that, and that funding has dried up. People are building it themselves, and I never want to discount that because the people themselves are doing it, but the government or our council isn't helping. You look at the downtown square, you had Pascal and Andy's, and sure, we still have Pascal, but it's been bought out by Radical Hospitality that owns 4 other businesses on the square, and it's this big monopolized conglomerate that lacks culture and soaks up our economic resources and sometimes doesn't even work. But you look at J&J's that had their underground venue that was packed almost every single night. They couldn't afford to stay here. And so you have a lot of places that are closing down because the rent's too damn high. And so like you look at that kind of systemic failure and how we could have had more community brought in by tax resources that no one has access to because it's confusing and difficult. It's not that, it's not that the funding's not there, but that all of the bureaucracy and red tape makes it hard. I blame it, and then I'll stop talking. I blame it on the dysfunction on council. And I know that for some people that might like really sound like a stretch, but it's not. You have such dysfunction on this council that if someone you don't like brings up an idea, you just vote against it. You just don't do it. And it goes both ways. Not a single person up there has not been guilty of that. You're voting against boards and commission nominees just out of political retribution because you don't like them. Like, that stuff matters because it impacts the kind of financial decisions that we make, which ultimately do impact community. Again, that's how we can improve that stuff. It bums me out. And I'm trying to just draw this connection with the communities that we do have and the people that lead them. I just really wish that we had a council that supported that vision. It'd make it feel more like home. I feel like that was terrible.
Even tiny spaces can do big things. Spaces to occupy, spaces to inhabit, spaces to create community, both physical and virtual.
Where do you go when you want today's hottest dance hits?
Get them to remove.
It can be a lot of fun though, it really can.
Oh yeah.
Making people sound fun, sound good can be a lot of fun. I think everything is hooked up right. We're about to find out. Oh yeah, no, I want to know if I hooked it all up right the first time. I almost never get it the first time. You already got everything set up? Alright, howdy. I'm Ricky B. Today we're getting a few DJ crews together and just sort of really kind of showing what we do here as DJs here in Denton. You know, and my crew, Sub Ninjas, we've been kind of doing it off and on for years, you know, before and after COVID. And honestly, this is the first time that all three of us have worked together, these crews today, but yeah, we Now we just need Cody ready. I don't know, I kind of lost myself. It's just trying to line it up where you feel like it sounds the best. See, and here's where the vocal thing will come into play. We got the vocals. We're gonna turn it off for this song. See, they're still both playing, just no vocals. Like it just makes it that much more fun. So like even like if I'm doing a kids gig, I can like let's say there's like one bad word in the song, you can just like turn it off right there in that song, you know. So it's really convenient.
Once you enter a flow state, the way it feels like is just, you're going into the move that just feels right. It's a little hard to explain, but you're not deliberately making that decision of, I'm gonna go into this trick. It just feels like my body is pushing me this way, so this is just where it feels natural to go into. And that I think what really defines that flow state again is that just absence of thought. But you know, you just kind of swim with it. You let the currents take you where it goes. And, you know, sometimes that's where you get your best inspiration.
I do like to feel like I'm helping to provide a space for other people to feel comfortable. You know, because my biggest thing is I come from the fire scene, the flow scene and stuff, and I want to be able to provide a judgment-free dance space and just a space for people to feel comfortable doing what they do. You know, as long as you're here and you want to do something safely and you're not being a jerk, you know, that's really what I try to help provide here.
And let it take me. It really depends on what the DJ was playing. But I really like what Nick is playing. He's a good friend of mine. You know, a lot of very powerful, strong stepper, dub, reggae music. You know, only by playing it, you kept the culture alive.
It really, I don't know, it's really good, especially in these timings where I feel like people are very socially isolated and don't get out of their house too often. Maybe they're real glued to their phones, I don't know, terminally online. It's nice that there's this gathering that's consistent and, you know, it gets a lot of people from the community together and, you know, we all just exchange ideas. I don't know, just, I think it's what's special about here in Denton is just we're like a very tight-knit community, so.
Hail Midgard, home to the landmarks.
That works.
Sit still long enough. Hi, Jimmy.
It's okay. This thing can. Oh! That's why he wouldn't eat anyone with tattoos. Got you. Okay, I didn't realize it was dog. Jeez.
A whole lot of what we do is kind of trying to bring back the traditional values, the traditional morals, and you know, kind of that how we handle ourselves on a day-to-day basis. No, we don't, you know, go burn villages and pillage anymore. That's not really our thing, but we do strive to be better and more today than what we were yesterday. And that's through, you know, learning and knowledge and sharing the stories that have already been passed down for hundreds of years. Well, we are Yermung et al. And we have a... I apologize.
You're fine. You're fine.
We've been around for about 8 years now. We started March of 2017. Watching is distracting. I mean, I found the whole Norse culture thing when I was a young teenager. And what really brought me to it is that I'm not ever going to be judged. You know, that impending doom of being judged in other religions, you know, that's a heavy weight and a burden to bear that only, you know, it doesn't make any sense as to why it would even be there. There are laws and rules and everything, but they're more based on your personal growth and your relationship with the people around you. And, you know, that tight-knit, you know, I can trust anybody that's in this room to be there, and they have been.
The only thing that we particularly do not allow is the white supremacist kind of kindred, more or less, that you find within the community, because there is an unfortunate undertone of that within our community. So we have to be sure that we're outspoken about things that we just don't agree with. So racism, sexism, anything that would more or less put someone in a position lower than us is just not acceptable.
That feels like a lot of reading.
It is a lot of reading, but I wanted to just bring in and touch base with that's you know, that everything and everybody does have a place and a purpose, and you know, we may not know what that is in ourselves, but through time.
I think that's where it differs with paganism in general, but also heathenry from Abrahamic religions, is that there is no expectation that just because we do something wrong, we'll be forgiven. If we say, oh, I'm so sorry, I repent, you know, please save me. It's like, no, our gods are like, nah, you can save yourself. You got yourself into this mess. You know, we'll show you how to get out of it, but we're not going to save you. Like, you have to put in the work. You got to do something.
Yeah, Go Zone's terrible.
We invite you into our hall to share in the comforts we provide to others and to give thanks for the coolness of night you grant to us. I mean, for me, it's one of those where there's not this unattainable perfection or state of perfection that you're trying to reach as you do with things like Christianity, where you're supposedly trying to reach perfection when in reality, even our gods aren't perfect. Our gods make mistakes. They've done things that led to their own downfall, and it's our responsibility as their followers to learn from not only their mistakes but our own mistakes and humanize ourselves and allow us to be kinder to others.
We aim to build a heathen community that is supportive, reliable, and all-inclusive, welcoming those of all backgrounds, ethnicity, sexuality, gender, and self-expression. As a whole, we build our practice on reciprocity.
Where do you need a spot?
I'm gonna need a spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in your chair.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Door.
Where'd you go?
There we go.
Okay.
And unfortunately, we are small, so our diversity is a bit on the lacking side right now, but you know, we're always open to people of, like you said, all backgrounds, all creeds, all sexual orientations. We have many members that are part of the LGBT community, be they trans, gay, bisexual, asexual. So
Yeah, it's all across the spectrum.
All across the spectrum. We don't disagree, like we don't discriminate against ability or disability of any kind, because at the end of the day, even in our text, it specifies that people who are disabled in some way can be useful to the community. So it's just a way about giving them strength where people see weakness.
Supporters of Texas hemp industry are urging Governor Greg Abbott to veto a statewide ban on consumable THC
go home and
products.
eat a bag of this tonight?
The industry isn't going to go away. It's just going to go into the shadows.
And the people that are making a living out of it legitimately aren't.
The biggest blessing in this business is that I've been able to build an amazing team of very talented, skilled, and smart people that love their job.
Ow, now brown cow. Ow, now brown cow.
All that yapping.
Love to yap. My name is Hayden Meek, and we just got a veto from the governor on the SB3.
Vetoed SB3, which would have put a complete and total prohibition on all hemp-based consumable products and anything that had THC in it.
So THC is in better hands than it was before.
On the other side of that veto, we are celebrating the ability for Wild Revival to continue to operate in the state of Texas.
You know, we've been lobbying for this stuff for a couple sessions now, and they just keep turning it down.
It was magical. It was awe-inspiring, and if anyone is ever frustrated with what they see is the lack of government listening and being beholden to their constituency, I would point to it. Because when you get enough people really upset about something like this, you can affect change, and affect change at the highest levels.
My team, they put a lot of faith in me whenever they decide to work for me, whether they're just a part-time employee or they're someone who quit their corporate job to come work for me because they just enjoy their coworkers. And it's scary. Like, it is not lost on to me that some of my employees are scared of this. And so I just feel like as the leader, I need to give them every opportunity to be able to affect change as much as possible.
Yeah, like I get how David and Goliath ended, but it doesn't feel like that when you're in the middle of it. It feels like it feels like you're in quicksand, and the more movement you make, the quicker you sink. And I'm glad that this David versus Goliath story turned out like a David and Goliath story, really and truly.
So whenever you put in this huge amount of work fighting for your viewpoint and fighting for what you're trying to do, just to see it pay off is incredible. Like, it felt like climbing Mount Everest. Like,
I did some stuff to help this push this movement. But the real leadership in this locally was Hayden Meeks and his family over there at Delta 8 Denton. I am proud to be associated with those guys because those guys did work.
I'm not going to give Greg Abbott too much credit because I still got problems with the guy. I'm very thankful he vetoed the bill, and but at the end of the day, like, we did that, right? He vetoed it because of what we told him. You know, we wrote 7,000 letters and 150,000 petitions, and we put that on his desk, and he said, "Oh shoot, I better do this." We kind of put him in a position where it's like, you know, do this or we're not going to vote for you. Maybe that's democratic. If that's democracy, honestly, we should do that a little bit more.
The community that we have found through our struggle and fight against SB3, again, thanks, Dan Patrick. Honestly, I couldn't have done it without you.
Don't run off. The show will be right back.
Here's the thing about Denton.
When you show up in Wise County and Denton County, you cannot but be inspired.
Uplift their drag. What do we do?
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to surrender?
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Are we going to stand and fight, or are we going to...
My name is Julie Glover. I am a moderator for Denton Downtowners.
My name is Chaston Michael Rankin, and I am the admin and creator of Denton Around Towners. Well, I've been in Denton coming up about 18 years.
My husband and I moved here from Dallas in 1982. I was a bartender and a waitress and, you know, kind of bummed around doing that stuff for a while. We both are musicians. I was the manager of Locust Street Grill. When I left that job, I went to work for the Denton Main Street Association as the assistant Main Street manager. And so I was with the city then for 23 years, and I became the Main Street manager, which kind of morphed into the downtown development director, head of the Historic Landmark Commission for about 10 years. I managed the tax increment refinance zone. I did the Texas Music Friendly City, Texas Film Friendly designation. We won a bunch of awards. So I've been in and involved with downtown for a long time, probably longer than most people who are members of Denton Downtowners have been on the earth.
We're getting close to about 55,000.
There's over 69,000 people in this group, so it's like trying to manage a small city.
Well, I want to be like a free-for-all and let everybody say and do what they want. But unfortunately, if you do that, you can get the group shut down because some people just don't act right.
Every few minutes, it pops up that there's like 5 people that wish to comment for the first time.
There's 400 to 500 posts a day. There's thousands of comments a day.
If you answer the questions, which are really easy, what's your favorite downtown business and are you going to abide by the rules? I usually just hit approve and we go on.
And so it takes our members coming together and being like, hey, that's not right, and stuff like that. And far more often than not, does good overpower evil, if you will.
I would say 98% of the time that I say decline is because they haven't answered the membership questions.
There's a lot of connecting, there's a lot of networking, there's a lot of camaraderie, but unfortunately there's a lot of hate as well.
I think the anonymity of it, even if your name is up there, but it's somebody you don't know, it's easier to kind of, you would say something to a stranger on Facebook that you would never say to somebody in person to their face. And I've even had this happen with my oldest sister. My oldest sister we have very different political views, and she posted something once that really just hurt my feelings, and I called her out on Facebook about it. And because it's like, yeah, I'm your sister, you're talking about me. And she said, oh, I didn't mean you, I meant those other people. And I'm like, but I'm those other people. But if it had been a stranger, we probably just would have, you know, sparred back and forth and made both of us mad.
You know, in public, you say something sideways and something bad might happen to you, but you say something sideways or, you know, blue online, and unless you break one of the few rules, there really is no repercussion.
I think a lot of people take out their frustrations online. And when I worked in the restaurant business, that would happen as a server. People would come in and they'd be arguing with their spouse, and all of a sudden it became my fault. Maybe people don't feel like they have any power, and when they get online, they can be rough and tough and big bad guy, or gal.
If you put 55,000 people into one room, it takes a sports arena. You put 55,000 people online and you don't even have to have a room for them. It's just a much easier way to distribute information, good and bad. It spreads misinformation like wildfire, and the truth usually sits there and just awaits somebody to say, hey, look at me. But
I feel like we're more divided right now than we ever have been in the history of maybe the world, but especially this country. You know, everything's so black and white, and honestly, I know people that are completely cutting people out of their lives over social media stuff.
no, don't get me wrong. I will say there has been way more good from the page in actual reality. Now, in virtual reality, Facebook, there's a lot of hate. But you'll get on there and somebody will say something about seeing a homeless person over there, and just like that, somebody's over there giving that homeless person some food.
I have seen people reach out for help, and just everybody gathering together, and here's some food pantries, here's a list of the pantries in town, and I mean, just really wanting to help somebody in need. Somebody who just moved here, somebody who's having a hard time.
They're helping them with their families. People all the time on there, they be reporting posts asking for help. And we are never gonna shut down somebody needing some help, because that is a blessing through social media, that there's in an instant 55,000 people can say, hey, this person needs help.
So those are the really good things that happen. You know, there's always that one person, you know, that's got to say, get a job, you know, or you know, get off your ass and go do something. So, but for the most part, I think people are truly kind and generous in their heart. There's always at least one.
But for the most part, we look at all these people, we make sure it's not somebody that's trying to scam our members, because we don't want that. We want our members to give because they've got a giving heart.
But I really think if we sit down and talk to each other, like you would talk to each other face to face, you're sitting with somebody at Tunes and you don't know them and they have a cute dog and you start talking about the dog, their politics could be totally opposite of yours. But in that moment, you're just talking about a dog and you're getting along. So I think that human connection is what's missing online, that people don't take the time to find the common ground, I guess is what I'm saying.
It's really been nice. I know my wife doesn't like it very much because I do have to be on it moderating a whole lot. It's a thankless thing, but it's fun for the most part. If it wasn't fun, I wouldn't do it. I'd just archive the thing and let everybody scramble, but I do care about it.
You know, I think the pace of life for everybody is faster. We're multitasking, we're doing stuff all the time. We got a phone in one hand and a computer in the other hand. And, you know, just trying to do it all at once. And I think that things like Twilight Tunes and festivals and events downtown let people sit down and relax and enjoy what we've got, this amazing history that we've got downtown, this wonderful business district that we've got downtown. Just gives people a chance to kind of take a breath.
Yeah, you find Little D things, man. Yeah.
Very on coaster.
My man, thanks. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching this month's episode of Little D TV. Remember, like them, follow them, and even donate and help support your local television network, the Little D TV. Thanks for joining along, and we'll see you next month.
Tito Strange. I'm Maverick Lawson. We're just a couple musicians. We made an album together.
Now we're just out here in Denton to busk because it's the best spot to busk and
trying to make some money
in the area.
Variety of chicken is called a leghorn.
Okay.
Would please read the task aloud.
Step back in time, a time before the internet. You may not use the internet for research, leads, or contacting people.
You're putting me in a weird situation. I want you to see my flaws and my strengths, because if we become friends, the knowledge will be incorporated into the friendship.
The thought of somebody, a child, an adult, anyone, going hungry at night just grieves me.
I genuinely believe that at its core, most people are genuinely good.
That's me. Hey guys, I'm Cameron. I'm the creator of this Lil D TV show. I don't like to put myself in front of the camera. But this month there were some scheduling errors, and also the theme is DIY, do it yourself. Denton it yourself. So here I am, hosting the show. Hold on. This makes me a lot cooler. So without further ado, let's get into it. So this episode is going to be broken into 3 different segments. The first one for DIY is people that see a problem and they're not creating a huge organization to solve this problem. They're just boots on the ground going and doing it. Plus the first challenge of what I'm calling Task Blaster, which is just a ripoff of one of my favorite shows. And I think that's it. Away we go.
When apartheid was first very visible to the world in a way that it hadn't been before, it was reggae music that brought it to its attention.
Tired of your isms, schisms, saying gotta go die and go to heaven.
Thank you. I think we're gonna have 2 people.
Yeah, dollars for killing with the rain, man, and not the rain. The reggae music in its own field, seeing? Because it's just like these trees, they in their field, right? And we're here, we're human. So we interact with the trees, we speak to the trees, and the people are the trees. We all are trees. We plant by rivers of waters. That's why when the rain comes, it wash away every corruption and it baptizes us. I get baptized before God here, you know, brother. I'm telling you, it's serious. Jah baptized me before God here. So when I got here, I know what's going to happen.
Baseline, resonate. Baseline, tear down the place. Killer, 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 killer. Well, what time sound is a killer sound. Hey. Sound system, come again. System. Well, what time sound is a killer, 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 killer. Some that she doesn't and some that the dollar. It's a wild what coming on the sound of the killer. But I'm a teacher's that. America, I love that name you got, you know. Your mama give you the name, my daddy. Oh, wait a minute here. Did you hear what I asked her? I said, is your mama give you that name? And she pointed over there. And that's your mother? Yeah. Please show her some love, y'all. Clap your hands for her mother. America, that's a great name for real. No joke, be serious. That's matching. It goes together. Lynn America, America Lynn. Lynn America, that is your daughter and that's your mother. You see that? It goes together. From Deep Ellum to Denton.
Today is International Reggae Day. I'm from China, you know. China is celebrating. My friends back in France celebrating. In the UK celebrating. And I woke up and figured that there's really not much going on in the DFW area. So I thought that I could just feel the responsibility to put something together so we have International Reggae Day as well. And I hit up Mick right away, you know. He's really down to do whatever. So everything was done and planned within about 5 hours. We print out the poster at the CVS next to my house. You know, contacted Sinkumba, Select T, brought the gear. Mick transported the gear here, test the sound, brought the record, and we're ready to go. So the solidarity I'm talking about, you know, is really impressive here.
One heart, let's get together and feel alright. The sun is gonna melt in the sun. You hear me? Rubber dub style, me say rubber dub style. Rubber dub style. I want to share with everybody, you know? I want to make sure that the journey that we're on, it's a good journey of love, unity, respect, passion, good vibes, you know what I'm saying? And honor. Come on. Come here first. I'll put you all together. Just sing what you know. Just hold the mic, and when you like it, just sing it. Come on. Woo! Come on, let's go. You get ready? It's okay. I take that driving seat and carry people with me. And that's the reason why we together in this musical journey, because we want to carry people. People want to ride with us on that musical train, you know, and it's important to show them that kind of, you know, encouragement. Give her a hug and help us sing. Hold the mic to her. One love. Sing it, put it close. Stand up somebody. One love, one heart, one heart. Let's get together and feel on. Get it close, go close. Yeah. One love, you got it. One heart, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Come on. Together and feel alright. Come here. Praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Now put your hands together, man. Come on, show some love. Mother and daughter. Y'all please give them a little love. Show them more love.
A beaver can fell a cottonwood tree in just a few hours. Hundreds in a year.
What's the difference between a retention pond and a detention pond? A detention pond or area, it'll hold water after rain for a little bit and then it just dries up.
In theory, it drains and then it's supposed to just kind of be dry, right? But the HOA kind of did what they do and ignored it for years and years, for about 5 years. And so nature did what nature does, and it started collecting and holding water. We ended up with a whole bunch of ducks and birds and We've seen fox, we've seen coyote, and then one day we noticed 2 beavers. We knew there were also some fish in there as well.
Well, and that was one of the things when we bought this like when I moved in this neighborhood, everybody said this used to flood. And that, that was kind of one of the concerns with the neighborhood is this always stayed sort of wet. So to me, that also kind of makes sense as to why it's doing what it's doing. It's doing what it's always done. Yeah, Canadian geese, beaver, the 2 beaver, they started getting a lot of attention. And so people started posting because they're cute, and people were enjoying it and excited about it. And so we're not sure who, but somebody caught wind of it. And I guess a citation or a threat of a citation was issued to the HOA. And then there was a massive overcorrection on the HOA's part. We just woke up one day and they were draining it. Yeah. You can't just drain something like this.
Right, especially with no plans of relocating anything or what happens to everything once it happens. This is where it's supposed to drain, and you can see just like it's already clogged back up.
If their habitat is destroyed, the whole ecosystem gets, unbalanced, and it's just hard for some of the animals to survive.
Financially, the HOA charged every person that lives in Sherman Crossing for this company to come in and drain the pond, which it filled up 2 days later, And then they want to point the finger at the city and say, well, the city made us do it. We have to keep it in order. Now the city's saying, oh, we didn't say that. And it's just back and forth of, we already know it was the HOA that decided to make decisions for us.
For the most part, the community is really on board with trying to figure something out about how it can just kind of exist. But the HOA and the city are really playing the blame game with each other. The HOA is saying that the city's going to find them and, do, whatever to them. And then the city is saying that the HOA is responsible for maintaining it and they have to figure out how to deal with it. And that whole blame game is just, I just don't want the bureaucracy to sit by and allow things to die. Well, yeah, no, it was definitely designed to be a detention pond and not hold water. But obviously it is holding water, and it's going to be really expensive to make it not hold water. So if we could work with the city or whoever we need to just kind of maintain it to be what it is today, I really think it would work better for everyone that lives here and, the rest of the community that comes to enjoy this place.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hi.
Please open the briefcase.
Okay. Okay, so I got a notebook. Lil D TV, step back in time, a time before the internet made everyone's life easier, but also much worse. You are a reporter doing a story on Denton's DIY culture, so you will also be doing it yourself. You may not use the internet for research, leads, or contacting people. You may not use your phone for GPS, but you may call people. Use your phone to film yourself and document the step of the process. You have until the 28th of July. So it is just a story about DIY culture, and then you need to follow all the guideline on this paper.
Correct.
And then you gave me some like tools, a pen. Okay, very thoughtful. And let me see. Okay, cool. I like this. And also a map of Denton. And also, I got a notebook. I'm not sure if you wrote something for me, like, or you didn't mean to. Like,
Didn't mean to.
Okay, then it's just a notebook for me. Okay.
Just a notebook.
But it's gonna be a challenge because, like, no internet for research. Because as a journalist right now, I rely on internet so much for research, and then for contacting people. How are you gonna find people's contact information if there's no?
Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay, cool. My time starts now.
Welcome back. So our second section of this episode are people that got together and actually created an organization that's meant to last, to solve an ongoing problem they saw in Denton. But first, let's check in with Rebecca's story.
So right now I'm at the Denton Community Market, and I'm trying to ask a vendor that I had interviewed before, and then see if they would like to do a story with this segment. I asked him if I can do a story with him, and he said it's good. So I forgot to record, but I promise I didn't shoot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the interview next Monday. Good morning. How I'm feeling today?
It's good. Just hot, but you know, it is what it is. Being out here in the heat, in the outside, you always look forward to that that nap and that shower. And we have a pool now, so you know, cool off in the pool afterwards. Make sure to hydrate. We also usually like to do a big meal afterwards, showing off my artwork.
We talked about it, but I wasn't expecting.
And see if people want to buy some, take some home with them.
I've been drawing since I was 2, so I've always thought of myself as a person who likes to draw. I've been drawing now for 38 years, almost 40 years, and most of my art is, I call it whimsical surrealism. So anything from food to video games, to pop culture, celebrities, anything that is, I think, interesting from a visual standpoint or conceptual standpoint. As artists, you draw what speaks to you, and it's like, as a writer, you write what you know. An artist, you draw what you know, you paint what you know. And I know pop culture. I could show you weird little toys from the 80s that might, you know, give you that nostalgia bug, and you're like, oh, I remember that. And so I do a lot of that kind of stuff, or stuff that's kind of offbeat, or colorful, like literally colorful, vibrant, or has some quirkiness to it. Those are all things that I really like. I've been doing my art business called Otter Illustration for 12 years. 2013 is when I first started. There's a lot of reasons I keep coming back to Denton Community Market. One is I've established customers that know me and come back, and I like to think of my stuff as stuff you can collect, so they will come back and get multiple. But I also just love seeing all the people there. I like being outside. I like the people watching, the dog watching. I think it's so nice that people come in the booth and they appreciate me and respect me and go, oh, this is cool art, versus my day job where I'm a teacher. Like, that's not really why you get into teaching, is the respect of the children, because they don't necessarily give that out freely. And you get a lot of disrespect even. So it's nice to have that. I call it the Batman Bruce Wayne lifestyle. So this is a sneak preview. This is a prototype of the Vehicles of Denton mini coloring book. And I have about 130, 140 different designs. I don't know if you can see that. And so it's all just Denton businesses, Denton organizations, and I've drawn a vehicle to represent that business. So stuff like this, that's Denton related stuff, I have a lot of success with at the market. Right now, one of my best designs is the Opera House. People have a lot of tender feelings for just the visualization of a place. And so when you walk by the Opera House, the recycled books and records, this purple building that's got all this cool history wrapped inside of it, people have an attachment to that. And also it's distinctive. It's like there's no other building that looks quite like the Opera House, but also just like the courthouse too. The courthouse is a very iconic building. And then, you know, I think people, once you live here long enough, everybody's got kind of like their favorite spots they like to go to. And so by just drawing a design of what it looks like on the outside, like you're not gonna print a picture of Google Earth, you know, from the street view, but an artist rendition of what that building, you know, I've been there plenty of times too, so it has a meaning to me too. So I've got some of my feelings wrapped up in the artwork. I think a lot of times people are a little bit skeptical
that you make it.
That I make it. You're like, really? Like, come on, your mom makes it or your grandma makes it for you. You're like, no.
I mean, you had another vendor that said that one time they were.
It's like I thought your mom made all of them. Like, no, I make them all.
Yeah.
My mom showed me how to sew. Yeah, she taught me, but so it's just like, I think people like a story too. You know, there's more of an attachment if they can kind of see how the sausage is made. I think these days people really like, instead of just an end product, they like the story, they like a whole narrative of where it come from. They're more attached to the brands and where they spend their money if they can get behind a story and a narrative. I like educating too, like when little kids come up here and they're like, oh, how do you make it? And getting them curious, you know. Yeah, like, oh, you can make this. All you need is needle and thread, some fabric, some stuffing.
Some patience.
A little bit of patience, always important.
It's not just something to do, it's something that we're passionate about and we feel very strongly about, and making sure that, you know, it's not just something that fades. We're trying to leave our mark and make sure that people can also leave theirs. Wait, before we start, what do we call that? What do I normally call that?
I don't know. When I tell people what you do,
media.
I say that you're in charge of creating all of our forms and our website maintenance.
I would say administrative and website building.
I'm not as cool as that, I don't think. I'm not.
Hi, I'm Allie Puckett, and I founded Denton Art and Performance Club in 2021.
Hi, I'm Brett Crow. I'm a professional composer and bassist here in Denton, and I also run music for DAPC.
Hi, I'm Alex Clifton, and I work on the website and application design for DAPC.
That's on Friday, September 19th, and it's at Anderson's like we did last year, 6 to 10 p.m. Already got music booked for that. One of DMAC's members, her name's Heidi, is a polka DJ.
Okay.
So she's going to
That's
DJ
cool.
the event. So yeah, that leads to the silent auction. I made a post yesterday about looking for local makers and businesses that want to contribute to that. All proceeds from the silent auction will be donated to DMAC. I personally feel like I'm pretty business oriented. I actually have a degree in business management. I'm finally using it because I have my own crafting business, which I started my crafting business before I started DAPC. And I started DAPC because it was really difficult to find a consistent market that I could be at, that I could actually make like consistent money, because it's really hard to find other events that heavily promote, do like paid advertisement and do consistent events every month, and just are welcoming in general.
It's also giving people that want to have the opportunity to sell their art and the things that they do the space and the time and the wherewithal to be able to do that, because there wasn't really a lot of, and then for it to be as available and open, especially for like younger musicians who have a hard time booking their own shows, like we'll give them the opportunity to perform, or at least give them like a set to show what they got and what they do.
All three of us are contributing something to the silent auction, and then hopefully other people will reach out. Like I got some pretty good ones last year. I think I would show up at these events, and it would just be like parking lot events, and there would be hardly any guests there. It would just be a lot of vendors set up, and we're just sitting out there all day. Like, where is everybody? There's not a lot of promotion, and that's where I saw the need that needed to be filled, was a consistent event that would actually promote. That's why I was talking about that so heavily, because I feel like that is an issue with a lot of the other events, is that they just don't promote.
Or they rely on the artists themselves to do the self-promotion, which is really hard for some people because they don't even know where to begin.
Well, and if you're a new business, you don't have as far of a reach.
Yeah.
So when you're trying to promote yourself, it doesn't get out. It just gets to your friend base. And whereas, like, an organization, and we're like promoting everybody, a lot more people see that.
I just think that is something that I was so drawn to, is there's something to do. It's not just come bye. It's come sit with us and meet people and be a part of the community and what's going on around you. So it's more engaging.
And just to expand on the DIY aspect of it, especially with Faye Folk Market, all of the decorations that are there, we made all of that stuff out of cardboard. We made all that stuff by hand painted, and we go and show up to the event 3 hours early, and we put it all up ourselves, and we stay 2 hours late to take it all down.
I just think that being able to be a part of something greater than what I've ever been a part of caused me to be the happiest I am in my life. I'm in such a wonderful place now because I joined this team and because I joined the community. And I've been here for about a decade, and in the last 3-4 years, I've done so much more and met so many more people because of the DAPC. That's why I do it, because it has provided me such an emotional and perfect example of what it means to be in your community, and it actually means so much to me. So, stay fly.
Yeah. Thanks, Alex. We love you.
I love you guys so much, and I just think about it all the time. Like,
Denton Haunts. When I was actually thinking about it this morning a little bit more, the first thing that came to mind was Mr. Rogers. And I watched him religiously as a kid. I still watch him religiously as kind of a form of mental medication. And but he has this, I think it's an interview with 60 Minutes from after 2001, the 9/11 attacks. And he said that his mother used to tell him that when you look around and things are scary, to always look for the helpers. That has always resonated with me, I think just because of my own spiritual belief of people and morality, which is just that I genuinely believe that at its core, most people are genuinely good people. It's a spiritual practice for me that when my anxiety creeps in, I do look around for the helpers, and like that is what Denton is. I think the first time we met, it was, you know, camera facing, and one of the things that I said, what I loved most about Denton was that people did things themselves when they couldn't get a help from someone else. And so and it manifested its way in really big, interesting ways. It was like Dan Silverleaf bar owners with other bar owners teaming together to say, you know what, we really want to be able to have liquor stores in this city, and they did that themselves. Or decriminalize Denton, of course, with cannabis decriminalization, or banning fracking. I mean, there are so many different things that Denton residents have done on a big scale, but it was smaller big scales as well, like Oaktopia or North by 35, having these festivals that were born out of a DIY culture. When I look around and I look at the helpers, like all of the helpers are DIY people. And I mean, I tried making a list of it this morning and it was impossible because the list was literally so big that I felt guilty with, do I, you know, is it this person, is it that person? I mean, there's so many people. It's the person literally right behind the camera right now. You have people like Jane Piper Lunn, and then how that's manifested with Jane's advocacy, or Angelica Fraga's advocacy, or Sarah Button's advocacy, or Mama T's advocacy, George Ferry. I mean, there are so many people within Denton for Diversity that are serving our community. They figured it out themselves. Another example of that, and it's the one like that I'm most passionate about right now, and I consider it DIY, is DIY neighborhoods. Randy Hunt and Jacob Moses that live right across, you know, the street from me, essentially on Oak Street. Randy, for example, saw a problem. Our area needed more community, and so the first step of that was to register all of these homes as a part of a National Register Historic District. It's been built out by our neighborhood association. You know, I've worked hard on it, and it's, in my opinion, been literally about creating a DIY culture for our neighborhood. It's that feeling that's evoked with a good neighborhood of, if I'm out of town, I want someone to be able to look at my house and make sure everything's okay, or pick up my mail and put it in the house for me. It's about the elderly folks. It's a project we're working on right now. Elderly or disabled folks, making sure we can get them to sign up so that we take their trash down. And it's about building the kind of community that you want, because ultimately what I've learned, and it's like this, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing, I guess, but it's this idea that like no one's going to do it for you. No one here's going to do it for you. The beautiful part is that you get to do it, and the people will get out of the way. People laugh at me because I'm so arrogant about Denton. I really do think it's like the greatest place in the world. For all of our flaws, it is the greatest place in the world. I would genuinely challenge someone to find another city like ours, and I don't think you can.
Real quick, I wanted to give a huge shout out to one of our viewers, Darlene Moore, for donating to the show. My van recently broke down, as some of you may have seen, which means I was out of transportation, but because of her donation, I was able to get a bike, make a Lil D machine for the show, and even though it's a little too hot in the afternoon to travel, I'm at least able to get around town. So thank you guys. Thank you so much, Darlene, for donating. We accept donations via PayPal, via whatever. Send us an email, drop us a message, drop us a comment, and we'll accept donations to keep the show on the road. Thank you so much. Also, if you have a business, you wanna get on the Lil D show, start advertising. Yeah. And did you know that Denton is home to the headroom on that was bad. Did you know Denton is home to the country's largest community garden? I certainly didn't until I did some investigating. Until one of our viewers suggested this story for this month. So thank you. I don't have the name on hand, but thank you. That's our first story for this last segment, which involves people and organizations that are helping the community by doing it themselves, and are kind of already established. They've been here for a minute. And then stay tuned at the end for a quick little check-in with Rebecca about how she felt about doing this story without being able to use the internet. Sorry, Rebecca.
Tell you the brief history. That number one, I don't know if you know, we're the largest community garden in the country. We're the largest community garden in the country. So we have 14.5 acres, and last year we produced about 45,000 pounds of produce to provide for the citizens of Denton. The year prior to that, we produced about 60,000 pounds. So we provide the food in Denton. We have, as far as we know, one what I would call soup kitchen, which is our daily bread out on the loop. So we provide food for them. With whatever they want that we have, and then we provide produce for Salvation Army, American Legion Hall, Freedom House Food Pantry, Denton County Food Center. Those are some of our larger ones, but then we also, for some churches have food pantries, so we take food to them. We have one agency that's out in Crum. So we feel like we do a pretty good service for our community in providing food, because we don't want anyone to go hungry if they don't need to. Our board members run the garden, so we don't pay anybody, which has helped tremendously. Unfortunately, we do have some expenses. For example, our utilities from the water. We would truly love for Denton to be able to work with us to give us a break on that, but that remains to be seen. So I know that the county and the city will use Shiloh Field as a marketing for any new businesses that come to the city, that we're in that presentation. So I would like to think that Shiloh Garden has become part of the iconic Denton scene. And we try to grow everything that is in season and that people will like. For example, right now we're towards the end of summer where things are starting to die off. For example, tomatoes, but we're still getting those. Cucumbers, green beans. Right now our bell peppers and jalapenos are really starting to hit their stride, so that's going great. And we'll be soon planting. Before I finish that, we've harvested last Saturday, I think, about 700 pounds of watermelon. But we're about to get ready for the fall, which means we'll be planting a lot of broccoli and cabbage and cauliflower, and getting those ready. We start everything from seeds out here. It's closely related to like a butternut. People will use this to make as an alternative to pumpkin pie. These are cucumbers that are starting. These here are what we would call sweet potato slips, and we usually have twice or usually 4 times this many, but I've got to replant my tomato seeds to get them going for fall. If you don't have space at your home, then if you come out here and volunteer for about 8 hours with us in the community part, then you'd be eligible to sign up and get a individual plot where you can get a 15 by 15 plot. We provide the water, it's free, and you can grow whatever you want to. We just ask that you keep it cleaned up. But we have another pest here, which is a blessing and a curse, which are our coyotes. And the coyotes help us because we also have rabbits out here. You can see one where he got in there and ate it all out, and one where they're chewing on it. I believe this plant's called a 5 bitter leaf, but mostly our families they like this, and so they will come out, they grow this, and then they come out, and they literally just pick these leaves off.
It brings down the blood pressure and everything. Sweet bitter leaf. This one is bitter leaf.
Okay.
Yes, this one is really bitter.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to come out here and see all the different communities. These 2 trees last year, we got over 400 pounds of pears. We have to constantly be thinking, okay, what's coming next? What's coming next? And I think you always need to be planning for what's coming. It's okay to be right here in the moment, but if you do, you're going to miss out on being able to do a lot for the future because the time has passed to prepare for it. So, my attitude is you got to constantly be thinking ahead and what's coming for you and then plan for it. April, May, we probably will harvest 400 pounds, which doesn't seem like a whole lot, but when you consider that blackberries are not very heavy, we probably get anywhere 12 to 15, 16 dozen eggs a day.
Are we gonna?
Yep, just here, tell you what, just kind of, you don't have to do a heavy harvest, but maybe look at the squash and zucchini out there and feel for. The tendril past the vine is dead.
Yeah.
The yellow,
tiny thing.
the little curly tendril.
Yeah, like dry.
Mm-hmm. Where is he? Yeah, we have probably about 200 or so. He's molting, so he'll lose all of his tail feathers, and then become next, say, March. And you can see the chickens, mine are doing this as well at home, some of them are starting to molt. Yeah, it just kind of entertains the chickens. They get up there and, it kind of swings back and forth and they like it. And we've received some funds to help us replace the plastic. These are about probably 7, 8 years old, so they have way outlived the plastic life. I'll make a plug here and to say that if anyone has access to anybody with grants or funds, because we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, we don't really have a source of revenue. So our only revenue is from private donations and then any corporate grants or grants that we can receive. The unfortunate news is things like a tractor are going to cost us over $30,000. Little things like buying seed, soil, maintenance on our tractors, and just the various things, those all add up over time. And so now this kind of consumes a lot of my time, which is okay because I want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. And so for me, that's what this is about, is giving back to the community. Again, I don't want to ever see anyone go hungry. That shouldn't happen. Those kind of things, that kind of keeps me going out here. And so I spend pretty much every morning, other than Wednesdays and Sundays, out here organizing. Now, if you were to ask my wife, she said it's because I just like to be bossy and tell people what to do, but I would like to say it's more about I want to help people. Well, I do at the end, but that is not a real proof positive way. So anyway, I don't see things getting a lot better, at least in Denton, as far as our homeless population, our people who are struggling with food insecurities. We have food pantries and things, but access to those, for example, Freedom Food Pantry used to be there. A place was over on Fort Worth Drive, south of I-35 there behind a barbecue place. For various reasons, they weren't able to continue their lease. They're now on the north side of town on University Drive. Well, what does that mean? The south side of town over there now doesn't have a pantry. So I know there's some churches over there. I'm part of a church that's in that Denia neighborhood, looking at ways that we may be able to start providing something for that community over there. And it's those organizations, different churches, different groups that we'll take food to. Again, our mission is that we provide for people so that there's no one goes hungry. The thought of somebody, a child, an adult, anyone going hungry at night just grieves me. So let's love on each other in the community and help each other. No political, religious, or anything, just help each other. So.
Okay, is it too noisy in here?
I think so.
Okay, so I look at you, not at the camera, correct?
Whatever's more comfortable for you.
I look at whatever I want to look at.
All around.
Like, my name is Warren Lunt, and I'm a sign painter / muralist. It's becoming more and more murals and less signs. So there's younger people in town, and I think people tend to want to use their peers. So as long as all my clients don't die, I think I'll be okay until I die. Anybody who's been an artist for any length of time knows that there are really dry spots, but you can get through it. And I don't know, when people interview me about this, I think that I'm kind of stuck in saying the same things over and over, but it's like it is my life, so. Like if you're going to die when you're 25, you need to be charging more for your work. But there really is a problem with young artists because they love what they do and they also hate it after they've done it. You're dealing with a bunch of people that are borderline bipolar anyway. You live in a world where you're having to like shore them up and knock them down because most of them are pretty arrogant too. But I love talking to younger people that are trying to get into doing this, and I don't see them as competition because they're going to find their own clients. Let's see, how am I going to do this? And every once in a while they'd sell something. I was like, just keep painting them. For point of reference, this is the paint. This is the dulling agent to make it not so shiny. Okay, I think I'm ready to paint. Brush means that you don't have a lot of paint in your brush. And something like this is going to soak the paint up anyway. I like educating people. You have to educate the customers too because they don't, small town people don't know how art is sold. They don't know what to expect, and they'll call you and say, I got $1,000 and I want to paint a mural, and you'll say, call a painter, a regular painter, and get a bid on painting that wall white, and then get back with me. And they'll call you back and they'll say, well, they want $1,200 to paint it white. And I'm like, okay, now you understand that your grand is not, it's not in accordance with what you're asking for. So this is soaking some of it up, so that's good.
It's not filling the cracks.
You kind of have to use a brush that's not going to bend a whole lot. I left about probably 10 years ago now. I was doing a job and I went to go get a sandwich and left my box on the stoop and came back and they had stolen 30 years worth of brushes. But if I can go out and paint the windows on 300 cars, and I had 5 or 6 car lots that I was the guy. And so as long as you don't have to get a job and you're on your own and your expense is paint and some foam brushes, it's a wash. It's just like, okay, this is the part of the story where I'm painting car windows. But it's not the whole story. This layout, it kind of works, but we have a gap right here where this is. So my my dilemma is, do I put a little doodad here, or do I make it say delivery in a different typeface? Well, I want to be a blessing. Now, sometimes I know I'm not a blessing. I'm a human, you know. One of the things, like, okay, I'll have young people say, will you mentor me on this or spiritual stuff or whatever, wherever they like connect with me, they'll say, hey, will you mentor me? And I always tell them, no, you're thinking of this wrong, because if you and I become friends, I will give you everything that I have that you need. And I will receive from you everything that you have that I need, because I'm still learning about life, okay? I still need your input. And if you think of, oh, this guy's the sensei and I'm the learner, you're putting me in a weird situation. I want you to see my flaws and my strengths, because if we become friends, the knowledge will be incorporated into the friendship rather than I learned this from Warren. And it's like, so then I can teach you ethics that you don't want. I can teach you lettering that you don't, because it's like, I'm talking to you as a buddy. I'm not talking to you as the authority that you have to listen to. And I mean, this plays out in all kind of, it plays out in politics, it plays out in religion, it plays out in all of these ideas that men have, that I'm in charge here and you're going to have to listen to me. I've never wanted to be that guy. I've never wanted to control people. I've never, like, just like, let's all be human here. And if I can help you as a human, I'll be glad to do that. It's like, do I need the space to breathe, or do I need it to look like there's something supposed to be there? I mean, I've always been real aware of my mortality, okay? I've never been a person who's gotten sick, but I've had 2 heart attacks, and I got COVID, and I went to the hospital for that. So it's like, you know there's a cutoff date. You can look in the mirror and see the expiration date coming. And when you're my age, you've got a whole lot of dead friends already, okay? And just, like, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm kind of afraid of meeting God. To look at death and go, everybody has done this, so it must be something we're supposed to do. So, like, I'm looking at the age I'm at now, and the deterioration starts aggressively increasing from the age that I am now at for the next 10 years. So you go, I probably don't have 10 years, you know, and it's like a scary thing, but it's not a scary thing. Death is kind of the point. Like, the legacy is the point, but you know that after you die, they're going to talk about you for about a month, and then they're not going to talk about you anymore. The brick and mortar lasts longer than the humans. And so, like, if you don't create something for the humans, that's why my wife is doing what she's doing. You know, with the homeless thing. It's like you've gotta pay it back. I mean, and it's not just so they'll talk about you longer. It's so that you're actually leaving something that lasts, because your flesh don't last. Your bones go, it all goes away. So you got to leave something substantial, and that is investing in other people.
Rebecca.
Yes.
You're Gen Z, right? Maybe? How did it feel being Gen X for 2 weeks?
I feel more appreciated for technology we have today, because I am like an introvert, so I really don't like just come out to people, say, hey, I want to interview you, I want to do a story about you. I would prefer just emailing people and giving people some time to decide if they want to say yes or they want to say no.
What was it? Walk us through the experience. What was it?
Okay, so first, in order to find a story idea, I went to the downtown Denton because I know people have all kinds of poster or like some announcement there. So I went there and trying to find if there's any event going on because I couldn't use internet to do research, obviously. So I went to downtown Denton, I looked at the poster I could find and then trying to find like an event or like an art. But unfortunately, I couldn't find anything that day. Like a lot of them have already inspired. But it occurred to me that there's Denton Community Market happen every Saturday morning, like also in the downtown area. So I went to the community market the following Saturday, and then I saw this really cool vendor there. The name of the vendor is Other Illustration and run by Matthew.
Rebecca, did you cheat at all?
Yes, I did. So at one point, I did use my cell phone to contact Matthew. I text him. I tell him where we're gonna meet up.
Give me your badge. Give me your gun. I'm just kidding. We don't even pay you. Would you ever do this again? I'm not gonna make you do it again.
Honestly, no. If just me trying to do it the old way, it doesn't work. If everybody goes to the back, then I think I would like to try it again. But I think right now, just people are just so used to having internet in their lives, so I think it's a little hard to not using internet and trying to get a story down. I mean, it's doable, but it's just not that convenient.
But the good news is, if the apocalypse happens, you'll still be able to report on the zombies that are coming in because now you know how.
Yes, I was really amazed that I could actually finish this project. You know, I thought I couldn't do it because I was like, no, I don't want to.
Well, thank you for doing this experiment. After I signed it to you, I was like, I don't know if I would do this myself. Thanks, Rebecca. And great work as well.
Thank you.
We'll see what the next one that you do is, what the next Task Blaster challenge will be.
Looking forward to it.
Are you ready?
Yes, I will. I will think about it.
Think about it. We'll see.
I think next time when you give me a text, I will think about it. You know.
We'll see what it is.
Yeah, I will see what it is.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
So thank you all for watching this new episode of Lil D TV, the DIY episode. I'm not only a documentarian. I made a movie last year that's in post-production, but hey, I thought it might be kind of cool during the credits if I premiered the trailer. Huh? And thank you again to everybody, to our advertisers, to Anderson's Distillery and Eatery, or Eatery and Distillery, Bearded Monk, Maloof Hat Company, and of course, Delta 8. Make sure you're liking, following, subscribing, commenting. Beat that algorithm. We don't have a whole lot of money to spread out to marketing, so all of our growth, which is about 100,000 views per month at any given time, is all organic because of you guys, because we like to do the hyper-local thing, and it seems like you guys like what we're doing, so we're going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. Rebecca's going to keep... Anyway, enough blabbering. Let's get to that trailer. Again, you can donate at PayPal. Just send us a message. We'll get you. We'll get you there where you need to go. We also have merch if you want to give us some money. There's a ton of ways to support us and give us money, man. Even if you don't have money, like, share, subscribe. Okay, I'm done with the content. I hate doing this, guys. Next month we'll have an actual host.
Locked up in an ivory tower, it's getting taller by the hour. Hey, what you mean? Just to be seen, you got me. You got the power, feel the black obsidian.
Who the hell was that here? Did you see him? I mean, you were in the back seat.
Fuck no, I was dealing with you and the fucking coffee.
Yeah, well, the guy's name is Greg. Teresa, film me.
I watch British baking shows.
Tell them we're in trouble.
I'm on the phone.
There's a place where love.
When we get out of this, I will get you a new one. One that doesn't flip open.
People like that, they see the world like math. And for him, it is zero-sum only.
But don't you know that I feel fucking horrible that I don't believe you!
You wouldn't be here if you had a fucking relapse.
You would not even recognize it feeling if it fucked you in the ass, Adrian.
Happy little family.
Oh, here's medication. Natural versus artificial, no happy middle, there's only clonazepam.
Where you need to go, okay? We care about you, and that is paramount.
Oh, yeah. I am really feeling the love right now.
Tell her, Teresa.
Record. What's the record? Breaking a world record. Shelby County, Ohio set it. 2,344 people. The whole county came out for them. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Oh, he's right there. There's Austin from Kentucky. Austin, out with his shotgun. Who's ready to shotgun? Yeah! Okay, you guys ready? Yeah! 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to Lil D TV, where tonight's episode is all about Denton nightlife.
We got a new one. Do it! Let's go! Hey! Oh, fuck!
That's fine, watch your feet. We opened in March of 1996.
The world on a string.
I'm gonna go now. Bye, friend.
I'm Ethan Bouchard, and I have lived here in Denton for about 13 years now, which means I know a little bit about Denton nightlife, especially since I'm a musician. This place is a three-college town, but that doesn't make it just a college town. No, if you take a bird's-eye view of this place and look at it from that perspective, you'll see that it's local businesses, people, art, music that makes up the town that we know and love today. And today we're going to start by looking behind the scenes at one of the most legendary places here in Denton, and that is at Recycled Books.
Delaney is definitely not a 2,000-year-old entity that's lived underneath the bookstore since before it existed. The most important thing for us here is to retain our sanity so that we can be of service to customers. Welcome to our kitchen. It's that time of day. I got to eat my vegetables, Cam, okay? And I think this is a very important thing to represent, whether you use it or not. You gotta eat your vegetables, okay? So I'm gonna heat my vegetables up. If I don't eat my vegetables, I won't be able to have my PB&J and coffee. But now that I work here...
It's officially 8, so the timer has started.
But we were talking about getting lost in the store, which was my favorite part about when I first started. The best thing about when you first start is that you have very little responsibilities. As an associate, we all are responsible for a number of sections.
We work the counter. We shelve books. We clean up stuff. And then eventually we help with buying the books and other items. And when you first start, you're not going to buy for about a year, usually, unless you've got some background in it. So I spent a lot of time just getting lost on the shelves of the books that I wasn't even supposed to be shelving. When a customer first comes in, you want to kind of gauge how much they actually want to know, because a lot of customers are so overwhelmed that they're not going to ask anything, and I can relate to that. I just want to take something in first. But I'll tell them, welcome, let me know if you need help finding anything. Because that's usually the question people ask. Where is this going to be? Do you have this? Whatever. It all comes down to helping them find something. And the number one thing people need to find on a daily basis is the bathroom. Okay? So that bathroom, I've memorized how to send you to it. You go down the ramp into the next room, look at the left-hand wall where you see this big red fan. Go under that through the kids section all the way to the window. You take a breath. If you go all the way to the window, you'll see the hallway to your right. One of my favorite sections in the store is the rare book section, and that is directly adjacent to the video games, the VHS tapes, the toys, and basically all the stuff that there had to just be new people on staff saying, hey, we should be buying this stuff for us to get. Each section is its own little cowlick.
So rare books? You got rare books?
We got a rare book section that whenever people want to look back here, I have the opportunity to tell them about our online storefronts, because this is just a microcosm of the really cool stuff that we want people to see, and the rest of the really cool stuff we have to list online. So, and then you get a certain demographic of people who can't find the romance books. I don't even think we label them as romance books. They're bestsellers. Anyway, we go through this beautiful section, which you should get all this stuff. I got a couple swords I'm going to put on these walls. Somebody who ran this section in olden times went through the trouble of papering all these walls with these gorgeous images, and that's the energy I like here at the bookstore. Same with the room where the actual romance or bestsellers are. I like to show people all the way to the furthest reach of the store where only the teenagers come. The other half of the basement wasn't so easy. So they tore up the floors in the other half of the basement, including this little room off to the right, which we're about to go into. And they discovered lots of moisture because this is a really old building. And there's lots of groundwater that comes through here. So they had to dig trenches, and they had to install a pump here. So they did all that. They refloored it. It's beautiful. But for the past several months, we have had to figure out how to get over this mountain of rebuilding and reorganizing, putting all the books back on the shelves. And I believed in us the entire way. I knew it was going to be great. I've been enthusiastic about this whole time. But others who have their sections down here like me have been real frustrated and real anxious about this. And it's really coming together. My colleagues have been doing a great job. And the last part of it here is, which we don't necessarily need to get into, though this is Delaney's office I'm about to show you to. This is where all my sections are. And this is the last blast. This we're going to have to plan all together. We're going to have to build all the shelves. We're going to have to organize it. There's going to be a lot of interesting changes to this room. But since you're here, Cam, and you can use whatever of this you want to use, first we're going to take a look in Delaney's office here. Well, this is where we'll summon Delaney from.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I've got to have Delaney join me for our closing stuff. So I've got to summon Delaney. Thank you. All right. This trash can. Now it's not super full, but I'm gonna take this outside. So I'll always check the wood shop, which we use from time to time. No one's in there. Peep in there for a second. It's a cool little room.
It's funky.
And Delaney, we got to figure out where we're going to put this this big bird. This one's done. Clean sack. But here's the trick. You come upstairs and you start a horrible coughing fit. And you start stomping around, spilling your coffee all over yourself. I'm not going to do that now because I lack the wherewithal. But that'd be a good idea to get people out, I tell you. Looks great. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. We got a new one. Had a little surprise in there that time.
Bummer, that's okay though. You have 5 minutes to shop around. If you're upstairs, rec room, kids room, or the science room, you have 5 minutes. It sounds like a lot of time, but stuff goes by fast. You normally get stuck in the dark, and it'd be extremely awkward. Thank you.
That's good. Okay.
And he was like peeling it
And
off.
if you wait
and I was like,
on your PB&J,
5-second rule does not apply to lollipops and
it'll
gum
start to
on
congeal
the
together.
laptop.
When I do it.
Are very motivating. I felt the fear, I felt the motivation, I felt all the emotions. Oh, I forgot to buy the shirt.
All right, folks. If you can hear the music, them lights are going to be coming down. And then you're going to have to say to yourself, now it's dark. I'm out. I don't want you to get caught in the dark. So come on up to the front with your final selections. Because we got to go home, baby. Love you. I can't really presume the reasons, but they take a long time. But here, get me doing this now.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
There we go.
That's what happens when you try to fake news something.
And sometimes people will come around at 8:45 with 10 boxes of stuff. Who knows who put the books for tall people there? Who knows? But these sections all grew out of the love of each person who worked here and tended to that section and shepherded that section into existence as what it is right now. And that's how you make it work. I don't know on the money side, though we do have the one location. So as I explained to people, we have low overhead, and that allows us to pay the customer a little bit more as long as they understand that we have to be selective. Because we only have this limited amount of real estate, but that ends up making us happy because we get good stuff and they get good money and everyone's happy and the cycle continues. So the cycle just seems to continue, Cam, and I'm not entirely sure if I can shed any light on how that works, except for that the people are pretty great.
Coops. Hello. Please go to the other side of the test.
Back here.
Denton.
Hey, how's it going?
There is a list of instructions in front of you. If you would please read that aloud. Please read it aloud.
Task part 1. Look through the nonsense in front of you and locate the second task.
Your time starts when you finish reading.
Wait for it.
This sentence. It's another piece of paper, you said? All right. I guess you can't answer. Oh, God.
All right, so not in the Dune VHS.
No, nothing in there. Oh, bird's nest? That's crazy.
I have no idea what the task is going to be.
Would it be... Okay, I guess you can't answer, right? No?
Could be... That could be anything, really.
This nonsense when you locate the second task. The second task... Ooh. Am I close?
Did you guys possibly hide it this good?
I get. Oh my God.
Found it.
Oh, right here. Okay, read this aloud.
Task Blaster Task Part 2. On Friday the 22nd, do a story about Denton nightlife that is the most
Denton thing you can find.
Stop the clock.
I feel like he's going to find it in like 30 seconds, but we got it.
Is that better or worse than?
Well, let's gather you two and we'll figure it out.
Oh yeah, all right. Let's do it.
Tanton?
Yes.
You found the second task in 4 minutes. Cooper?
Mm-hmm.
You found it in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So, Coops?
I knew it.
Hey, no worries.
You do not have to do the story. Tell me, do you have any ideas what it might be?
I got 2. Keeping them under wraps. That sounds good too. We can make it happen.
We'll be right back.
I'm feeling real good right now.
It doesn't get more Denton than this.
Oh, thank you. If there's one thing that I know from being here for so long, it's that people in Denton love their craft brews. They do. And wait, hold on. Did you know that here, within a mile radius of Denton, there are several craft breweries and a distillery? Hey, we're gonna deep dive into that right now. Wait, you want a seat? I'll get you a beer. No? Okay.
It's fun. I'll walk over there without beer in hand and say, hey, y'all need a beer? Y'all need some beer? And they're like, yeah, bring us a case. I was like, all right, I'll be right back. Walk right back across the street, grab a case, take it back over there. So, Applejack's Liquor. They're awesome.
When we started, shoot, man, it's changed so much since then. Yeah, I'd say like when I got to Union Bear, you know, we had the Plano location. We had desire to do more with it, and you know, there's a whole restaurant side to Union Bear, and that's what they do is the restaurant experience. And they wanted to bring in someone who can just oversee the multiple breweries, because who knows, there may be more. And so that's when they brought me in.
Yeah. Hey, I have a real quick question for you. Hey, how big are your fermenters?
60.
BBL?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Hey, thanks.
That's it?
Well, yeah, Cameron is here and he couldn't remember, so I figured I'd just ask you real quick.
I got you. Yeah.
I mean, how's life? You know, I guess, you know. Bruh. Oh, fuck! Yeah, that's fine. Watch your feet.
Me too.
I give you a kiss every time I drive by.
I pretend I do.
Bruh. Alright, I'm gonna go now.
Alright.
Bye, friend.
Right, bye.
So you get 10 cans, roughly a gallon. So that's, yeah, after fermenter space, blah, 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 yeah. So he probably gets 10,000 cans per fermenter. So that means that could be per day. So like for comparison, like Toast has a 3-barrel system. We've got a 3-barrel system. I'm upgrading to a 6.5-barrel system. So, yeah, it's a little bit different.
But it did, I feel like the craft beer movement, or this latest one that we're in right now, hit a certain group of people. And Denton tends to house that certain group of people. You know, folks that they want to be creative, they want to see creativity, they don't want the same old boring thing over and over again, right?
We have one that's really popular called Grant Kronenberger Peanut Butter Blonde. Where it has a base style of a blonde ale, but then we add peanut butter, and a lot of people really like that one. We're actually releasing a beer tomorrow called Jammin', and that's a strawberry saison. So it's a French saison with strawberry added. We used to brew those two kind of one after the other, and then serve them together to make like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It was a lot of fun. So
we try not to do anything too out there. We try to stay kind of true to style and just kind of drive it forward. But we do like to do something fun at the same time. We did a saison that we did with honey and sage, and that turned out really good. It actually won gold medal at recent competition, so we're pretty proud of that. We have stout and barley wine that are both really good, and then we have some aging in bourbon barrels. So, I started in 2007, so like when you're talking about the 2010 era, yeah, specifically here in Texas, it did start booming, but there were a lot of places, if you go to Colorado and Oregon, brew pubs, craft beer was just everywhere. And it really just started, people started accepting it, drinking it, getting excited to try it. And then, you know, you had home brewers and people who just saw maybe a business model there.
You know, when I first started homebrewing, I thought it'd be just like a fun weekend hobby I do every now and then. And it took 2 batches before I was like, oh my God, this is so much fun. I love doing this. And I started really diving in head first, just, you know, doing everything I could to learn how to, you know, start our own brewery.
Oh, fuck. So it's not put together at all. But yeah, so this was our first baby still that we used in the backyard. It's a piece of shit, if you can't tell.
Who wants Dad's Miller Lite when you could have this guy's beer right down the road that's doing something wacky and crazy? So it resonated with this town really well. So why wouldn't there be a bunch of us that are already going to breweries and our friends own breweries and our friends are running beer fest? Why wouldn't we want to go into that world too?
The difference in like a craft brewery versus like a big time brewery is, you know, I think a lot of it's the passion, the things that we get to do that aren't just replicating and just trying to mass produce something. We take a lot of pride in it. We source the ingredients. Like, I mean, there's just so much. Brewers kind of put everything they have into it. I mean,
so like when you're a brewer, you have to like, there's like a lot more that goes to fermenting because that's their end product. That's all that they can care about. Whereas for us, because of the distillation process, and we have hardier yeast, because again, we're not looking for flavors here, we're looking for flavors at the end of it. This is our mash tun, but here we just cook grain. We use all Texas grain. It's Texas yellow deck corn.
It's kind of like the base of your beer. That's where you get your sugars that become alcohol. That's where you get the color of your beer. And that's where you get the body and quite a bit of the flavors of your beer.
And so like if you're making beer, you're cooking this at like 150, 160 degrees, somewhere around there, because all you're trying to do is extract those malts. And if you went over and talked with like them, you know, they say that, hey, we, you know, they'll also, you know, boil in a kettle and then move it over to the mash tun, all that kind of jazz.
So we weigh that out. It all gets milled, and then it goes into our grist case here. From that, it goes into here. Hold on just a second. Let me have you turn it down. The malted barley gets milled, and then it gets taken into our mash tun here. That's this vessel here, where it's mixed with water, very specific temperature, so that we can hit our mash temp for the starch conversions. We send those over to the kettle over here, bring it to a boil. We'll add our hops. Depending on the style of beer, is like when the hops are in, what type of hops are in, how long. So from there, it'll go through the heat exchanger here, which will cool it down to, you know, fermentation temperature. It goes into the fermenter here. We have the yeast already in here, ready. Each one of these is temperature controlled. We'll add a clarifying agent to speed it along. We don't filter any of our beers. We just clear them up. And then once it's cleared up, we send it to these tanks. These are our bright tanks. Now we have our beer, it's ready. We just need to carbonate it. So we hit it with CO2 here. It's got these stainless steel carbonation stones in them. And we send CO2 through that. Carbonates the beer, and now it's ready.
We don't really need that, especially because we have to boil corn first, and so adding the malt to it just makes life easier versus having the multiple setups. If you're a distiller, you need it to it needs to be able to not only convert its own starches into sugar, but it's got to be able to convert the starches of the corn. Grains, if you don't know what the malting process is, wheat, corn, whatever they want to do, rye, grains, cook it with peat, which is like a moss in the grain, poop out alcohol. Prison and you're trying to do something in your toilet, you've now made hooch. I'm not a brewer, I'm a distiller. But then what we do is we basically simmer it. So basically all we're trying to do is strip the alcohol. Why do we do this kind of dumb stuff? There's heads, hearts, and tails. Moonshine makes you go blind. They were using lead radiators. You know, if you're drinking a lot of lead, that's really not good for you. 25-ish% heads. So this is what is about to go in a barrel. So you see this, that means that liquid gets stuck here. Boom, 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 boom. And eventually only the stuff that's able to really make it out when we have all these plates on here is the lightest alcohols. And again, only the purest alcohol can come up, which means that out of here it has to be 96% alcohol. And then you proof it down, which just means adding water to it until it's 80 proof or 40% alcohol. It's going to be a test thing at the bottom, which is just going to say, like, how much is 80 proof? It's going to be a quiz. He's good at Adobe After Effects. He's going to figure it out.
Obviously, we love them, and we loved them before we even were, before this was an idea. But yeah, it really is all about that local support and supporting each other. You know, I've said it before, but you know, the rising tide lifts all boats. So the more we work together in a collaborative effort, the more we all succeed. And that's one thing I really love about the downtown area in Denton, and Denton in general, is not only the people in Denton, but the businesses in Denton support each other, small businesses, and we all want to see each other, you know, succeed and do well. So it is a really cool thing.
To see the success, to see us in all these grocery stores and bars everywhere outside of Union Bear is, and you know, the success in the awards, yeah, nobody outside of here really cares about that, but it just gives us like validation that we're doing good, and it just feels good. But yeah, it does feel good. It feels really good to be to do what we've done.
You know, nobody wants anybody to do poorly. I don't have anybody that I spitefully want to do bad. I kind of want to start like a turf war, but like Toast and I call ourselves East Side, but then it's like there's already an East Side place, or we're West Side. Forget. We also called ourselves the Bell Street Boys. You know, the work. None of this shit is like worth it if I was just doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a pain in the ass to make alcohol. You know, it's like these brewers, man, they do way more work than I do. And like, it's a pain in the ass to make beer. It's awesome and it's rewarding, but it's like a pain in the ass. And like, you don't get paid very well, and you don't, like, you know, you just sit in front of hotness and get sweaty, and you don't get AC, and like, you're lifting grain or totes of grains, and you're trying not to kill people in your forklift and all this kind of stuff. And like, it is like the worst shit ever. But like, you end up with like something that, like you said, like you get to build a community around, and that's real cool. And it's really important, and that's, you know, we want, for us, that's why we want Denton on every label, because we want people to know that, like, hey, this came from Denton, this like weird ass town 30 minutes north of Fort Worth, or an hour north of Fort Worth, whatever we are, 30 minutes north of something.
We have strong work. I'm looking out the window, and everything looks so cool.
here? Oh my God.
Am I here? Am I not?
Am I here? Oh my God.
Am I here?
Hanging out with my droogies. And the milk goes down so sweet. So sweet. What about ultraviolet? Well, how about a little bit of me? Yeah! Get down with my gang now. What? Lay down with my I feel bad? No! Negativity seems bad. Now see who's under attack. I said, no! Am I here or am I not?
Am I here? Am I not?
Am I here or am I not?
Am I here? Am I not?
Am I here or am I not?
Am I here?
All right, yeah! Sick boy feeling sick. Small tone with a fine ass chick.
So fine.
And I bet he took a shit. If he's dead, someone need another hit and go! It's such a perfect day! So long you shrug our leg! Lay down against my grave! No! There's no more spotting trains! No! Am I here or am I not?
Am I here? Am I not?
Am I here or am I not?
Am I here? Am I not?
Am I here or am I not? When now? Alright, 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 alright! It's just my size. We'll be right back. Now, traveling Denton in the nights, you're gonna notice little secrets here and there. The further you go, the more you'll find. And we've got some salacious, bodacious selections for you over here. Now, when you watch this, you're gonna think it's pretty cool. I think. Now I'm gonna go to Pascal's, grab another little beer LaRuski. Let's dive in.
Damn, the feds trying to come get niggas, bro. That bitch open it.
I'm Joshua Cañate.
I'm Rick I play guitar. I work at the Rubber Gloves.
My name's Reese McLean. I'm a musician.
My name's Matt Burgess, and I play in Fleshnark, and boy, I love it. The band name hasn't gotten us any play in the dating world, absolutely zero. You bring it up, or you're like, wow, we're going to go see this band. It's a bad first date, to be honest. Bad second date. They're not calling back. But it'll be a memory they recount to their friends. Like, remember the bad times. That's Fleshnart.
I'll say too that like with those letters, our last names are in there, you know.
And yeah, and one more thing is, you know, we're like a low battery challenging band, and all the names are spelled out with the name Fleshnart. All of our names.
You know, it's Denton is sort of a magnet that draws precious elements out of Collin, Dallas, Tarrant, Cook counties, etc. I couldn't name all of them.
The nightlife can capture the spirit of the town. I think so. I wish there was a little bit more of it. So everyone that's watching this, that's these nightlife enthusiasts, like they really need to encourage the nightlife of every city they go to after here and this place. But yeah, you know, the bars, they rule. It's a cool scene, and you can go meet the fellow vampires. I'm like way into this vampire schedule. Or life's just so much better after 9 p.m. And I encourage everyone to enjoy the hedonistic excesses of the Denton nightlife.
There really needs to be a night mayor in Denton. Gotta have like somebody who wields some sort of power, has like a magic key, and can unlock any door, you know.
Stop opening goddamn crumble cookies and little Subways and shit. We need venues. We need places that have a fucking venue. And is cursing allowed? Fuck. Shower at the venue. The most, even if it's horrible, like I got to toast some down the drain, like that's fine. Just stop. Crumble is okay. Less Subways, less Chipotles, more insane things that don't have alcohol licenses and people get kicked out of.
Keep wiping. I know we're like, climate change is real, but you don't want to walk around with things that can turn into something else. So just keep wiping until there's just like nothing there.
So I started Denton Live in 2022, but before that, wind back a little bit. I started at UNT in 2020, and kind of fell in love with the scene, going to shows, and then COVID happened. So everything got shut down, and I kind of saw the low point of the scene and how everything kind of almost died. And from that point, kind of wanted to see the scene grow back to pre-COVID days and how strong it was. And in many ways, we've kind of accomplished that. I can't take all the credit, obviously. The bands deserve most of the credit, and people that run the venues and the talent bookers, they do most of the work. But just playing a small role in that means a lot to me, and building that community and being part of that community and making friends and making those relationships. Really, frankly, the Denton scene means everything to me. When I first got here and got involved in the scene, I didn't have many friends. And just going to shows and meeting people, I've kind of met most of my friends here and built those relationships. Come out to shows. It's a lot of fun. Don't be afraid to come out by yourself. You'll meet people. Put yourself out there. I promise it'll be fine. Everyone's super nice and inclusive.
I think Denton nightlife, to me, at least on Price Street, basically just means community. It's a good way to link up with your college, your peers. I've met so many people here that I don't think I ever would have otherwise.
So a lot of people like to say Denton's a little Austin. I don't agree with that at all. I think Denton is its own cultural identity. Whenever you compare it to places like Dallas or Austin, you don't get that same vibe as people as you do in Denton. There's no other place like it.
Go Mean Greens. Ah! That's all I got.
Denton's cool. Stay cool, Denton.
I'm a UNT student, and I just had a lot of fun up here in Denton. It's a really cool city to live in.
Okay. Yeah. Different kinds of people from everywhere, any kind of culture, any kind of belief. I don't know. I just kind of like a melting pot of different people, and Denton definitely is that. That's why I love Denton.
I really like Tom's Thackeray. just off of Fry Street. I think it's a really, really interesting place, and they always play music. And there's music every night over the weekend, so I think it's a really cool place.
I love Fry Street because everybody comes here.
In the last 6 years, Denton has been one of the fastest growing cities in the entire America. I think it's been 4 times out of the last 6 years. So I think it's really, really interesting to see so many people coming in from all over and kind of infusing the area with their own personal experiences.
I really like that it's such a small community. Sometimes that can bite you in the ass that it's such a small community, but it's also really nice. Like everywhere I go, I'm like, oh, I know somebody here. Like I can feel safe and comfortable here.
But here, I can literally walk down the road and go to Tom's.
That too.
So, and all my friends are nearby, and I feel like the queer and the punk scene is pretty good. So yeah, I like those.
But being a drummer, I know a lot of people from this area. So it's got me connected into being here pretty often.
It's just it's a really cool, really fun place. As a percussionist, it's like the hearth of everything I care about. It's like classical percussion. This is kind of where everybody that I look up to kind of came from.
No, I love it here. I mean, a lot of people are so kind and open-minded, and I don't know. You can just make a lot of new friends here, and I just enjoy that. I haven't met like a single person that I haven't gotten along with, you know?
So I think the nightlife is the epitome of like what Denton represents, you know? Like that kind of just free being able to be whoever the heck you want to be whenever you want to be, being able to, like I can get on this floor right now and nay, you know? Like,
do it. Let's go. Hey.
Fix these roads. I'm tired of driving around everywhere. I'm tired of the parking around here. I'm tired of these Denton drivers. Check your blind spots.
Like Denton really is a really cool town. Like if you really try to get to know it, there's so many local small businesses you can discover.
Stop opening goddamn crumble cookies.
It was the most legendary party of all time. Girls over here, drinks over here.
He's getting turned like
cocaine, alcohol. They did it all! They did it all!
Jesus wants your faith.
Drop out of college, quit your job, and you're either a vampire or a vampire killer.
Get weird, stay weird. I like Denton being weird.
We all live here in Denton forever.
Little taste of heaven. Are you waiting for sense me of you and me, baby? Do you think there's a chance?
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on a Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are.
When we have musicians on the lawn just like this is what Denton is about and what we need more of. More support. Coming out here, watching this young man sing and dance and enjoy himself.
I'm so in love.
It's like the perfect music for this environment. It's busy, it's jazzy, and you know the music from the 60s, there's a lot of hope in it. It was a time when, you know, we just gone to the moon, or we were going to the moon, and the sky wasn't the limit, nothing was the limit. And that's kind of how it is today, but I feel like we're losing that point. And so the music from the 60s should bring that back, to bring us back to the reality that there's a lot of hope in the world.
Denton, of course, is a college town, and that comes from UNT, a lot of it. Right? They've had a jazz music program since the 1940s, one of the earliest jazz programs, and it just really creates this atmosphere around. You can just see that it's sort of just the perfect place for jazz. It's so American, and it's like an American creation, right? And that's just where I see it.
Cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Just the way you look tonight.
It raises the quality of life somehow for like everybody who engages with the square, engages with the beautiful area that we live in here. Because you hear a saxophonist on a Friday night, you just feel so, wow. I live in a place where people take the time to learn a beautiful instrument, who take the time to learn this beautiful music, and I love to be a part of that.
The record shows I took the blows and did it my way.
I'm Kai. I play at Fortunato Winery on occasion. I have a website, kaijazz.com, and that has all my social media on it. I do weddings, and I'm about to sing in front of judges for American Idol. So that's going to be pretty awesome. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Well, way before the picture. Oh, by the way, this picture right here, these are my baby girls. One of them is in the other room actually tonight. Yeah.
This is my dad.
Yeah.
Owner of this place.
Well, yeah, we still always will be. But yeah, this is my daughter Mia. Yeah.
This is my dad.
Yeah.
Owner of this place.
Well, yeah, we still always will be. But yeah, this is my daughter Mia, and then my Ariana's my middle one. And it's not a sad moment. It is a great moment, by the way. It is sad, but obviously, because if you don't have your heart in something.
We're happy for what's to come. Cute.
Very excited.
Thanks for filming and putting all that together. That's awesome.
The picture on the wall of his daughters is the same that's been there ever since we started coming. So yes, it's got a history of its own, and we enjoy that. We come here, we have good food, we're not in a hurry, we have extremely fine waiters who come in and say, they don't come and say, I'm Biff, I'm going to take care of you. We have people coming in.
You're probably going to cut that.
Yeah, I love it. We hate Biff.
And my wife, and so we have special guests in here tonight. If you want to be a wonderful hairdresser, she does all my families. So.
It's a personable hometown experience, and you get to visit with the owner. How many restaurants can you go to that the owner comes and greets everyone? And
Did you get a picture of this wild crew right here? This is the Fab Four, I guess. Well, yeah. The original Fab Four. We basically started in 1996. We got a sales tax in 1996. We opened in March of 1996. But I will tell you this, the city of Denton was extremely kind and very helpful in the process of our transaction, of how we moved forward into the process of opening. Well, I mean, we probably have had over 300 something kids, maybe 500. I don't know how many wait staff we've had. We've graduated more kids than probably this town has had. So, I mean, we've seen growth from, in 30 years, imagine you were just a parent and then now you're a grandparent. So it's been really a great ride, man. It's been a great ride. What's up, babe? You good? Yep. All right. I guess success is attributed to your team. Your team is you're only as good as your employees.
I've known G for the whole 30 years he's been here. I've only lived next door to him for 6. He is one of my best friends right now. I'm proud of him. He's a good dude, he's a good friend, and I love him. I love this guy. He's proud of what he does. He's not over the top like that. He's the nicest dude if you'll do what you're supposed to do.
And like, hey, I'm not going to interrupt you while you work. My daughter goes, I'm too stupid. Well, I would say, you know, the things that have changed in Denton, I think, I wouldn't call it sad to say, but I think everybody's leaning towards more corporate kind of establishments. And I think that kind of hurts a little bit the mom and pop business, you know, the startups. So that's going to affect the vision of people who really want to aspire to be entrepreneurs in the restaurant business. So where there's a will, there's a way. You know, so if your aspirations are you want to do something, I think you can accomplish that. It doesn't matter. Whatever you aspire to do in life, if your vision is what you want and you want to accomplish that, you will do it. I mean, but you have to want to do it. And there's work involved. So we had a lot of long hours. We had a lot of bad days. We had a lot of great days. But in the initial point is you have to apply yourself. I don't care what you do. You have to apply yourself to be successful. Cop the muscle bruschetta, cop the wine, and just do just a meal church. Yeah, we got a ton. After 30 years, you have different ambitions that you'd like to pursue. So in other words, I'd like to aspire, I want to see what other opportunities are out there. Not to say that this is, their rebranding, I think it is uplifting. At the same time, I have different aspirations, and in my age, I think we kind of look at, I want to spend more family time with my daughters. My heart, I really can't describe what's going through my heart because I can't communicate. I cannot really express my feelings because you know, maybe sometime soon it'll. But because I'm still going to be part of the process, so I'm not just stepping out. And I think that's what's helping the process. If I was to completely step out and be done, that would be a different scenario. And in this particular case, I would still be involved into the rebranding and and I'm looking forward to at least the next stage of how we're going to progress and continue to serve Denton and our community. So.
Well, that's it. That's all we got here for Lil D TV's segment on nightlife here in Denton, Texas. I've been your host, Ethan Bouchard. You can find my band at Strongwork Band and all the comedy sketches and stuff I do at Slice Fury. Now, bars are closing. I'm going to head home. So, see you later. Oh, home's that way. My song. Home's that way.
I know it seems, girl, to me, you're everything. Oh, wow.
Just for now.
These old blues
I don't need your photograph to put by my bed. Your picture is always in my head. I don't need your portrait, dear, to call you to mind. For sleeping or waking, dear, I find the very thought of you. And I forget to do those little ordinary things that everyone ought to do. I'm living in a kind of daydream. I'm happy as a queen and foolish, I know it seems, girl, to me it's everything. The mere idea of you, that longing right here for you. No, you'll never know how slow my moments go till I'm near to you. I see your face in every flower, your eyes in stars above. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you, my love. The mere idea of you, that longing here for you, never know how slow my moments go till I am near to you. I see your face in every flower, your eyes and stars above. It's just the thought of you, the very thought of you. I love to think about
Hello, welcome back to Lil D TV. I'm Ethan Bouchard, your host for the day, and welcome to all the spooktacular stuff happening in our great city of Denton. Here later on, I'm going to treat you with a short film that I made, and I think we're what's happening? Oh no! Not again! Oh no!
My name's Zachary Hidalgo. I'm a Ghostbuster, and we hunt ghosts. Well, the day-to-day of a Ghostbuster is getting ready in the morning, getting here bright and early, and then we investigate. When we get calls, we go investigate them. We scan for EMF, we look for any ectoplasm, all that stuff. Then we come back to HQ, figure out what kind of ghost it is, and then once we have that information down, we know how to bust them. So then we go back, look for the ghost, and capture them. Well, Ghostbusting pays the bills, so we do that mostly. But meet and greet's a good way to meet the community and have a nice day. Interact with people. There was a job I might have messed up on last time, and they might have made me do the meet and greets as punishment. You know. They built it, perfected it. We just mod it, add on to it a little bit, add our own flair.
Attention all Ghostbusters in the Denton area. We have a possible ADP over on Austin Street.
An ADP? Are you sure?
Please confirm.
Is there anybody else in the area?
You're the only one that's available, so...
Okay, I'll do it. I'm on my way. More lightweight. There's that one over there, but that one's Chris's pack. Nice. I don't know. And it's like, which pedal do I want to bring? There's an ADP, attempted demonic possession. It's like an average Tuesday for us Ghostbusters. But normally it doesn't happen too often. It's normally like ghost possessions and stuff. That way. Yeah, detected. That way.
Fucking Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters!
Well. What do we got here?
Nothing's going on, sir, officer.
This looks like attempted demonic possession to me.
No, not at all. Not at all. What's good? My good friend here just owes me some money, and I'm just trying to remind him to pay me back.
Like money?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that story right there.
What do you mean you don't know about it? Sometimes I just gotta remind your friends to pay you back what they owe you,
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to report this one.
No, officer, no. You don't have to do that. I know the law. I know the law. You can't do anything unless the possession's at 95%. This one, as you can tell, only at 80.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm not a cop.
Ah, shit!
Quitting time. Time to go home. Sounds good to me.
A good one from Al Investigator. Anyways, welcome to Lil D TV, and it's October. Denton is the Halloween capital of Texas, and this is Lil D TV. This month, we're talking all things spooky, hosted by your friendly neighborhood demon, Al Investigator. Let's show you around Denton.
No, I actually just had a baby doll here that I made her to look like me. She was all pink and she had like blacked out eyes and a cowboy hat with a steer skull on it. It was so cute.
Hello, I'm here with Jessica from Stones and Bones, one of the amazing spooky artists here in Denton. While we in Denton love having our craft markets year round, we really pop off in October thanks to the amazing Gothic artists such as Jessica. And our first segment, we're actually going to highlight some of the artists that make Halloween in Denton extra special. So sit back and enjoy.
It's just so much faster. I can just I can load up my designs and then just basically trace over them.
I mean, like I said, I love it. I mean, it was an investment, but it's made it go so much faster. So today I am doing a Denton, just a bunch of ghosts and like a pumpkin for them with this like a skull. So it's just like a Halloween kind of mishmash. Ooh. I do it all digitally first. So this one I had done the design digitally and then kind of put it out to the community, asking if anybody wanted it, and I would do it for a discount. So I had a couple takers, but Interfaith was the first one. So I told them I'd come out today and do it for them. But yeah, I do it digitally, then I load it into my VR headset, and then I come out here, sketch it out, and then from here, then I'll paint it.
You're telling me who you are and what you're doing here.
So my name is Ria Zell. This is Dax and Annika, and we're painting a mural for Faded Blue. It is Denton, Texas Halloween themed. I came up with this. The original version, I think it was an 18 by 18 canvas. It was for Interfaith Ministries Lil D art show. And I just wanted to come up with something fun. And it's around fall, so I just wanted to include all our favorite things that we see around city during Halloween time. I brought over some prints to Faded Blue, asked him if he wanted to trade in some records. He did. And then a couple weeks later, I received the text and he's like, hey, I have this wall. I've been waiting 5 years for something to put on there, and this is the perfect piece. So we're doing it now. Our biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, I can tell.
Dax did Sully and Mike, and then the Sasquatch and the Murder Rat.
Wow.
So,
of course. Of course.
this is, I think, the 4th mural Annika has helped with. Dax, is it the 5th or 6th? Yeah, so getting to paint together like this, it's quality family time. When they pass by this, when they get older, I hope it's still here. They're like, oh, I got to help paint that, and I hope they remember now getting to paint together, and it's a big bonding thing for us.
So this is my busiest season by far. Halloween is when stuff gets crazy. I mean, she knows, like, I get booked up real fast, and so like all of September is booked. Most of the beginning of October is booked already. But so I hail from Philadelphia. I've been in Texas for let's see, like coming up on 3 years in February. I am, not to get like too TMI, but I am a recovering addict and alcoholic that I've been sober for 10 years, clean for 5. I was homeless for a long time. So I came here and things have just gotten exponentially better being in Texas. Coming down here, I kind of turned my whole life around. And now I've been able to do art for the first time in a decade. I went to school for art. I've been painting forever. But I just never did anything with it because I was kind of a mess. And now I get to actually kind of do it as like a side hustle right now. My other job being that I work at Anderson's Distillery. I'm their front of house manager. So I do that, and then I do this on the side, but it's starting to become where I'm kind of doing half and half, which has been nice. I always felt kind of like on the outside because I was an art kid. I went to like a very sports-centered high school. And unfortunately, with a lot of creatives and stuff like that, it's a lot of like psychedelics and drugs, and you start off smoking and the Great Gateway and all that stuff. And then I got into really bad stuff and became a heavy, ruthless addict for years. And it's just, I felt like it was making me more creative and like I could function more on it. And it was like how I found like my edge and stuff like that. And it's really not. It's a crutch you lean on, but it's like a cycle you get into where you're like, oh, I can't create without it. So now it becomes about that. And you just associate everything you do with the drug. And it's really just a bad cycle that you get into.
It's my zen. It's super relaxing. I just zone out. I can be out here for the whole day. And if it weren't for the heat, I'd have no problem. But you get absorbed in it and you forget everything else. And usually Dax and Annika help with the details. So this morning, Annika, she's been drawing all the creepy crawlies on here. There's ants, there's snakes, there's bugs, there's a leech, which is awesome. Spiders, she was trying to find bugs to find inspiration for.
It's nice to be off the electronics, but I like listening to like something in the background at least. Sure. Like I'm trying to like build like a waterproof like mini boat for our pool right now, and me and Annika are having a competition. So we got a hot glue gun and we're gonna make that.
And your creative juices are flowing. If you're so inclined to turn one of the ghosts and give them some cat ears, it would be really great.
Oh, I can do that.
Because you don't have ops cat.
Okay, I'll throw some cat ears on. That's been awesome. Like, it's been such a like welcoming. People want to see you do well. They're super supportive. Like, Philly's just so cutthroat, and everybody there is like of the mindset that like if you got something, it's something they didn't get. So nobody really wants to like help you out. Here, it's like the complete opposite, where people are like, oh yeah, like here, if I can't do it, I have somebody else who can, or here's somebody else who like does this. And like, it's very, very supportive and like pushing people. And that's been like kind of awesome to be a part of. That's how I got a lot of the work that I got was through Denton Downtowners and friends recommending and people tagging me and things like that. And that's just been building up like more and more.
It is so unique. There's always quirky little things. Like seeing Josh around. Whenever we'd hear a Josh sighting, we'd get excited and we'd be like, hey, Josh is over here. Want to say hi and drop off some Girl Scout cookies. You know, there's local heroes. We love Price Master. He is hilarious, and where else other than Denton? Do you get an art scene that feeds that type of creativity?
It's really been about perspective and even education for people to see the infrastructure around them, to see the buildings or whatever's around in their community, I think it puts it in perspective, and they have this like amazing, wholesome feeling that they're like, that's my town.
Is also a baker.
The baker maker. I'm David.
David? I'm Daniel.
Danny.
He's our fearless leader, and I'm the assistant to the fearless leader.
Yeah. But we like to make stuff.
I had the courthouse ready to go.
Which was amazing. That was a whole like.
Yeah.
So the idea was like the Beetlejuice attic diorama space, but Denton. And one of the big things about that was, getting it all together. It was the way I was going to do it by myself. Yeah. I talked to somebody. Turns out they knew him, who had already designed it and already had some 3D prints of it, which was the biggest, that's the centerpiece of it.
No, it's going to be like, we went out and looked at the lawn where Tracy mapped out where the trees are, and we noticed around the base of the trees, there's mulch. And it's a circle, so we're trying to decide how big is the circle in relation. So now we're trying to decide what would be the best way. It's like we may just paint it,
right?
Because we have some, it's a mixture of coffee and tea leaves that we can put down, but we wouldn't be able to brush it off. So it's like she said, well, if you do a cutout, do some adhesive, stick it on there, and then carefully lift it off.
Well,
don't film our
problem solver.
Our terrible issues.
I'm gonna make an executive decision to cut into this. I'm gonna cut it though, okay?
Yep.
Further that way, then I think it's just gonna really get congested.
We got a little inception going on here.
Oh, trippy. Oh, is there gonna? Oh my god.
It's the
Of course.
exhibit.
How could you not?
So obviously we messed up on the scaling a little bit.
Well,
It's a detail on landscaping my house. I promise.
So we messed up on the scaling, obviously.
Yeah.
Just a little. With that.
Sweet.
Wow.
Little collab.
Yeah.
The variance that you'll see between the modelers and the painters is pretty amazing. You have styled buildings that are grungy and kind of like beaten down, and that's their flavor of art. And then you have others that are like very intricate and detailed, and they need to be perfect. And you have others that are just like, from my style, I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just like, that's a color paint. Let's go with that. It's really cool seeing all the different interpretations.
Yeah. Pretty much. Art. Board life.
We just need to have access to the USB connections. We're gonna have fog on the do that with the snips.
That was too precise.
I'm pretty good with kind of making some really solid joint decisions on how things go, and it's really kind of worked out wonderfully. Like even this morning, we weren't sure if we could get it all in. And we're like, crap, what are we going to cut? That's terrible. You worked so hard. Now we're going to cut your piece. But it looks like I'm not seeing anything being cut. We have the entire thing that we planned.
Yeah, everything worked out
going
great.
into place. It's working really well.
Well, I'm trying to get people to Awesome. It's going well. It's going well. I'm gonna have a crash out here.
But for me, me, it's a good feeling to see it all come together. All this work in the past 6 weeks or 8 weeks.
Yeah, nuts.
It's been amazing. So. Yep.
For me, it's just a great opportunity to display my art form, but also to build community with the other artists that we got together. Like we made friendships, like we're gonna keep doing stuff now just because we had so much fun doing it together. And continually add to the team or whatever, however it works out. But so yeah, building for the community, showing off our art form, getting other people inspired into doing stuff like this, making miniature art of whatever form that takes them to,
I've been thinking about this a lot because there are two things I want to talk about, and they're both, to me, really exciting, but it's about, honestly, why I think Denton Halloween is great and also what it proves about what our city can do right. So this is a really cool story to me, and I don't know if the camera can pin, but right there you see a building. That's the Pascal building. You see where the mural is? That mural, and on the side of the building was from an artist. I believe the person that did it was Dan Black. I've known Dan Black for a long time. He's a local muralist, super talented, super awesome. He did that, and there was a bitch fit at the city. How could you ruin a historic building? And the commission got involved. Everyone was all up in arms. How could you ruin that? And then you fast forward a few years later, they hired Dan Black to do their maze, and he was one of the main people responsible, local artists, for decorating. And what an interesting turn of events of, I think, what we can do right, rather than being antagonistic towards community members or local artists and makers, really bring them in and show to the rest of the country, the rest of the state, what is right about Denton. I think what it also shows about what our city is doing right is this is such an intricate, weird, odd, very Denton thing. You look at the, what's his name, Onion behind us, and again, this was just such a funny thing about Denton, where they asked us, what do you want to name him? And then they ignored what everyone wanted to name him, which was Onion. And then you had one of my personal favorite jokes, because what wound up happening was the city said, okay, we hear you, we're gonna name him Onion. Someone said this is the first time that the city of Denton has listened to the vote of the people, and that was in response to weed and Proposition B. I thought that was funny. But naming him Onion was peak classic Denton of what we're doing right, because when you look at the magnitude of what we are doing, if we can do something so nuanced, incredible, artistic like this, imagine what else we could do right. We could actually have effective city planning, quick road turnaround with construction. I mean, we could be creative with so many different things. This is proof that when we put our minds together and work together, we can get great things done as a city. But the other thing is what it really does mean for our city long-term, and the creativity that it can bring long-term. I've seen a lot of people on, especially Facebook, make complaints about, oh, this is so expensive, we're wasting all of our money, how could we be doing something like this? Why don't you care about this issue, that issue, this issue, that issue? I get that, and I relate to that, because that's my natural gut reaction too when I look at the money spent. But if you go back about a year ago, 9 months ago, and you watch a work session at the council where city staff presented the aftermath of Halloween Town and what it did for our city. You had so many people come into town to visit it. You saw a bunch of local businesses like Eastside and Oak Street report in numbers how much more money they made compared to the last October and the October before that. You see about sales tax revenue jumping in the city that month compared to other months. We have an option in this city. Things are getting more expensive. More people are moving here. We have more expenses as a city, so prices are going up. So we have got two choices on how to pay for them. Tax the hell out of people, which has been the inclination. The other way is increase sales tax revenue. If more people buy more things, that's more money going to the city. If we can get people to spend their money here and not somewhere else, that is less money that we are taxing people. I think this year is really going to be the test for Denton Halloween of, was last year a one-off, or is this something sustainable? Because the bigger and better we make this, the more money the city can receive to not only pay for this, but then to pay for the things that we do care about. We care about the unhoused in our community. We care about proper shelter. We care about what we were talking about before this, food deserts. Like, we care about road construction. Do we want to fix those problems, and do we want to do it by taxing the shit out of people? Or do we want to do that the Denton way, of being creative with how we are receiving money? When I ran for council, like, one of the things that wasn't just like a quip, it was like something I was passionate about was like, let's make Denton Denton. City staff are doing that. And I think we need to applaud them for what they're doing right. It is so easy right now to be negative. 65% of the residents are living paycheck to paycheck. Like I've said before, it's not a number, it's real people. We have a decision to make about our future. I feel really, really excited about that potential. And I know it's easy to be the naysayer in a situation like this, because that's fun to do. But Denton Halloween really is an example of how we can move forward and do better things as a city.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Remember this hat?
Well, why in the hell would I remember a hat?
You with a hat.
My name is Dr. Sean Treat. I'm a former professor at the University of North Texas here in Denton. And I love history, and I spend a lot of time in the archives. Well, as a matter of fact, I'm going to tell you a story about John Denton here. John Denton, who apparently was kind of a hot-headed fellow, he called for a charge. And so he and his horse exited the timber, and as he was raising his rifle to fire on the oncoming braves, he himself was killed on the spot and shot out of the saddle. His partner, Stout, Henry Stout was his name, grabbed him and drug him as the firefight ensued. And what happened was the men wound up dragging Denton's body away on retreat and burying him beside a creek at nightfall. They promised that they would come back and retrieve his body when things cooled down. Spoiler alert, things did not cool down. Welcome to Denton, Texas!
Welcome to Denton, Texas!
When the sun goes down,
When the sun goes down,
it becomes Halloween Town!
it becomes Halloween Town!
You know, I've heard a rumor that Onion, we all know Onion, has been wanting to create and run for the position of Denton's Nightmare. And you know what they say about rumors and all, but I just want to make it known that Hunyan is not the only friendly creature here in Denton. There's more. And to that end, I would love to highlight the amazing volunteers and employees at the city who make Denton Halloween come to life. So please enjoy this next segment and consider voting for me for Denton Nightmare.
There's one magical, haunted evening each year.
We're in the process of getting set up for Halloween, and right now we're in the Sunken Garden in the middle of City Hall, and this is the second annual Scary Cherry Orchard. It's really a nod to the original cherry orchard that went away about 2 years ago, and we're like, hey, let's bring it back, let's make it scary. So we really reached out to the community to decorate a chair. So find your own type of chair, big, small, broken, not broken, you know, ornate, plain, and paint it up and decorate it however you want. This is a really cool way to get the community to come together. Last year we had 140 chairs. This year we have 175 chairs, and they'll be ready to roll this weekend and definitely October 1st.
They might put sharp or hard objects in candy and apples.
Initially last year when we started brainstorming Halloween, we pulled together a focus group of about 50 people, and they were business members of the downtown, event planners, local leaders, and said, hey, how about if we lean into Halloween like Grapevine leans into Christmas? And they thought it was a great idea and said, well, here's our plan. Here's what we'd like to do. We'd like to have placemaking, programming, and promotion, or the 3 Ps of Halloween is how we started it. And the city would take on the marketing from a 30,000 foot level to bring people here. We would create placemaking or unique spaces, experiences for people in the downtown and the community. And then the businesses would lean into it with programs, whether it's a special event, a special menu, special drinks, whatever it is, and decorate their establishment. So we're all leaning into it. So last year, first year, we didn't know what to expect. We went back after the year was over.
A manager must have accurate data.
And worked with our finance department, and they had a consultant look at the sales tax and the mixed beverage tax revenue that was collected last year. And based on their estimation, they figured that we, the city, collected about $210,000
39.6%
in taxes. Now, if you reverse engineer that, that is roughly about $15 million in sales.
Normally on a Friday night, we'll have a good like 50 to 100 people, but with the events and the Halloween stuff happening on the square more throughout this month, we have definitely seen a much larger impact in our foot traffic. We've gotten upwards of like 200 to 400, I would like to say, 240 people in a night, and we see that reflected in our transactions as well.
All right, so traffic's been incredible. We have stayed open later to accommodate the rise in traffic, especially after dark. And the first Saturday of the month, we beat any previous traffic that we had had during any previous weekend or day that the club's been in existence. And we are on track to do that again this Saturday, and I expect every Saturday in October.
Putting money into our community. So our operating budget was about $165,000. So if you look at it from a net revenue standpoint from the event based on sales tax and what we spent, that doesn't include staff time, we profited from it. But ultimately the goal is to help the city businesses prosper. This is the guy right here that's orchestrating everything. So why don't we get a microphone on him?
Absolutely not. I'm just going to make sure you're good.
The lights, I was going to start working on those tomorrow. Craig is the man behind the curtains. He's helped, like everything that we use and cut from our CNC machine, like every headstone he put into the CNC machine and cut. Then we had volunteers paint them. We have Garden of Villains, which Rose Costume helped create the costumes for us. it's just everyone leaning into it, taking their creativity and contributing to the event. You want to be on film?
Oh, sure. I start this area right up under here. I want the green paint to stick a little bit. It's purple siding foam or insulation foam that you would build a house with. And anyway, do this, and then I come back and I just spray it with water and let it run. And then I spray it all the way down because I don't want these lines. It looks too contrived. I want it to look like moss has been growing on this thing for 100 years. Halloween's always been a time of make-believe. You get to dress up as somebody you're not. You get to pretend sometimes to be afraid. It's wonderful with small children, taking them around and seeing all the imagination. And that's what Halloween is. It's about imagination. I don't associate it with anything negative. I guess you can make anything what you want it. Halloween to me is about fun, imagination, creativity. Look at what people do in their yards, just for the sake of fun and tickling their imagination. That's it.
And actually, David Baker, our local artist, said, "Hey, David, can you help paint this? Because we wanted to bring it down here last Scary Cherry Orchard last year." And he threw some Halloween colors on it, decorated it, and boom, we got something going right there. So it just takes some ideas, some people with talent and creative minds, innovation, and things start coming together. Sometimes they fall into place quickly, sometimes they evolve over time, and we just keep looking at it and figure out how we can make it better.
You know, 2 weeks in, hey, David, we need a giant chair painted. And I was like, okay, this isn't going to be a normal job, you know? And like all of the Halloween merch, a lot of the advertising signage. I did the Denton Monster art installation on the square. Onion, our favorite, made him. So this is the maze. We're doing a big free activity for all ages. I think it's going to be open kind of morning to night. But inside, it's decorated by, or built by local creatives, decorated by local artists. This is something I painted here. Up top, local artist Dan Black, who's done a lot of the murals around town, we brought him on to do a bunch of kind of experiential placemaking stuff. And so he's painting this mouth. There's going to be a mad scientist head on top. I'll give you a little sneak peek of that. He's built out all sorts of really cool art installations and stuff. So he built that giant mouse back there. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, Halloween is just like already kind of a fun, weird, like kind of esoteric holiday. The weirder, the better, especially in Denton. I think it's really cool that I get to really do a lot of like variety of work, but there's just so many really cool and very talented creative people in this community that make Denton the cool and amazing place that it is. And I think that Denton Halloween should be representative of that. And the city really does a great job of tapping into the creative community, and it's such an honor to be able to be kind of like to orchestrate that to some level of getting as many creatives on board as I can.
Onion! Onion! Say bye-bye. Say bye, Onion. Bye. She's like, huh?
When somebody donates food or walk past here, I will give them a sticker. We have rainbow and high five and heart and flower and butterfly and even these.
You got a butterfly too? You were just talking about a butterfly. Oh, it fell on the ground.
Alright. Hi, my name is Randy Skinner. I serve on the board of Friends with Benefits, and we are the most fun charity in Denton, and our whole thing is to throw events for other charities. And Onion, of course, became a Denton icon within, I think, like 24 hours of getting put up. And so everybody was like, hey, we need to do a food drive for Onion. We need to. So tell us what we are doing the food drive for.
Well, I'm Cassandra Berry, and I'm with the Marketing and Development team at Denton County Friends of the Family, and we are hosting our annual Thanksgiving drive where we collect food items for our clients so that they can have a delicious Thanksgiving dinner.
Onion.
When you look at him, just look at him. I was like, you know, it's like purple, which is a color for Denton County Friends of the Family and domestic violence awareness, for one thing.
Bonus.
It's bonus. And then when you look at him like he's looking over, you know, watching over the community, you know, that's what we do with our agency. That's what Friends with Benefits does. And so his physique, his look, and him being fed into that then feeds others. I mean, can it get any better than that, Randy? On behalf of Denton County Friends of the Family, we are so appreciative because we take these things for granted, those of us who are not in these victim situations. And so to be able to help someone who may not have otherwise been able to do that because of their circumstances we're beyond grateful. It's such a blessing. Sorry, I am not.
Thank you so much. For Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Tell them it's for Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Well, guess what? This organization saved me and my kids. I know all about y'all.
Love to hear that. And I do therapy there, also.
Yep. Y'all have a good one.
That's awesome, y'all.
You're watching Lil D TV. We'll be right back.
Hi guys, I'm Megan. I'm going to be the new hat shaper and customizer here at Maloofs. Being established in 2022, we really want to pay honor to all of the other hat companies that came before us in Denton. We have hats of all different ranges and styles. We have Stetsons, we have fedoras, we have Charlie One horses, and so many more. We are located off of Elm Street, and our hours are 11 to 5 Monday through Friday and 11 to 2 on Saturdays.
What I do know is that one of the owners, people recommended, oh, you got to talk to Jimmy. You got to talk to Jimmy. So one of the late night closing managers for a long time came on the tour. When I talked about the fires, he just went as white as a sheet, and that's when I knew something was up. But he said the office was upstairs where the Pascal bar is now. And he said so it was just common practice for him to be up there 3 o'clock, sometimes 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. But he said one night he heard someone coming up the stairs. And he says, God damn it, identify yourself or I'm going to shoot you. He said he pulled open the drawer that he keeps his pistol in. He grabbed the pistol and he said when he looked up at the entrance to the office in the corner was a figure squatted down with their head in their hand. What happened was the hands fell, the face looked up.
Denton is unique and quirky and doesn't exactly, well, fit into a box. And neither does our last segment. So please enjoy some choice selections of some very Denton Halloween happenings.
Hello, and welcome to our Movie Time Super Critic We Definitely Know What We're Doing show. I'm Julie, and this is Sandwich. We are like the Siskel and Ebert of Felt.
Yeah, except you're not dead.
Today we are going to be reviewing Five Nights at Freddy's, a horror movie based on a terrifying jump scare game.
Don't pretend like you know anything about that game. You freaked out and had to stop 30 seconds and trying to play with your kid.
Oh, true. Anyways, it takes place in a showbiz Chuck E. Cheese style animatronic-infused pizzeria.
Remember that time you finally got invited to the popular kids' party and then sat in something wet and everyone thought you peed your pants?
Thanks, Sandwich.
We all know you didn't sit in anything wet. You peed your pants.
What are your thoughts on the movie?
Well, I thought it was pretty great that they gave so much autonomy to the animatronic puppets. No hands making them do whatever the hands want them to do. Complete freedom. I do feel bad for those poor kids, though.
Yeah, those poor souls.
Julie?
Yes, Sandwich?
Do I have a soul?
Huh, I don't know. So anyways, Five Nights at Freddy's starts off with this little girl and her brother. Her brother's a security guard, and he gets in a lot of trouble because he punches a guy thinking he's kidnapping a kid. It wasn't kidnapping a kid, so that's how it starts. And then he tries to get a job, and so there's this guy who has a little
Is it possible? Would you do such a thing? For me?
No, he didn't murder the little brother.
That's okay. You don't have to admit it. I saw the movie. Thank you.
Okay, well, do you want to just give it the final rating?
I give it 1 hand up. It was just scary enough for me to appreciate not having animatronics trying to murder me.
I agree, Sandwich.
Want to try playing the game again?
Hell no.
I say, he's gonna throw you in a bit of fire. You can escape that penalty of eternal. You better love him around. The incredible love of God. When you steal, when you lie, when you say God's name, it is God you. This is why the gospel is called good news. And things that creep around on the ground, and they say the ghost of evolution's glad. Guess what? You dropped something, sir. You dropped some litter. Good Christian man, you dropped some litter. In Christ Jesus, believing in who he claimed to be and what he's done with his death and resurrection. And he pulled a bow across the string and made an evil hiss. Then a band of demons joined in and it sounded something like this.
Well, we're part of Providence Chapel, the church that we attend, meets on the campus at UNT. And we're out here because people need Christ. God is glorified when Christ is proclaimed in the public places.
Faith and trust in what God has done to save me from my sins.
We're obviously not out to harm anybody. There's really only one whom we should fear, and that's to fear the Lord. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Fear of the Lord is defined in the book of Proverbs in the Old Testament. It says the fear of the Lord is to hate evil. Pride and arrogance, the evil way, and the perverse mouth I hate, says the Lord. So, again, we're not trying to intimidate anybody or scare anybody, but we're out with a wonderful but yet a solemn gospel message from Him.
I used to be one of these people. Now I didn't go as far as getting on a street corner, but I went door to door with my wife.
back in 19... We also taught Sunday school in the church. It was in Irving. I won't say any more about which church. We were deeply involved. We were deep in the church. I would say that I was a Christian, but then you get Christians say, well, you never were because you didn't have strong enough faith, or you whatever. They judge me, not having ever known me, that you were never a Christian. So, anyway, what was your question?
Some of us come out every Saturday night. So this just happens to be a Saturday night, and there's more of us from our church than usual. In fact, I'm not out here real consistently, but I and some of the other brothers from our church came out because we anticipated a lot more people than are normally here on a typical Saturday evening.
Christ Jesus says, if you don't love me back, I'm going to throw you in a pit of fire. You better love me, boy. You better love me. Even though there's other gods and other saviors, you better love me or I'm going to throw you in a pit of fire. I love the idea of preaching love, of treating each other, treating other people as you would have them, as if you would have them treat you. That's called empathy. Fun fact, Charlie Kirk said empathy was bad and it causes harm. So I don't know who to believe anymore. I'm being sarcastic. These people preach empathy. They preach Jesus' unconditional love, or God's unconditional love, because God and Jesus are one and the same, allegedly. Well, if it's unconditional, why does God put conditions on it? Because the consequence of not loving him back is eternal damnation. So I call it extortion. I don't call it unconditional,
Well, he obviously just has a real bitter spirit toward God, and has just drifted into atheism and blasphemy and the signs and so forth. But people push back because they're just set in their own ways. They're just living life. They seem to be getting along fine without God. They don't really want to think about eternity and the fact that we're going to die and stand before God. So we're out here just to impress that upon some people, realizing only the Holy Spirit of God can actually apprehend a person and cause them to begin to want to think and talk about these things.
So anyway, that's the way I see it, but they see it otherwise, and I try and let people know that this is how I see it, and let people decide, just like Charlie Kirk would do.
I don't know why we come here every year. The guy was obviously a piece of garbage. Look at him, sitting there, all dirty and shit. He could use a spit shine, maybe.
Oh, Johnny, stop it. You're being awful. After all, it is only one day out of the year.
You still don't like this place, do you?
Stop it, Johnny. I won't stand for it.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop!
There goes one now. Oh, no!
I'm so sorry, sir. My brother, he's just silly and
Do you need extra beans? We got all kinds of beans. We got baked beans. We got Frisco beans. We got lima beans. We got all kinds of extra beans. We got beans. We got southern beans. We got all kinds of beans. We got extra beans.
No!
Johnny!
We can both be Bean Boys! Safety's a whip! Safety's a whip! You want some?
911, America's #1 provider of emergency services. And now, beans! Beans! Para obtener más información sobre los frijoles en español, presione 2.
Oh my god, what are those things? Is this your house? What do they want from us? Why do they want to give us beans? Why? It's too many beans. Okay, you're completely useless.
The president has released a statement saying that the Beans Boys have bust our bits. Now, what does this mean? Well, I'm told it means that we should barricade our wives and feed our doors. Now, in the meantime, what makes that easier is a nice, nutritious snack.
Oh my god, they got the newsman!
Timothy, come over here and get some of this. I know you're watching. Come on.
Beans! Beans! Beans!
Oh no. No, no, I'm allergic. I don't even like beans. No, no,
Cool. All right. Cut. I'm having a dream for this.
This has been Lil D TV, and I've been your host, Al Investigator, your friendly neighborhood demon and the person you should vote for Nightmare. And don't forget to follow Lil D TV on all the social medias, and you can follow me, Alan V. Gator, on Instagram. And don't forget, October is only halfway over. There is still so much you can do, so you better get out there and do it. This is not legally a threat. Anyways, we look forward to seeing you next month. Get out there, enjoy all of Denton's offerings. Hello, my friend. And we will see you next month. Like, see what I mean? Like, Onion doesn't even talk. How can you expect someone to represent you who can't even talk? And also, Onion's only here for what, 2 months out of the year? I'm here year round. Like, how can Onion be Nightmare if Onion's not even here? The whole point of the Nightmare position is to represent the people during the night hours. So I don't understand why Onion's even creating and running for this position if Onion can't even fulfill the position. I'm actually here. I'm your friendly neighborhood demon. Onion's just the purple monster who's here for, what, October and part of November and a little bit of September? What's the point? Why is this even a competition? You should vote for me.
Thank you. You guys good?
Yeah, yeah.
Another one?
No, I'm good. Yeah,
Right, cool.
We did it last year.
Wow.
Oh,
I had no idea.
All right, you want to come this way? Watch out, young man. We were dangerous.
We made it through the first heat.
And we made it for the 2 heats.
Oh, that's right, we did.
Did we do a 3rd race or not? That was more than a year ago. I had trouble remembering yesterday.
We qualified and then got in, and then you ran 2
Heats. Damn. Sorry. I don't know if we brought that out.
Oh shit, I didn't. Let go of this. Okay, we're gonna have to redo it a little bit. Yep. Right there.
3, 2, 1. That was a great one. Yeah.
So we are Gillian Brothers Roofing. We're located here in Denton, Texas, and we are a roofing company that specializes in residential and commercial roofing.
Well,
you know, when I went to go pick a picture up. You know, right.
Like you're just like when you start to veer off, you'll just kind of.
Message me at 10:40. It's been like over 30 minutes.
We're the North Texas Ghostbusters, and right here we have. Good Lord. That's your line.
Yeah, Zach Hidalgo.
And
Eric Parker. We're here with the Discover Denton North Texas Ghostbusters, a fictional coffin racer. And hopefully we're here to win today.
No, they say they're on their way.
We got our day of the dead gobby. This one's got a bad flavor on it.
Oh, hey, look at that sexy man.
Howdy.
Look at that, how are you?
I'm the driver.
We have Abby, the best driver in the area. Bro, the professional. If she's gonna crash, she's gonna take out the other driver with her. Bro, dude, we're going for the gold. We're going for the win. We ain't gonna lose a race.
Are you worried about the aerodynamics of this thing?
No, because, you know, we're not going through air, we're on the ground. So that's just science.
And then our steering, I'm not going to, he's filling it up right now, so I see what's going on.
Cool.
All right. Well, any questions?
No, we're good.
All right.
Actually, no, I think those are good. I think the back are good. Thank you, Wade.
Very good. And you got your wristband on? Yep. Okay, sweet. A couple things I need to see. We got our helmet here. Yep. Show me my brakes. So we've got two brakes. You've got back brake here. Okay. And then you've got foot brakes up there for the front wheels. All right. And then tiller is here for steering. Steering. Okay. So you don't need to go all the way up to the top and come back. Okay. Everything gets bottlenecked and a little bit weird there. Right. So hopefully this will make things go a little bit smoother for everybody. If you have any questions, just let us know. Yeah, man. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Pusher? Okay. I got the same mask, but I'm too large. Circle around. So you don't have to go all the way up to the top and push it. You got the nice check marks, so that's what you guys do. All right, have fun, y'all.
Thank you.
Racers! We are about to start. Make sure you know where you are in the queue. We are about to start. I mean, it's definitely grown over the years. I mean, I first started doing this as a racer. We started the very first year, which I think was close to 15 years ago now. And, you know, it's just grown. And yes, people take it really seriously. But there's also a lot of folks, man, they're just here for some fun. And they're just grilling, and they're having adult beverages, but you know it's a really nice family event as well. But yeah, a lot of people take this really seriously.
Thank you. Absolutely.
First responder discount.
Yeah.
Obviously, we take it pretty seriously. You know, we're here to win. Like I said, you know, I grew up in the if you ain't first, you're last era, and we really believe in that. We show that, I believe, with our work as well and our professionalism. So when we come out here, we want to win. Some of these teams obviously are out here more for team camaraderie, and you know they're out here just to you know be a part of the event, which is great. But you know some of us we want to leave here with the first place.
If you're not first,
You're last.
you're not first.
You're last.
So it's got two front wheels that are tied to a tiller that's on the inside, so it's just a handle to go left and right.
Yeah.
And then we're using a mountain bike fork and wheel in the back. It's got a little bit of suspension to it. So, you know, the front wheel steer, the back wheel hopefully just keeps us going straight. I'm going to be the pusher, so I get the handlebars back here. It's pretty simple, really. It's kind of foolproof. So, you know, we're going to go out there and try to win.
It's something that frankly is going away in a lot of communities, big free events like this. Coffin race is a really cool part of it, but there's so many other things to also do around here. But I mean, for the city of Denton, I mean, this really has grown into something that is a big event for the town. It's our first race.
Great. So then right as we go up, hand me a shot, and then you do one, and we'll shoot them back and then put them back. Or throw them on the ground and I'll grab them. over, brother. Yeah.
Big round of applause. As they go quietly down the hill. Dead Shiners! Oh, and they do a shot. What can possibly go right? Going up against Discovered It and the Discovered It machine. Dressed as the Ghostbusters. Racers, are you ready? All right, cool. Hang out for a second.
Guitar! I'm so ready.
All your might.
And I'm gonna give you a last little push at the very end, alright? So just be ready for that.
After a slight delay, Taylor has signaled at the bottom of the hill. Kelly Pound getting the racers in position. And they're off. Little tiny solo cups flying off of the car. Oh! Into the hay bales he goes! How embarrassing! Here we are at heat number 11. We've got Gillian Brothers Roofing in the green machine. Longtime racers in the green machine. Going up against Jay Webb, coasting into the grave with their sick ride. Look at the confidence on this guy. The bottom of the hill is ready. Kelly Pound hoists her pistol. And the racers are off! Our first potential foot fault of the day in lane 1. But the committee got together after hours of deliberation. We decided, nah, it's cool.
Is that your time?
Yeah. Yeah, but the car took a lot of damage.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that guy ran into the back of us. Like this was all cockeyed, like fucked up.
You okay now?
I don't know. I was gonna try to get in here and see if I can get into it. It was bad.
It's like, I mean, you were basically sleeping away from me in the beginning.
It was bad. That's why I'm hoping that we're not like ruined here. Oh fuck! Look, bent the shit out of it. See, there's ones that are going straight, but or actually, maybe I can get you from the back. Race again? Like, did we have another time draw? What did we check on there? You did? Right there at that white booth, just say, hey, when is 23 racing again? Alright. If I could get some.
It's good there.
Yeah, because I bent the other one to try to get used to come back. I think it'll be okay. We'll see what he did back here then. It bent all of this stuff.
From the front side looking at it, here they have the wheels lined up, so they're
Yeah.
straight on either side.
It measures out to be straight right now, so let's go back up on there.
How you feeling?
Pretty good.
So where does it go from here?
It can only go up because we crashed the first time. So, well, steering was non-existent. It seemed. Yeah, it was either crash or don't crash. That's how it was.
It was really good, honestly. It was pretty stable, and yeah, I mean, we went fast. I tried to brake at like the last possible moment, and yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, we're 5th in the next heat.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes. I just got to get a better push. I did a shitty job at the push.
All out of the pusher.
It is. It was my fault. I did a shitty job at it. So we'll be better on the next one.
So Kevin, that means we're trying to break 16 this next round. We're trying to get the 15.
Maybe 14.
Yeah. I like that. I like that idea. Max them out every time.
Where's the Ghostbuster plywood part?
15.
15. Oh, shoot.
15!
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
Man.
Round 2 is about to start.
Oh, you found 2 there, bastard.
Republic Bikes, or what's it called?
Something like
I was at 15 something.
Okay.
15,
But we're in the running of like top ones.
You know. All right, let's not sodomize people.
Got me.
Oh!
Hell of a run.
I have it on good authority that the energy machine is wasted. And the races are off. Fast little cars right there. Expect to see them in the end. They don't die or something. Keep your eyes on lane 1. We're going break 3. You can hear from me. Okay, made it safely to the bottom of the hill. Let's never speak of it again. The races are off. Close.
That's one of the fastest ones we got. So we got there like when we were little kids. So.
How you feeling now?
Feeling good, man. I think we qualified first. So definitely top 2. Like, definitely top 2. Hey. Okay. In the 50s, boy. Good team? Yeah.
All right, bud.
I would say it was pretty fun still. I think I'm still gonna do another round of shots despite my condition.
It felt great, honestly. It was excellent. It was a pretty good run. We stayed pretty straight. The brakes were a little iffy at the end, you know. I kind of had to smoke them a little bit, but we finished. I think we got a decent time. We got a good chance of making the top 32. So, you know, if we do a race again, I'm definitely game to get in the pilot seat.
There we go, 1572.
So Velo Republic, I think, is so far our main competition.
What number are they? I don't see them.
They haven't numbered it yet. They haven't put it in order. But the only person who got faster than us right now is the same Velo Republic.
It's 19 is the pit number. I'm going number blind here.
Nope,
so.
you're good. Nope. Okay, just want to verify before I go home.
Yep.
We didn't make it. No. Next year, damn it. Next year.
Oh. They hate us because they ain't us. We made it. I don't care what they say. Fake news. Yeah, we both made it. They hacked the results. You know, Elon Musk took over these voting machines. This is all just propaganda.
Not a clue yet. Okay. You should probably go check. Nope, didn't make it. It's all good. There's always next year.
We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Remember this hat?
Well, why in the hell would I remember a hat?
You were the hat.
Oh yeah, we're nice and tight now. We're gonna be steering good. Once I get to the end, I'm gonna be like laying down trying to hide in here at the last race.
Our only competition, Villa Republic, who beat us by milliseconds. So hopefully with this one, we'll get up, face them in the very final. The first time, I didn't get far enough, but I pushed hard. Second time, I didn't push as hard, but I got far enough. So I'm looking to combine both good strategies, and you know, with that one, get first place.
The races are off. Oh, it's going to be a close one. And it looks set. Distillery Brothers Grooming takes it in the green machine.
Kevin.
It made me proud, dog. Made me proud.
You not get a good push? Yeah, because I could tell we started out real even with the other team, but then we just crept ahead. Like.
Okay, also.
All right, I gotta pee real quick, and then we'll pop this off, and we'll tighten it up.
That's
not our time.
That's our time.
This is the real time.
You and Oklahoma are in the same.
What do you mean? They came over and said that they gave the wrong time to.
Oh yeah.
So we're actually faster.
Woo!
The kids down below gave the wrong time to the winners. So we actually ended up with a faster time, and they were courteous enough to come give it to us.
So will you hold this straight? Yep. Here's something. You're a Cowboys fan.
Laying in bed. I just need to get into your pillows and make you yeah, that's really it. Okay. And give you confidence. Because like you're just...
Whoever wins in your race, just come right back up the middle. Don't go back out. Right back up the raceway. Cool.
After this race. Well, the race is off. Unfortunately.
You see?
Yeah. The races are off. It's a close one. Looks like Gillian Brothers is moving on. Right. Bronco Capital moves forward.
We will definitely need the tool before the next race.
I'm feeling good, I think. Just keep with the same game plan. Just try a little bit harder, run faster, push harder, and hopefully we lower the time more.
Somebody hold this.
Coming down, gun in the air. The races are off. Two fast little cars right there. It's gonna be a close one. Gillian Brothers takes it. Gillian Brothers moving forward.
All right, hold this straight.
Tubbs in lane 2.
How you feeling, Dan?
Husbands and wives fighting. Confident coolness in lane 1. Your next to last race of the day. Whoever wins this will be fighting second and fourth. And they are off. Julia Brothers is moving on.
It was like 16, and I think now maybe I've been a little bit faster. That was fun.
Julia Brothers, we are moments away from crowning the champion for 2025. Thank you all for hanging out and watching. Do we agree? Yeah, I was sitting here all day going like, no, I'm going to hear you, you. Remember to do it twice as loud when these guys are going that way, right? Yeah, you got another time. Make it right. Be happy.
I'm just gonna get it low as fucking possible. Car brakes right there. We go.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 seconds in lane 1, second hand push, in lane 2, Julia Brothers, this is it, one team will go home a winner. And they are off! Distillery brothers. Take home the prize. Congratulations, Jimmy Brothers. We'll see you next year. Everybody keep safe going out tonight.
It didn't survive.
Well, I didn't break at all. I was like, I'm just going for victory here, not breaking.
You want to hold this? All right, well, be careful with it. Got it?
Uh-oh.
Ah, dude! Congrats, dude. That's awesome.
Part of a winning team.
Get over here, get over here.
Now the tornado comes in.
Coca-Colas for $10,000. Welcome to the Family Dollar. One picture for $6,000. Make me an offer. Buy our Lil D TV merch for $13,000. Or make me an offer.
Can I get a coffee? Thank you. I left my wallet at home, I think. That was embarrassing. Hi, I'm Ethan Bouchard and welcome to Lil D TV, where today's episode is all about poverty here in Denton. That was embarrassing, oh God. Okay, so where's my first segment?
What's the frustration, brother?
I was gonna go get a coffee from Jupiter House and I didn't have any money. I thought I left it in my wallet, but
I don't even have my wallet. So.
Oh man. Well, I'm at Grigsby. I've just been here busking, and I got some dollars here. You need $1 just to get a coffee.
You'll let me have $1?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude,
absolutely.
please.
Here. Absolutely.
Oh, I just want a coffee.
Hey, we all need a little push through the day.
Dude, that's my addiction. Hey, what are you playing?
I just wrote a song about poverty, actually.
Really?
If you would like to hear it, I'm trying to
I'd
figure it
love
out
to.
here. I'm trying to figure this out in a moment. Wait, man. Where'd you get all that?
Thanks for the cash, dog.
Well, I guess I'm back to being broke. Better play some more. Working so hard, getting nowhere, and it seems like the powers that be don't care. Worried about vengeance and legacies, they don't worry about a working class stiff like me. But we struggle for the groceries, paying the rent. We take note of the source of a discontent. Gonna take it from deceptive smiles, funded by billionaire pedophiles. It gets tough out here. We're just trying to live, they'd rather we all disappear. We don't build no golden towers or lavish mansions by the sea. All the coolest people are living on the team. Job can't give me a raise, tariffs are raising the costs. The boss voted for while the money is lost. He said the rich have the knowledge, the weight of the crown, and when the prosperous prosper, it'll trickle on down. No food stamps for ransom, no cutting health care, and all the hungry people feast on thoughts and prayers. But the 4 through 3, the illusions are confusing. If you try to burn the refuge, you will spark a revolution. It gets tough out here. We're all just trying to live, they'd rather we all disappear. We don't build those gold-gilded ballrooms or go to islands secretly. All the best people are rising out of poverty. 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 We're just trying to live, they'd rather we all disappear. We don't cheat on our wives with porn stars and start fake universities. All the best people are living in poverty. We don't blame it all on the immigrants or separate families. All the best people are living in poverty. Sit on golden toilets while others are sitting in need. All the best people are living in poverty. All the best people are living in poverty. I said all the best people are living in poverty.
Let's go ahead and go to Nick Stevens and see what he has to say about the problem with whiskey and wine, which is where he drinks whiskey and he whines about things, if you didn't catch that. It's clever. I like it. Now let's see if there's any popcorn in this thing, huh? Okay.
Yeah, we're in a huge affordability crisis. Yeah. And it's been a long time coming. I mean, if you remember back, I think when we first met, one of the first things that came out of my mouth at the
time was 65% of our residents are living paycheck to paycheck. And I re-emphasized at that point that that wasn't just a number, and we so often just categorize anyone as a statistic, but that it's real people. It's our friends, our family, our neighbors. It's the people that we love and care about that are struggling to just literally get by. The affordability crisis has hit me as well. And I understand it's not necessarily even my job in this segment to discuss why we're in this crisis, but there are so many different aspects of what has caused it. Local issues, national issues, social issues, or societal issues. But, you know, for me in my job, it was federal issues. We had a president that thought that Doge was a really cool idea and wanted to pause a bunch of federal contracts. Thought it was really cool to talk about things like DEI and get rid of any framing of DEI and any contracts anywhere without any thought process of what that was even going to do. And in my business, one of the things that we largely talk about and who we represent are women-owned businesses and black and brown businesses. Because oftentimes in federal contracts, there are construction projects that are set aside for what they're called DBEs and WBEs or MBEs, minority business enterprises. And those went away. It made it a lot more difficult for people to be awarded contracts. And so a lot of my clients are suffering, and as a result, I mean, I'm down at least, I'm not gonna say the exact number, but I'm struggling this year. And so everyone's struggling through the affordability crisis. You know, I wanna really, I guess, just talk about things locally and recognize where we can do better. And that should be at the forefront of everyone's mind. We have our own government, our own system, our own problems, and what can we address? One of the things that is something that the city's working on right now, and it was approved years ago. They finally approved the bylaws. It's the Public Facility Corporation, the PFC. And the PFC was designed to be able to negotiate on our behalf for affordable housing throughout the city. Oftentimes we have cast that responsibility out to the Denton Affordable Housing Corporation, to other nonprofits or other organizations, but now the city actually gets to get involved in that. And that's important specifically because of the fact that when you have affordable housing that you're creating, that's property taxes that are, you know, going off we're not collecting them anymore. And so it makes sense that when we're not collecting those property taxes, or that they're highly discounted, that we as a city kind of put our hand in and start negotiating those things, that we understand that, for example, affordability shouldn't be based off of the DFW Metroplex because, well, people in Dallas who are lower income are making far more money than people who are lower income in the city of Denton. And so I'm really excited about the PFC because if it's ran correctly, it's really going to help people here in this community have actual affordable housing. A lot of what we call affordable housing isn't really affordable housing, if you ask me. Unfortunately, though, in politics, and it's just my experience from running a campaign, you're apparently either supposed to be this or that, and there's a lot of buzzwords, and I don't know how they became buzzwords, but there's a lot of buzzwords. And apparently if you're for affordable housing, it makes you a liberal, and which I guess it's no surprise to anyone that I am. But apparently if the words economic development are uttered out of your mouth, you're conservative. So that being said, we've got to focus on economic development too. I think that word's been hijacked by so many people, maybe that's why, but when I talk about economic development, it's about upward mobility. And I think we really need to pay attention to economic development in this community. What is it, right? I mean, for too long, that's been, you know, maybe it's a good idea to have a second Home Depot. Maybe it's a good idea to have a second Target. In my opinion, I don't really think that's what we need. I don't think we need to be giving away, again, property tax revenue for huge corporations that aren't paying people very well. I think that's not wise. I think that's making the affordability crisis worse because there aren't actually
real sustainable jobs being created in this community. But look at people like Stoke Denton. Stoke Denton received $160,000 for the next year from the city to help as an incubator for small businesses, but maybe we need to pay more attention to talking to Heather Gregory from that organization. Like, do they need more money, right? Is there more that we can be doing for small businesses and really focusing on them? People are going to get so tired of me talking about this because I've talked about it like 7 times with you, but I use the Michelin Guide as an example. The city of Denton had an opportunity to invest $75,000 to just be a part of that dining guide. It would have allowed this organization to come into our community and start reviewing our restaurants. And if you just look at Dallas as an example of how much their restaurant scene has exploded in the past year since that guide has come out, it's done wonders for the market and people are making far more money. Investing in something like that here for pennies on the dollar essentially, like it recognizes what Denton is all about. Denton is filled with makers. Denton is filled with artists. Denton is filled with small businesses. Affordability and economic development really means paying attention to what are the things that we're doing really well and investing in that. I want to always just push us to do better. And I think this is our moment. We're at a pivotal point, just like everyone else is, but we are at a breaking point. And it really is, it's not about left or right. It's about the rich versus everyone else. And it's a decision that people are going to have to make about whose side are you on. And my hope is that we can work together as a community to really protect the people here, to provide livability, affordability, and really just quite frankly what that just comes down to is dignity to everyone.
The internet is $753 million. And now a word from our 515,000 sponsors.
The antiques are comic books, Superman, Batman, Captain Marvel. And the proprietor is George Henderson, or as he's better known, Captain George.
I've been in business 4.5 years, and when I came into the business, the fad, or what you want to call it, was at its peak, but it's been going, I would say, since about 1951. But it was underground then. Now it's above ground. The people aren't embarrassed anymore about admitting that they collect comic books.
Oscar.
Nobody in here. Are we in an affordability crisis?
I do think that we're in an affordability crisis.
Oh yeah, we are absolutely in an affordability crisis right now.
I don't have a degree in economics, so I don't know the formal definition. I think we've had our thumb on the scale suppressing livability.
It depends on what you're trying to do with music.
We are definitely in an affordability crisis.
I had to go to a food pantry today for the first time in forever, like since my kids were young. So many people are in the same boat, but nobody wants to talk about it.
We're seeing, the gap's kind of widening because groceries are expensive. No one can afford to live.
So I think that's why people are really noticing how unaffordable it is to actually live life, like touching grass. Grass has become unaffordable. The most of us don't have grass anymore. You know, we live in apartment buildings. That's all we can afford. We don't get these nice single family homes where we have backyards, and people want a backyard and they want to touch grass really badly. And we're realizing how unaffordable and unattainable that is.
Oh, selfish. Me?
I just want a coffee.
Thanks for the cash, dog.
What? I'm not selfish. No, in fact, let's get in the plane right now. We're gonna go all the way up into the stratosphere. We're gonna look down at the United States, and I'll show you what selfish is. You're gonna think differently of me after you see this.
By keeping benefits up with rising living costs.
Too damn high!
The rent is too damn high!
I don't want to hear about the affordability.
I think the 30,000 foot view would be global affordability,
Sure.
right? Like, let's start with that. So over the last 50 years, since the beginning of this era of globalization, we might say around 1980, we have had a massive shift in quality of life and the accessibility of many goods and services and resources that didn't exist before, along with more constrained resources that have created this affordability issue.
I'm in a meeting with Hannah. She's
down that way.
What's the weather outside? I haven't been out yet.
My name is Hannah Leibovitz.
Howdy.
I am the interim director at the Institute of Urban Studies at the University of Texas at Arlington. And in my role, I run all of our institute projects, programs, initiatives. And our job in the region is to represent UT Arlington for our local communities, cities, counties, neighborhood groups, whatever is going on that's somehow in some way connected to the urban landscape, whether it's the development of urban space in rural areas or different needs that we have in our local communities and cities, we try to fill those needs. So we bring the power of UT Arlington to your doorstep. And whatever it is you'd like to get done, we try to get it done for you at UT Arlington. Hey, Daisy. All these different offices. This is Josh. He does fundraising. These are our leadership offices. This is the VP of regional campuses. So when I say affordability issue, what I mean to say is that in many ways, we have many products today that are cheaper than they've ever been, right? Huge TVs. Think about all the random stuff you can get off Amazon that comes to your house within 2 days, 1 to 2 days, right? That are extremely affordable, things that were more expensive in the past. On the other hand, particularly right now, we have groceries.
Put plenty of Coke in that refrigerator.
Less affordable, healthcare less affordable, housing less affordable. And when we use the term affordable, what we really mean is a certain percentage of your income is going to paying for these things, a percentage that's more burdensome than what we believe to be the norm to keep you within a financially stable state. So if you have to pay more than 35% of your income for your rent, you are financially unstable. If you spend so much of your money to pay your rent, A, it's unlikely you'll be able to continue to pay your rent, right? Because your regular everyday needs will come up and then you won't have money left over to pay your rent. And B, you'll have to make poor choices about the rest of your life if you're trying to prioritize paying your rent. On the other hand, like I said, we have many products, many goods, many services that used to be very unaffordable. They used to be luxury items that are now much more affordable. The problem is those items are not the most critical items we need to live. You can live without a TV, you can't live without a place to live, right? So what's happened is that globalization has allowed us to have very cheap goods and services that we never had before, but more expensive primary goods and services that we need to survive.
In generations past, someone could be a blue-collar worker, join a union, and pay for their first home with a modest amount and set their family up to have a stable, safe place for years. And those kinds of jobs are not available anymore, especially for someone who may not have much more than a high school education. Where should I look? Yeah, I have a master's degree in family studies. Yeah.
Okay. Whatever is comfortable.
If I can talk to your button there, you can call me Amanda Conway, MS. I'm allowed to put that behind my name. The current affordability crisis. You can look at research, but also my experience. It brings a great deal of stress to everyday life. Instead of being a healthy parent that's enjoying my kid playing, I'm also thinking about whether or not we're gonna have housing next month, if I'll be able to pay my rent, if I'll be able to keep utilities on. And that's because that 30% of my income going toward housing, I would need to have income that's about $7,000 a month, and that's not what most people have.
Right? So there are all these major concerns that make people feel extremely financially insecure and unstable, which then also leads to more of this focus on affordability, right? More of this focus on trying to save your money and trying to get another job and trying to this and trying to do that, and all of this tension around the fact that we just don't feel safe, we don't feel financially secure. And I think affordability at the global level really becomes affordability at the micro level. I know that I can afford a lot of things, but the main things in my life don't feel affordable.
Now that we've taken a look at the United States at 30,000 feet, let's go ahead and bring it down a little bit and just look at Denton. Let's go to the 10,000 foot line and see how the marketing crisis is messing with us now in our hometown. It's bills, that's my car insurance, my drugs.
Here in Denton, we like to do road construction that never ends. Hi, I'm Chance Gibbs. I'm with Gibbs Property Group, been a realtor in Denton for 4 years, showing this home today that was originally probably listed in 1978 around $47,000 because that was the average home price back then in Denton. Let's go. When I became a realtor, it was during COVID. And the average home in Denton, I think at that time, sold for around $315,000. And now we're seeing homes list at $403,000. So we've had about a 20 to 30% increase. But this house is listed for $350,000 and it's in an older established neighborhood. Built in '78, like I said, you get a lot more floor plan in the older homes if you're willing to do just a little bit of work. Denton County is booming. So I first moved to Denton County in 2017 before they finished the 35 expansion down to Louisville. Back then, not as many people were able to work from home, so you had to commute into work. A lot of that meant south to Dallas. When they expanded 35 and people could get to Denton easier, the housing prices really skyrocketed. Then add COVID in, where people can now work from home, and the houses in Denton are cheaper than everywhere else. Welcome to the 80s. And one thing that people like to blame for the housing boom is the California influx. While we have had a lot of people from California move to Texas, it hasn't been as big of an impact on Denton. Californians were selling their homes during COVID and coming here and offering $50,000, $100,000 over asking, and they were winning. And it was hard for a traditional buyer to win, but it was a lot more in depth than just a few 100,000 millionaires from California relocating. So a lot of people, especially our age, I'm a millennial, we have parents that are boomers. People always say the boomers don't get it. The boomers will say, well, we bought our first house and the interest rate was 11%. Well, in 1985, it might have been 11%, but the house was $50,000. And regardless of what anyone says, the buying power doesn't exist like it used to. And you could blame inflation, population increases, you know, anything you want, but that's the reality that we live in as consumers. And I don't think there's a road to get back. So the time to buy is now. Dave Ramsey says the best time to buy a house is always going to be 5 years ago. As far as the future of homeownership, I think it's going to look different. I think it's going to take 2 incomes. I think for the average family, the days of the stay-at-home spouse are over. Trump has thrown around the idea of a 50-year mortgage. For me, that's a win for the banks. The banks front load your payment. So when you get your first mortgage payment in the mail, it's mostly interest and probably $80 towards your principal. You pay the bank first. If they get 50 years, you're going to be paying the bank first. And that sort of goes on the realm of what people say if they want us to own nothing. You buy a house, the average home buyer right now is 40 years old. They go into a 50-year mortgage, they have to live to 90 to pay it off. So I think that plan might make the payment cheaper, but again, I think it makes the banks richer. Depending on who you ask, people say that 1/4 of your income should be your rent or your mortgage. Some people say 1/3. Obviously, we're trending to where we're not seeing incomes raise as high as rent, so that number's unfortunately getting bigger. But I always say, spend the monthly payment that you can comfortably afford and find out what that looks like on the buy side. Now, maybe at this time in your life, it doesn't make sense to buy because you need to save a little bit more money for a down payment. Maybe you need to explore options, moving further out, finding some new builds that offer better financing. So the options are out there, but never, ever, ever get house poor to where you are going to be struggling monthly to make that payment, because then you're going to be miserable, your quality of life is down, and then worst case scenario, you get foreclosed on because you can't make the payment. I do think that we are in an affordability crisis. Everything is going up, groceries, houses, insurance. It seems like every time you open a bill, it's more. I don't know the answer. I do know that incomes aren't increasing, so it has to stop somewhere. But where I can help is getting you in a home that you can afford with the life that you have now.
Even if you take something like an average, what's the median income? You know, that can be problematic. We're finding this out right now. Our DFW Metropolitan Service Area, MSA, and I don't mean to throw jargon at you, but it includes the entire region, Dallas, Fort Worth, all the subsidiary communities. They have one average income that's about $20,000 more than the city of Denton's average income. And of course, the average income is everyone from people that are, needing direct support through Alice households to middle income out to the rich. So we have everything in between, but our average is about $20,000 less than the regional average. So if we start designing programs for affordability around the average for the region, that's actually above the average for our citizens. Affordability is, does your income allow you to live in a sustainable, and I don't mean that in an environmental way, but in an ongoing financially supportable position? To the point that you led off with, that the other person you talked to went back into the 80s. I think there has been for a while in the United States, the level of income increase hasn't stayed up with the cost of living increase. So those are going up at 2 different levels, and they're both going up. So you can't say that salaries aren't going up, but you can say that the costs of living in society on a per basis, it used to be that one breadwinner in a household was all you needed, and the other breadwinner could support children in the household, however you arranged that. And then it was, well, both breadwinners needed to have jobs, and now we have to put childcare into the mix. And then it's, well, both breadwinners and one of them has a side hustle. So I know that was a lot of long-winded, but the short answer for affordability is we need a mix of things that brand new, out of high school, out of college, people can afford with beginning salaries. We need established salary households. We need long-term, low, middle, and high income households. Do members of our community writ large across the economic spectrum, Are they able to have a quality of life that meets a certain standards? It's not as easy as saying, oh, well, you know, you should be twice the poverty level or 4 times the poverty level. That's just too glib an answer. And so we need a mix of affordable in this
We have
town.
our Red Kettle campaign, and we are inviting anyone in the community who wants to volunteer with us to help us raise funds.
Item A and J is an individual consideration. So, Madam City, register to ring.
We don't have a land use determined at this time, but they were trying to
jurisdiction along that 377.
Pick a day, time, and location.
My name is Jesse Kent. I am the City of Denton's Director of Community Services. And this was the housing tax credit policy. Every year, the federal government allocates billions of dollars to states to help develop affordable housing that will support low-income residents with rent reductions, reducing their cost burden, and helping to improve their overall life outcomes. When we look at affordability, HUD looks at it, the Housing and Urban Development, looks at it from a regional perspective. They look at affordability in the Dallas area, but Denton is different. And so when we look at the housing needs here specific to Denton, we find some discrepancies. When we look at the income thresholds for Denton renters, 68% are considered low income from that HUD standard, kind of in those different groups, that low, very low, and extremely low. 22% of Denton renters are in that low category, 19% are in the very low category, and a plurality of renters in Denton at 27% are in the extremely low income category. Over the next 5 years and change, we're expected to see another 8,800 households here in Denton. We expect about 4,000 of them to be renters. Of those 4,000 renters, we expect about 1,800 to be in that 50% AMI or 30% AMI category. Those are the renters that aren't being served by the market rate. They would need a rent restricted unit to avoid being cost burdened. And so that translates to kind of a future need of about another 753 50% units and another over 1,000 30% units to get to that place where nobody in Denton would be rent burdened. Well, one of the ways we get there is by using the city's kind of negotiating power with developers who are seeking to do housing tax credit developments, making sure that we are incentivizing the development of very low income and extremely low income households, which is hard to do. Developers will often tell you that that's not a level they can get to, or that's not something that they can make pencil. Across all of the different affordable housing developments, the different property taxing jurisdictions lose about $15 million a year, $14.9 million a year in annual revenue. In context, Denton has about 29,000 multifamily units, apartment units. Of those, 6,700 belong to affordable developments. Only 4,800 are HUD-defined affordable, but only about 500 of all of those units are affordable for Denton, which means that they're in that very low or extremely low income restricted category.
Right now, we're in a crisis mode. So back to your question of, how can we get out of this? We've got to throw all the tools at all the baskets, because we cannot afford to have 2 generations of millennial and Z young adults go nihilistic and not see the American opportunities that are there for them.
The prize master has spoken. Make me an offer. We'll be right back after these 17,000 messages.
pennies, we have toys that race and walk, crawl and talk, wobble and whirl. Toys that buzz, beep, bark, squeak, ring, click, and jump. All the toys you see on TV and many exclusives at prices as low as you'll get anywhere. Charge them at pennies.
3, 2, 1, scared? Okay, well, let me.
Or you knock on the iron truss 3 times, and that is a summoning for the goat man to appear. Because of city malfeasance and stupidity, they basically went bankrupt and couldn't support that hospital that supported poor people, and so it went bankrupt in the 1980s and closed.
Boys, let's bring the altitude down just a little bit more now. We're at the ground level. We're here with the people of Denton. Let's see how this is affecting them in their personal day-to-day lives.
Fancy meeting you here.
I need a fucking vacation. Where I leave my house and I look for a job. Or am I starting an occupation? It doesn't pay shit, it's called finding a job.
Hi, my name is Martin Isles. I'm one of the coordinators of the Denton Rock Lottery. The Rock Lottery is an event that lasts roughly 12 hours where we ask 25 different musicians to arrive at the venue at 9 a.m. divided up into 5 bands of 5 people. They're sent off to practice at various spaces around Denton, and they come back roughly 12 hours later to the venue and they perform anywhere from 2 to 5 songs.
That's the fun of the Rock Lottery, dude. Thanks, seeing the drama. Oh, dude, thanks for having us.
There was an artist collective that I was a part of in the 1990s called Good Bad Art Collective, and we organized all kinds of different music events, and the Rock Lottery was one of them.
He's still not looking, he promises. Red Crow, make your way to the stage here, band number 3.
In terms of what's changed since the Rock Lottery was officially started in the 90s, affordability is definitely an issue. When we had our artist collective, it lasted from 1993 into 2000. We rented a building in Denton, and our rent was like $300 for like an industrial building. You know, things are quite different now. In terms of being able to afford to that same model and for people to be able to do that again, it would take a lot more outside funding. We were pulling $30 out of our pocket every month, which was nothing to us in the 1990s. These days, in terms of affordability, it's quite the challenge. That's why I'm particularly heartened and appreciative of musicians coming out and doing something like this for charity.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 5 bands for Rock Lottery 22.
It becomes more about your drive to be able to do it and like the consistency of doing it, because the more that you do it, the better you'll get at it, especially with making it affordable to live. Like as a musician, I've realized that you have to open yourself up to every avenue of being able, like if it's music, I'm going to do it. Like doesn't matter what, I'm either playing something, you get a gig hosting an open mic, you have a band that you're booking out, you play solo at a restaurant to be able to like have some sort of income, you do covers, tributes, whatever is popular at the time, just to be able to get your foot in the door and start networking and meeting other people, because that's how you really start making a living being a musician, is by doing stuff like that, because then you can't really do it for money because especially like in music, people have a really hard time respecting musicians and like how they want to treat them fairly in a business mindset, because that's like some places will be like this amount of money is good, and you're like, I usually make 3 times that amount, like with other places, and it becomes like how much they want to put it. Like it's a total give and take, cyclic sort of thing, because with a lot of venues closing down and all those sort of things too, it's hard to like actually find places that'll let you perform live, and then for being able to make a profit off that, or like whatever it is that you want to call it, for making good music business in a live setting.
Well, I put my $200 down.
Just grew from there.
Say it. Just sit. You're usually very photogenic. Sits because he thinks that he gets a treat if he sits.
Is he?
He's
wrong
like,
about that?
do you want your treat? We had Fidel Castro, and Fidel was our first CFO. I gave you these that you can choose.
What is
They're
this?
fidget beanies.
Oh. Ooh. That's like a...
They're made out of micro glass beads, so they won't grow anything weird on them. You can wash them, but you can't dry them. Well, 33 years ago, we were formed in the basement of First United Methodist Church. It was a plan to bring together all of the faith-based religions and for them to pool their money in one place, so that when people were having a hard time and needed help, all the money was going to be in one place, that all the churches could send somebody to this one place. Sunscreen, Band-Aids, toothpaste, toothbrushes, menstrual products. Right now we're doing food drive. We're about to put together a bunch of food. That's what Jackie's doing right now. Come in to get help with electricity, and by default in the next few days, you get offered a bag of groceries. You're like, everybody takes them. And then here's our list. I put this online all the time. Every time somebody's like, does anybody know where you can get groceries? I told them, here it is, right here. You go get your $50 worth of groceries. You got $50 from somewhere. And since I've been here, we only get 6% of our money from churches. So we're interfaith. Were we ministries? Maybe not so much. This is as interfaith as it gets right here. The board, I have an atheist, an agnostic, I have Christians, and I have a witch. But we're definitely the social action committee. So our number one thing that we help with is electricity. We can help people who are in the very low income or extremely low income category with up to $350 for one bill, one time, once a year. And we have a chief feline officer who maintains our business and makes sure that we stay on task. So typically we are not focused on the unhoused people. We are focused on helping people stay in their home with these little things that we can help pay for. Because if you have extra money, you can put it towards groceries, daycare, your rent. So my name is Carrie, and I've been here for almost 4 years. And my role is executive director.
What I'm seeing, and I'm an attendance clerk, okay? And that kind of ties in what I do here. It really works well together, because when kids are not coming to school and when I'm actually speaking to parents, a lot of them, not a lot, but some of them has gotten evicted, lost their job, now you staying in a hotel. And so that's what, so now you can't purchase food, because now you're trying to put a roof over your head. It's a great need. It is definitely a great need for food right about now. Kids are brutally honest. Last year, it just broke my heart, because it's almost summertime, right? And kids are excited. We're going home for the summer, and I see someone looking sad. I was like, aren't you excited about going home? It's spring. I mean, it's summertime. You're going to have fun. I'm not excited. Why are you not excited for summer? And he said, because Miss Lawson, I don't get to eat during the summertime because we don't have it. And it took all I had, just like that, it took all I had to keep from crying in front of him, and gave him a big hug. I said, you're gonna be okay. And so I work close with our CIS program, which this is the program they're saying they're gonna cut, with the food, where they can send home with the kids. And I let them know, hey, he needs this, he needs that, and they took really good care of him. But it's sad. We just knew that because he said it, because I asked, how many go and don't say anything?
2 people in a household, This is certification of low income. So a mom and a dad, or a couple, or a mom and a kid, or a dad and a kid, if they're making in this range of a salary in a household of 2, that is low income. And this is low income. So we really focus on the very low income and then extremely low income people who are below this. But these people are all struggling. They're all struggling. And it's when you put it in numbers like that, I mean, $75,000 and you're considered low income. In this year so far of our fiscal year, we have helped 863 households, 2,563 individuals with $173,320 worth of assistance. That is a total of, that's all your extremely low and very low income folks. $100,000 doesn't go very far. I mean, when you're helping people 1,000 at a time, it's 100 people you can help. So whenever I tell people, it's not even $100,000. We need like $1 million slush fund to help people get by. And I don't really want to need that program. I would like for people to get paid more. I would like for apartments to be more affordable.
There's 2 of them up there. What is it doing? I think it hears you talking. Yeah, those dark screens probably got them both. Oh, that black one's looking in now like, what's going on? What have I been missing? That's funny. That's the first time I've ever seen cats in those windows, ever. Britt Oliver, first name Britt, B-R-I-T-T. Last name Oliver, O-L-I-V-E-R. Construction engineer for many years, built some high rises in Dallas, and then went to work for a company that flew me around the country to do disasters. It'll be 4 years this coming February 23rd. I was coming back from the doctor in Ardmore that I see once a month, my family doctor for many years. And it was we had that ice storm here in Denton and there in Oklahoma, and I was about mile marker 18 on I-35 on the Oklahoma side coming this way and hit black ice and went down in the only creek that whole 18-mile stretch I was in, it's flat except for that. Anyway, they cut me out and spent a few months getting put back together. I just started collecting Social Security, so when I say I lost everything, I lost a good life. I mean, I had what everybody would consider having it all. And I'm gonna be 68 tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday.
Oh, well, thank you. I wasn't fishing for that. I was making a point with I'm gonna be 68 tomorrow, and this is not where I thought I'd be at this point in my life. But if I gotta be in a city somewhere, at least they've got me this nice little place here. And if I could walk, I'd still have that bulletproof mentality, but now I got the survival mentality. And once again, without a place like this, someone my age that's gone through that, or just a lot of folks now that thought they had planned for retirement and all of a sudden they got surprised, and it's not. You can't even go to a nursing home anymore on what your max Social Security is, and I'm max, and I couldn't do that. I've got family out there, but I'm just so old school when it comes to they put their time in, they've done well. They would help me in a heartbeat, but why should they have to? It's my responsibility to take care of myself till I can't do it anymore, and I don't ask for anything. As far as affordable, without this, people like me, even young people that need the help, all we can do is hope that people find a way to keep donating. Government keeps funding the people that have been blessed enough to help. And I wished I had done more when I was able to help people that are in need. Better not judge. Because you might just find yourself right here where I'm sitting someday yourself, young man.
I can tell you the saddest story I know. All these places here. This is a senior living, and one day their lives were normal, and the next day they got a notice to vacate that they're ripping them down.
I think I just...
They, so many of them, they're old, sick, have no family. It's sad. It's just heartbreaking. My name is Terry. I'm 57. I'm the mother of a 29-year-old disabled guy that I just moved into a group home in Richardson. And so I have a house that was set up for 2 incomes, and I'm now trying to make it work on one. And that is more difficult than you could imagine. And without Section 8, I couldn't be living where I am. Denton is geared toward the colleges. Okay, they're not geared toward older people or people on Social Security. I got COVID since living here. I got COVID one time, December, Christmas of 22. By March of 23, I was in a cardiac office with no history of heart problem whatsoever. And now I've got an ICD in my chest, which is a defibrillator, pacemaker, all in one. Yeah, getting help here is not as easy as you think it is. I'm on Social Security, disability, and I'm told that I can't even get food stamps because I make too much. So many people are in the same boat, but nobody wants to talk about it because then they're afraid they're going to be humiliated and ostracized, and people are going to be talking about them and this and that. Once you get there, it just seems to escalate, and 1 month rolls into the next, and you're going, okay, there's no getting ahead now. You just keep falling farther and farther, and there's no help to be found. It's a hit to the pride because I've worked in high business, you know, where I wore suits to work every day. You've worked your entire life, and all of a sudden you've got to find a new purpose for yourself. And, you know, and I've been a single mother raising a autistic child, so, and he just left. So, like, my other purpose in the world is gone. And so now it's kind of trying to repurpose yourself again, you know, like a new chapter. And the finances are not equaling what I need them to do, and it's a struggle every day, you know, where you're just trying to find the reasons to go again. And people should not have to feel like that.
Today is actually a special Sunday. It's called All Saints Sunday, and it's when we recognize those that have gone on before us, those that have passed on. And so I thought I just want to start with kind of a moment of silence if you've lost someone this year, just to honor them, if you feel like praying to God or giving thanks for their life. I just wanted to have just a small moment for that.
My name is Joshua McDowell. I'm just getting food. It helps me save money. Years ago, I work, you know, jobs. I do have money, but I have a felony on my record. It came from a cop that unjustly arrested me. I actually have the proof I had the evidence on my YouTube channel. I finally got the evidence that proved I was innocent. It's just because of the records, it's kind of hard for me to find jobs right now. A lot of Californians came down here and they bought a lot of property, and they made it very hard for convicted felons to get housing too. Oh yeah, here's another one. So at one point in Texas, I had 2 jobs. But because because of the income level, so I was getting paid like $9.07, minimum wage. They said, well, you have to make triple your income, and you have to have like perfect credit. I'm young. I'm like, I don't have a credit score. So when I came down here, the only people I was around was other homeless people, and they're not the best for roommates. So there you go. I'm homeless right there by default. It had nothing to do with what I was doing. People would judge you like, oh, you're a sinner. No, I'm not a sinner. The Bible, if you read the Bible, it tells you it rains on the unjust and the just together.
From now on, it will have to be hot pockets. I think the sunset is gone. I only had enough for 40 people.
We ran out of plates?
We are out of food, so now if anybody comes this late, we have, instant breakfast and snack bars and hot pockets.
We have housed people that have been coming for years, and I'm thinking of a specific lady that I know has a job, but it's hard to make ends meet. And then we have those people who, they come with what they own.
Would you say it's about 50-50, or would you say it's a little more unhoused?
I would say more unhoused.
Unhoused. Fewer.
And there are some people I know we have had, and I'm thinking of specific people that maybe have a vehicle but not a house.
Yes.
We have some of that
sleep
situation
in their cars
as well.
Yeah.
It really is a range.
And this also really has become a true community. Some of them, this is the best feeling they get all week.
Yes.
We need deodorants, and at this time of year we don't need bug spray probably, but in the summer bug spray is a big deal, and maybe sunscreen. We always need socks and underwear. Those are always low. We have a little bit over here.
So one thing that's really apparent is that a lot of folks that maybe are unhoused are just recently unhoused because, they're not getting enough hours, or their pay's not good enough, and nothing's affordable here. And so we also have people that simply, they do have a place to live, but just groceries are expensive, and to have one free meal changes their whole weekend. And so we're seeing, the gap's kind of widening because groceries are expensive. No one can afford to live. If they have insurance, all of that's skyrocketing. And so you really are left with no money. And the thing that often gets slashed is eating enough or groceries, because if you don't have heat or you don't have, you don't want to get evicted, you have to make really tough choices. And so I think organizations are trying to help with the food because we feel like that's more tangible, that's a little bit easier. But I do see the needs growing greatly. And I think all of us want to do our best that we can. And so I hope that in general we can rise up, in Denton especially, to see, okay, how can we care for everyone as best as we can? Because I think everyone can chip in some way. And I think I've decided, I know I can't help hundreds of people, but if I can help one person, that's a start, and that's where people really need to at least begin.
In this comic book is a love story, a boy and girl in love. They get married, and after an offensively lurid description, illustrated of course, of the couple's wedding night, the book shows how the bride murders her husband by chopping his head off with an axe. This comic book describes a sexual aberration so shocking that I couldn't mention even the scientific term on television. I think there ought to be a law against them.
one of the things that happened is when the unit of John Denton's militia, of which he was a scout and he had the rank of captain, so I oftentimes refer to him as Captain Denton, they went the wrong way. So they actually wound up heading south due to reports of Indian sightings from unreliable narrators. And they wind up finding themselves in a place down near present-day Arlington. There's actually a monument down there to the Battle of Village Creek. But it wasn't a battle, it was a massacre.
So you think poverty ends when you die? No, actually sometimes it gets passed on from generation to generation, and there's nothing you can do to bounce back from it. I mean, like, how am I supposed to bury grandma whenever I can't even afford rent, or my car insurance, or my drugs? Here's a sketch about that.
And again, my deepest condolences on the passing of your grandmother.
Thank you for saying that.
There does remain the small issue of the casket.
Right. Yeah.
Would you like a new one or a used one?
What did you just say?
Would you like a new casket or a used casket? The used one is 50% off.
My God, sir! That is outrageous! How could you do something like that?
I'm just trying to give my customers good deals, sir. So I'm assuming it's going to be the new casket then?
Yes!
All right.
Of course it is!
Very good, sir.
Duh!
Very good. Well, in that case, your total comes to $9,071.62. Will that be cash or card?
Wow! Sorry. So how much was that casket?
$5,000, sir.
So it would be $2,500 to bury her in the used one?
Bury her? We're not going to bury her in the used casket. Well, how do you think we have used caskets? Do you think we just go around digging them back up?
Then what the fuck is it even for, man?
It's for the wake.
So what do? Like bury her in some other kind of box or something?
No, we just toss her in a hole.
Toss her in a hole?
I mean, somebody had to dig that hole. It's 6 feet deep. Although, you know, we could just dig it 3 feet deep, and that would be 50% off the whole shebang.
I'm listening.
Well, if we did it 3 feet deep, that would bring it down to $4,500.81.
Damn. You got anything else?
For $300, I can help you donate her body to science. Science.
Oh.
Emphasis on the science.
You're telling me that I'm going to pay you $300 to have my grandma fucked by some perverts in the area?
I'll bury her in my backyard for a 12-pack of PBR and a pastrami sandwich.
Feel the economy, am I right?
You are right.
I'll
get a shovel.
Okay, yeah, you do that. Hey, you wanted mustard on that sandwich.
Oh, please, yeah.
Right. I'm gonna get an Uber here. I just saved so much money.
Caskets for rent, they have a slight scent. If you can get past it, you'll save dollars and cents. Dig 3 feet, not 6, half the price will get snipped. But only at Father Goodwill's new and used caskets.
Sorry for taking your money, man.
Really?
I feel awful about it. It's stupid.
Thank you so much, brother.
Dude,
my luck's turning around.
Great song. Get some coffee.
Thank you. I need it.
I feel so much better. See, I'm not selfish. I told you. It just took me a minute to get there. I think it's going to take us all a minute to get there. A little bit of healing, a little bit of getting to know each other. The things that these shows like to do. And speaking of which, Christmas is coming up. So if you have an idea of what segment we should do for a Christmas episode, go ahead and leave it in the comment section below or send us a message. Also, speaking of being broke, if you'd like to sponsor this show, hit us up as well. We're doing our best to go out there and show the real nitty-gritty of people in the town we live in. It'd be well appreciated. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've been your host, Ethan Bouchard. You can find me at Slice Fury on YouTube or my band, Strong Work Band. I'm gonna go be broke over there. It's a little warm outside. So find some shade. Hey, it's Matt Grigsby. What's up, bruh? Dap it. My man.
barber is still an advisor or patient listener to affairs in the lives of his customers.
And jeans back then were $50. There were some $50 jeans back then. I've been known to talk too much. Luckily, I'm too busy to keep them in the chair, torture them too long, so. Yes. Got me out of here. Would you like some hairspray? When I've been here 25 years, and after 10 years, the owner, Chester George, passed away. And I bought it from his wife. And so I went down to the courthouse to get some information and history on it. And so they said they didn't have much on it because I guess the north side of the square, where it was originally located at, had caught fire. And a lot of paperwork got burned up. So these are the only photos that they had that I had enlarged to put up there because it was just directly across the street on the north side where the shop stood. So
it's important, and I enjoy coming down here. I'm down here. I actually start every morning at 7 o'clock. I start 2 hours earlier than the hours on the business store there because I got customers who want to get their haircut before they go to work and early risers. So.
Well, I would assume just the people we just saw, because sitting around, people get to know